qualche volta c'han sempre is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, any requests for recorded votes may be postponed. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Today's markup includes the committee's first border security bill in over 2 years. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas's dereliction of duty have made passing this legislation critical. The intentional opening of our border cannot continue. The previous administration left tools in place for the current administration to continue securing our border. Unfortunately, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have systematically dismantled those policies and systems. In fact, the Biden administration has taken what was the most secure border in our lifetime and turned it into a place of chaos and devastation, and a place where the cartels are now in control. When coupled with the work of our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, this bill will force the administration to enforce the law, secure the border, and reduce migration once again. The committee has spent months meticulously crafting a solution to address the self-inflicted intentional crisis at our borders. With the input of my Republican colleagues on the committee and across the conference, as well as everyday Americans from across this great country, Border Patrol agents, victims of illegal alien crime and drug crises, business owners, state and local law enforcement, and farmers and ranchers, we've taken the time and put in the effort to fully understand the record-breaking humanitarian border crisis that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas intentionally created. The numbers are overwhelming. More than 5 million encounters at the southwest border since President Biden took office. As I've said before, twice what the previous two administrations combined. 1.4 million known gotaways since February of 2021. 193 aliens on the terrorist watch list encountered along the southwest border between FY21 and FY23 year to date. Over 14,000 pounds of fentanyl seized in 23, enough to kill the entire U.S. population 9.5 times over, and that's just what we've captured. 61,390 criminal aliens arrested by CBP attempting to cross the U.S. border since the beginning of FY21. The refusal of the Biden administration to admit its policies have failed to secure our borders is why all my Republican colleagues on the committee and I introduced the Border Reinforcement Act of 2023. Through multiple visits to the border, as well as hearings, briefings, and conversations throughout the country, Americans across the political spectrum made one thing clear: the crux of the border crisis is concentrated between ports of entry. The Biden-Mayorkas border crisis has turned every state in our union into a border state. From a record number of fentanyl deaths to rising crime, it is the cities and communities across America that are bearing the brunt of the Biden administration's open borders and anti-security policies. And these policies are enriching and emboldening drug cartels who increasingly threaten the safety and security of Americans. It cannot continue. This administration has both intentionally created the conditions and refused to acknowledge the severity of the crisis. And America has had enough. The Border Reinforcement Act seeks to address the immediate impact of the crisis by focusing on mitigating and stopping the surge of aliens and drugs flowing across our U.S. border between ports of entry. This bill is just the start. With the work of our colleagues in the Judiciary Committee and others, this effort will address the problem in its entirety. These bills must move together. I want to highlight a few pieces of the bill. First, the bill addresses border wall construction. Since the U.S. Border Patrol began building the border wall system over 30 years ago, we've heard from agents on the ground that effective physical infrastructure is needed to meet the challenges of a dynamic border threat environment. The border barrier system has proven to be a critical component in deterring and discouraging illegal border crossers. It wasn't that long ago that many Democrats, including some of our colleagues in the House, as well as President Biden himself, former President Obama, Secretary Clinton, and Leader Chuck Schumer, actually voted to fund hundreds of miles of border fencing. This bill requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to use previously appropriated but unexpired funding to immediately resume construction of the border wall. This means that at least 900 miles of border wall will be built. The American people have already paid for the materials, but under this president, we're paying interest on them to lie unused and deteriorate in the desert. U.S. Border Patrol would also benefit from integrating new, advanced, and improved technologies into its operations. This bill makes targeted investments in border technologies to supplement the border wall system and our frontline personnel. The bill also requires the Commissioner of Customs and Border Patrol to develop a technology investment plan to identify capability gaps and security risks at and between ports of entry along the borders of the United States. Border Patrol agents are leaving at a faster rate than CBP Commissioner can hire them. Under the Biden administration, Border Patrol agents are stretched thin, both physically and mentally. They're overwhelmed and overworked. CBP agents are leaving before reaching their retirement eligibility because of poor working conditions and low morale due to horrendous lack of support from the administration. During the committee's field hearing on March the 15th, Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz testified that he needed approximately 22,000 agents to achieve Border Patrol's mission. The Border Reinforcement Act aims to do exactly that by mandating that CBP expand its force by an additional 3,000 agents to reach a total of 22,000. The bill also aims to return agents back to their law enforcement duties in the field by ensuring they're not responsible for serving as processing coordinators, or something that the Biden administration is forcing them to do, which has led to a major retention challenge for Border Patrol. To address these challenges, the bill includes a retention bonus for frontline Border Patrol agents serving at the southwest and northern and maritime border sectors. We strongly support and appreciate the work agents do every day to keep our homeland secure. The Department of Homeland Security has made very blatant attempts to bury the release of its monthly encounter numbers or withhold certain information from the public. This is why our bill requires DHS to disclose to Congress and make public all monthly data, including known gotaways, before the 7th day of each month. Congress will not tolerate the administration's lack of transparency to the American people. To further enhance border security measures, this bill increases support for Operation Stone Garden, a grant program that provides funds to state and local and tribal law enforcement agencies that are also dealing with the effects of this crisis. Last year, Republicans made a commitment to America to secure our borders, protect our nation, and safeguard our communities. I made that same commitment during last week's hearing with Secretary Mayorkas. I'm pleased to say today, Republicans are delivering on that promise. The Biden and Mayorkas border crisis is a national security threat that must be addressed immediately. I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting for this important legislation. I now recognize the ranking member to make his opening statement.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's unfair to say that the Committee on Homeland Security has gotten off to an extremely rough start in the 118th Congress. First, committee Republicans adopted an oversight plan that left out what national security officials tell us is one of the biggest threats confronting the homeland, domestic terrorism. Then the full committee held a hearing with a witness who said those who invade the Capitol on January 6, 2021 were, quote, very loving Christian people. And a subcommittee invited as a witness a representative of an organization designated as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. And of course, we all saw what happened last week when our constitutional obligation to conduct oversight over DHS was hijacked by a vile slander. Now, months into this Congress, at our first legislative markup, do we have a series of bipartisan bills that could pass the House and become law? Do we have any measures that would lower the temperature or dial down the rhetoric? Are we considering bipartisan bills that would make our nation more secure? Are we considering a bipartisan bill to tackle the fentanyl crisis in this country? Do we have a bill to stop cartels? Unfortunately, not. Instead, we are presented with a measure that was tailor-made by the mega Republican extremists and Republican moderates behind closed doors for the sole purpose of political messaging, without any Democratic input, without input from the department or even CBP. Let me be plain. The bill before us today stands no chance of becoming law, especially after it is attached to its cousin, the anti-immigration bill that the Judiciary Committee debated in the wee hours last Wednesday. For such a high priority, you would think the majority would get technical feedback from the professionals doing the job. But no one outside of the Republican Party saw the text of this bill until 9:44 on Monday morning, this past Monday morning. That's just under the wire, the bare minimum amount of time required on our committee rules. That's just not how we've done things around here. That's not how we should do things. But procedural considerations aside, the bill is far from meticulous craftsmanship. H.R. 2794 is profoundly immoral. It would sow chaos at the border by essentially shutting down the asylum process, does nothing to build the capacity of CBP to respond to fentanyl smuggling at ports of entry, and block nonprofit partners from providing support services to non-citizens, even those here legally. Yet, Republicans found space in this bill to play political games by attacking DHS for its handling of the COVID-19 and blocking DHS from spending money on electric vehicles. On top of that, the bill never misses an opportunity to call fellow human beings aliens. At a time when the great replacement theory is fueling violence against people of color, such language only reinforces an us versus them mentality that is both un-American and un-Christian. We are commanded to welcome the stranger, yet this bill would do anything but call the vulnerable seeking asylum in the greatest country on earth children of God. And of course, to make sure the single most important person in the Republican Party is satisfied, this bill restarts construction of a wall that the chief of the Border Patrol has said is unnecessary. And if you remember, that person initially said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. I do not believe in a wall from shining sea to shining sea, Chief Ortiz told this committee in March. Like I said, we know from the media that Republican leaders want to pair this measure with another one marked up in the Judiciary Committee last week. So what would these bills taken together mean for immigration and border security? First, these bills would make asylum totally unworkable. These bills make it so migrants can only claim asylum at ports of entry. Yet this bill works to dismantle capacity at ports of entry, including by shutting down the use of CBP One, an app which has helped make the asylum process more orderly. It is not a perfect system, but it has helped migrants safely seek shelter in the U.S. and avoid dangers of being trafficked by cartels and smugglers between ports of entry. In fact, CBP One is credited for a major reduction in the number of border encounters with individuals from Cuba, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Why should politicians want to take this valuable tool away from those successfully using it in the field? I also cannot understand why the bill purposely ignores needs at our ports of entry, which of course are the front lines of the battle against fentanyl. Successive administrations have acknowledged that the bulk of fentanyl entering the country is coming through the United States front door, not between ports of entry. Finally, Section 16 of the bill shamefully links non-governmental organizations to human trafficking and drug smuggling, which CBP heavily relies on its partnership with faith-based and other humanitarian groups to support them in caring for asylum seekers. Specifically, H.R. 2794 would prohibit DHS funding to any nonprofit that provides services for non-citizens who have entered the United States legally or not. If this nonsensical provision were to become law, a hospital in New York would be ineligible for nonprofit security grant program because it provides medical care to a tourist from Europe. Let that sink in. Today, Democrats will offer our Republican colleagues an opportunity to defend the indefensible policies while offering them opportunities to do better. Democrats will offer amendments that would improve CBP hiring and retention, improve support to the frontline law enforcement workforce at DHS, and address some of the root causes of migration. My colleagues and I will address real issues at the southwest border, like the outbound trafficking of firearms too easily acquired in the United States. Finally, we must acknowledge how inadequate any border security bill will be in the absence of comprehensive immigration reform. Until Republicans get serious about fixing a broken system that leaves us less competitive in a global economy and less secure at home, we will be here again real soon. Mr. Chairman, after last week, I had hoped that committee Republicans would return to the days when this committee was engaged in the serious task of working in a bipartisan way to make the nation more secure. If this bill is any indication, I fear those days are gone. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2794, the Border Reinforcement Act of 2023. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 2794, to secure the international borders of the United States and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Green of Tennessee.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. I now recognize myself to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This amendment in the nature of a substitute makes technical corrections to the underlying bill. It also adds two important additions. The first, led by Representative Luttrell, requires an assessment from DHS detailing foreign terrorist organizations' attempts to move their members or affiliates into the United States through our borders. The second addition, offered by Rep. Higgins, requires the DHS Inspector General to conduct an assessment of CBP's ability to mitigate unmanned aircraft systems at the southwest border, including the intervention by any federal agency affecting CBP's authority. With that, I yield. Is there any further discussion on the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Take your time. Ranking Member, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this amendment in the nature of a substitute is yet another example of Republicans caring more about partisan politics than addressing challenges at our border. They don't want to work together on solutions, strengthen our border and our immigration systems, or provide the resources CBP really needs to fulfill its mission. They want to appeal to the extreme MAGA friends that more than they want progress. How else can you explain putting forward such a bill? This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, fails to do anything to address security at ports of entry, where over 90% of fentanyl enters the country. The drug is harming our kids and devastating our communities. It squanders more taxpayer money on more Trump border wall, the wall Trump said would make Mexico pay for before he left America to pick up the tab. It ignores the need to provide additional officers for ports of entry. Democrats support the hard-working men and women of the Office of Field Operations and are ready to expand recruitment, retention, and overtime pay for all of the CBP law enforcement officers. Together with Judiciary's committee's extreme mega immigration bill, this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, violates our American values and basic human decency for efficiency, blocking those fleeing violence and persecution from seeking asylum, and then fails to put in place any orderly system of border management. To make matters worse, it punishes local officials, nonprofit organizations, and religious groups who provide basic humanitarian assistance to people seeking refuge in this country, people who have entered this country legally under our laws. Groups like Catholic Charities, Episcopal Migration Services, Hebrew Migrant Society, or Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services would be prohibited from receiving funds to do the valuable work they are called to do as a matter of faith. In contrast to empty Republican rhetoric, Democrats have backed up their commitment to border security with resources. In the fiscal year 2023 omnibus, we provided $17 billion to CBP, boosted funding for Border Patrol personnel and operations, and increased funding for border technology. Meanwhile, not a single Republican supported that funding. Unfortunately, this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, is more the same for Republicans. Bad for border personnel, bad for border security, and bad for America and the values we claim to uphold. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose it.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Gonzalez from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your hard work on putting this together. Your staff has worked tirelessly. This is a good start. We know this border crisis has continued to spiral. I represent 42% of the southern border, places that are in the news every single day: Eagle Pass, El Paso, Del Rio, Uvalde. This is a great start, and I appreciate how hard not only you, but everyone on the committee has worked to get this going. There has to be change. Whatever we're doing right now isn't working. However we got here doesn't matter. How do we get out of here? And it has to be something different than we've ever done before. I think I'm grateful that you've considered some of the measures that I've been working on for a couple of years that are in the bill. Part of that is getting to the root cause of the issue. The root cause of the issue is the cartels. And it's time to take the gloves off and start going down the path of designating cartels as terrorist organizations. That's how you solve. I appreciate that being in the bill. We also have to help those that are doing the work. On Monday, I spent 3 hours with a ride-along with sheriffs from Medina County. This is, a half hour from San Antonio. And for 3 hours, we were going up and down Highway 35, doing what? Trying to catch smugglers. And this is what every day looks like in my community. I appreciate you considering the part of my Security First Act that adds additional money to Stone Garden. That's $20 million. That's going to be added. It's going to be over $110 million that's going to be in there. What does that mean? That means help is on the way. If you're a deputy sheriff, if you're a local law enforcement officer, help is on the way. Oftentimes, people tell me that border security is a lost cause. I think Congress is the area that needs to fight the hardest for these lost causes. Another thing I appreciate that's in this border package is technology, border technology. When I think of border technology, this is one thing that comes to mind. I see the cartels that utilize drones. They fly drones across the U.S.-Mexico border with impunity. What are they doing? They're dropping off fentanyl that's killing our kids. They're having intel. They have the upper advantage. This bill offers an ability for us to neutralize that with counter-UAS measures. I think that's extremely important. Another aspect of it, I consistently hear from my border constituents about property damage, destruction that they struggle with this illegal immigration crisis. I'm proud to have worked with you, Chairman, to ensure the bill includes voices of everyday border residents by requiring farmers, ranchers, landowners, hospitals, and rural clinics will participate in creating a Border Patrol strategic plan with DHS. People on the ground now have a voice. Another thing that you mentioned was the $9,000 bonuses for Border Patrol agents. They're the ones doing the work. And I think it's a good start. I think it's very important that we do that. I would say that this bill, we need to go beyond this. And one of the things that I'm proud is I introduced a bill this morning, the Border Patrol Pay Parity Act, that offers Border Patrol agents a 14% pay increase. This is something that gets Border Patrol agents up to a livable wage. I think it's very important that we continue to work on this. It's going to go through the proper committee, which is the Oversight Committee. I look forward to working with Chairman Comer. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your support on this. This bill in particular, I welcome everybody to sign on as a co-sponsor. This bill has been endorsed by the Border Patrol Council, and it highlights the fact, wherever you fall on the political spectrum, that Border Patrol agents need help. And part of that help is for their family can have a wage, especially in this environment. So it's a 14% increase. I need your help, Chairman, and others to get this over the finish line because, once again, this bill is a great start. It is a change for what we've been doing here previously, but more has to happen. And with that, I'll yield to you, Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. The men and women serving on the front lines of the U.S. Border Patrol deserve our utmost appreciation and support. There's no doubt about that. They have had to combat this security and humanitarian crisis head on. Every day, those Border Patrol agents are working hard to keep our homeland secure, and for that, I'm thankful. Mr. Gonzalez, I'm committed to working with you to address this important issue, and I've also been in touch with Chairman Comer about the bill you filed this morning. Obviously, it doesn't fit our jurisdiction here for the pay raises, but it does his, and so I will work with him and you to make sure that that can happen. He and his team stand ready to work with us. Thank you for your leadership on this issue, and I look forward to continuing our work together. I yield back to the gentleman from Texas, and your time has expired, so
Thank you, Chairman.
I yield to Mr. Menendez from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Menendez number 1. Or is this general debate first? Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, we're not done talking about the NS, but we haven't called for amendments yet. Yep, that's okay.
My apologies, Mr.
We're
Chairman.
on general debate right now.
Yeah, I
so,
appreciate that.
yeah, no worries. We're both learning today. My
Tough
first
life as a
markup as
fresh-
chairman, so
Tough life as a freshman, but I appreciate it.
my first markup as a chairman, so I'll give you grace, you give me grace.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Hold the clock till he's ready.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate you making the time. For the committee's awareness, I leave my wife and 2 small kids to come to Washington, and I do so to represent my district and to do the work the American people ask us to do, and I think we're all joined in that effort. But today I find to be disappointing. I'm disappointed because we know what's at stake. I went to the border this weekend with many of my Democratic colleagues on this committee, and what was my second border trip this year, and experienced the challenges we face firsthand. I'm disappointed that this bill prioritizes politics over people, doesn't provide real solutions to our broken immigration system, and does nothing to improve conditions for migrants at the border. This bill is political showmanship. I'm disappointed that this bill returns to expensive, ineffective ideas like a border wall. If my colleagues across the aisle actually wanted to improve security at our border, they would address the crucial work being done at ports of entry, our first line of defense against the flow of illegal drugs into this country. I'm also disappointed in what this bill says about our values. It forces DHS to halt humanitarian assistance for immigrant families and cut ties with organizations that do life-saving work. To offset the funds required for this bill, the majority would cut FEMA and CBP's Shelter and Services Program, which provides crucial humanitarian assistance for families and individuals awaiting their court date. It would also punish local officials, religious, and other nonprofits who provide basic care and support to children and families. This includes organizations that provide services for refugees who have entered the country legally and with the full permission of our government. In America, we have always been proud of the idea that we care for our neighbors. Today's migrants are arriving, like so many did at Ellis Island, leaving countries riddled with poverty, extreme violence, and political and ethnic persecutions to seek out their American dream. You know, we've gone too far when this committee seeks to punish organizations like Catholic Charities for providing humanitarian assistance to immigrants, those who are extending their hand to help the most vulnerable amongst us. Where in any of our religious texts does it say that you turn your back on your neighbor? My colleagues across the aisle seem to have forgotten that we're here to provide real solutions to the nation's problems. The American people want us to fix our broken immigration system and protect the homeland. They want us to do our jobs. I'm disappointed that the bill the majority puts before us today fails the American people in every respect. It fails to reflect the best of who we are as a country, the best of who we are individually, the best of what we can be. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congrats on your first markup and for putting this strong border security bill together. I remember we had the Goodlatte McCall bill. We can't seem to get these things through Congress. And I will just say that I don't know what is partisan about this bill at all. This is a security bill. It gives Border Patrol exactly what they tell us they need. And I also want to thank my colleague from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for his support on this legislation. He knows this border, I would say, better than anybody because he lives there. And we all go down there to see it. And I was a federal prosecutor many years, had the border in my jurisdiction. I was chief of counterterrorism, national security. I chaired this committee for 3 terms. And to the ranking member, we got a lot of bipartisan border security bills passed. I hope we can do that, do more of that this Congress. But I failed to see what is partisan about this one. Because, and you talk about turning your backs. I mean, the secretary goes down to the border and the Border Patrol turns their back on him because, in their words, sir, you turned your back on us. And that's how they feel. That's how they feel. And Mr. Gonzalez knows this well. The morale of the Border Patrol is the worst I've ever seen it. It is wide open down there, and it didn't have to happen. It was a self-inflicted wound. The suicide rate within Border Patrol is the highest we've ever seen it. And it didn't have to happen. We were on a good trajectory. We were getting this thing under control for the first time in my career, and primarily because of the migrant protection protocols. Remain in Mexico was working. Now, that's not in this committee's jurisdiction, and I will be dealing with that issue as the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee so that we can return to what made sense that, you know, if you're going to apply for political asylum, you remain in Mexico, and if you 15% qualify, 85% don't. But it's fair because right now, if they get in, we don't have detention space, and it's catch and release. My very first bill in Congress 20 years ago was to end catch and release. And here we are 20 years later, catch and release. 5 million encounters, 100,000 people dead because of fentanyl coming into this country. This is a crisis. And this is a responsible bill to help secure this border. It's not going to solve the problem, but for God's sake, it's going to take a step in the right direction. And I thank the chairman for including one of my provisions that deals just with looking at reimbursement from the Government Accountability Office. My state alone, just this year, my state has budgeted $4.6 billion to deal with the border, the state of Texas. My state, as Mr. Gonzalez knows, has borne the brunt of this crisis and the cost for a federal mission. This is not a state job to be securing the border. It's a federal responsibility, and we've dumped it on the states, and mostly my state, that has spent billions of dollars trying to secure our citizens down there. And so, again, I don't understand the partisanship on this one. If you're just talking about physical infrastructure, you're talking about technology, you're talking about funding for more Border Patrol, Stone Garden grants. These are things we've been working on for a long time. It's common sense. And I applaud you for putting this together and getting the support you have. I hope we can go back to what this committee used to be, and that's being bipartisan, and particularly on an issue like this. You know, I know people like Mr. Correa lives in California. He sees this problem. We ought to be able to work together on some of these things. And I know you do. And we have. And we have in the past. And you know what? We'll see what happens with this one. But I hope we can do more of that in the future. And I just, again, want to commend the chairman. But for God's sakes, let's get this done. Time is running out on this. And people are dying. And there are a lot of people hurting, not only in this country, but south of the border. because of these failed policies. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Thinidar, or Dr. Thinidar.
Whatever. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the ranking member and his staff for organizing a trip to the southern border that we all took. And it was eye-opening. I saw pregnant women. I saw young people. And I saw many people with anxiety, anticipation, fear. And it took me back to 44 years ago. In 1979, at the age of 24, I entered this country with no friends, with no family, my family far away, and didn't know much. I came here with my American dream, and I was fearful. How am I going to survive? And there were times when I got no pay in summer. I couldn't afford my apartment, and I would sleep in my car or sleep in a public building, and at times I slept in a homeless shelter that was funded by a faith-based nonprofit. And Mr. Chairman, this bill is scary. It's scary in that some of these faith-based humanitarian organizations, we saw them working at the southern border, helping migrants. They won't get the funding if this bill becomes a law. There are times when, I got sick and I had no means to take care of myself. And hospitals that would treat an immigrant will not be able to get reimbursed from, as if this bill ever becomes law. I just feel that this bill is utterly inhuman and utterly un-American. And I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, make no mistake, the border's broken. That's not my opinion. That's not your opinion. Statistical data bear out the fact that we are seeing a record surge of immigrants along our border. Fiscal year 2021, 1.9 million encounters. Fiscal year 2022, 2.7 million encounters. So far, fiscal year 2023, 1.5 million. And that is before Title 42 expires in just a matter of weeks. Once Title 42 expires, DHS has told the American people, that we can expect 14,000 to 18,000 immigrants coming across the border each and every week. We know that our young people are dying at an alarming rate. The leading cause of death for Americans 18 to 45 is what? Drug overdose. Where do those drugs come across? 90+% come across our unsecured southern border. The time to act is now. And I would agree with Chairman McCall when he says this bill is not extreme. This bill should be things that all Americans agree with. That if we're going to secure our border, we're going to have to invest in new officers. We're going to have to give those officers a retention bonus to keep our experienced officers there on the front lines doing their job. That we're going to what? We're going to invest in technology. Technology to screen individuals who are coming across the border through our ports of entry to make sure that we are capturing and we are preventing drugs from coming in the country. We're going to invest in things, and we're going to require things such as the capture of biometrics and other information so that those individuals who do cross the border, we can better identify those individuals. We're going to make sure that we can run background checks of people who are coming in the country from their country of origin, to know the people that are trying to come into our country. And then, as Mr. Gonzalez said, we're going to support our state and our local partners. We're going to fund Operation Stone Guard. We're going to tell our local law enforcement who are there on the front lines, we as the federal government, we're going to help bear this expense. This legislation is not extreme. This legislation, I believe, is what the American public wants. They want a secure border. They want to be secure and they want to be safe. And this is a step in the right direction. And I would encourage all members on both sides of the aisle to support this very common sense piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you, Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson. Today, I'd like to discuss House Republicans and their current stance on fixing the broken immigration system with the Border Reinforcement Act. You see, I also agree we have a broken immigration system. And as we all know, there's a humanitarian crisis at our southern border, and a practical solution is needed. Unfortunately, it seems that House Republicans have chosen to ignore the issue and instead focus on other matters. They have made it clear that they don't want to fix the broken immigration system with the American Dream Promise Act, despite the fact that we all know it makes a real difference in our nation's security. You heard some of my colleagues talk about our visit to the border just this past weekend. I visited that border for the very first time since my mother crossed that border pregnant of me 40 years ago. And I cannot forget the image of the women I saw in the detention facility. When we were walking by, they ran to the window and they looked at us. And I remember looking at a woman that reminded me of my mother, and she held her hands like this in prayer. And she said, through just lip speaking, I guess, help me, ayúdame. The people that we are criminalizing, that we are saying are carrying fentanyl, are asylum seekers. I know that because 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at the port of entry. Not 10%, not 20%, 90%. And 86.3% of fentanyl trafficking cases are from U.S. citizens. Yet we want to make that woman. We want to make people that have walked through jungles and literally died. Some are dying in the water as they are the bad person. They are the drug dealers. They are the ones that are destroying America. And I will say to you that they are asylum seekers in the same way so many of you and me in different generations have come to this country looking for aid. Because if you are not native to this land, if you're not indigenous to this land, then you too or your ancestors crossed borders to get here. It is disgraceful that House Republicans are choosing to sit idly while hundreds of thousands of people suffer due to outdated, inefficient system. It's also concerning that they're willing to explore the potential of the American Dream and Promise Act. This act would allow dreamers and individuals with TPS and DED to contribute fully in their country they love, and they know to be their home by providing a pathway to citizenship. The fact that House Republicans are choosing to ignore this issue is appalling. Not only are they not taking action to resolve a humanitarian crisis, but they're also refusing to entertain any conversations or negotiations related to a pathway to citizenship. And let me tell you, the American people are tired of waiting for immigration reform. This sends a dangerous message that tells American citizens, immigrants, and refugees that their needs don't matter, that their voices will go unheard, and there is no hope for meaningful change. In conclusion, we must all remember that House Republicans have chosen inaction on this critical issue. It is unacceptable, and it is our responsibility to stand up for our belief and demand that we take action. We must also remember that the American Dream and Promise Act provides us a real solution to the humanitarian crisis at the border, one that could provide much-needed security and a pathway to citizenship for undocumented individuals. It's time for House Republicans to realize their responsibilities and do something with us about this broken immigration system. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields, and I now recognize the chair of the Border Security and Enforcement Subcommittee, who has been integral in helping put this bill together, Clay Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reflected upon the statements of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle thus far today, I can see we're in for a long day. And although it will be exhausting, it will be good for America to witness the bold contrast of perspective regarding border security, the sovereignty of our nation, immigration, etc. This bill is the culmination of, for some of us, years of observation and study, countless trips to the border, endless hours and hours of conversations with law enforcement professionals that live and work on the border. My own perspective is very clear regarding whether or not one of my colleagues said the bill's un-American. May I say it's very American to secure our sovereignty. And any reasonable man can observe the southern border and see that our sovereignty has been disintegrated over the last couple of years. So we're just calmly and judiciously responding to the threat. And that is also quite American, whether it's at your home or your business or your community, your state or your nation. You respond to threat. We have arterial bleed at the border. Goodness gracious. This is a border security bill. Every American should support it. Regarding immigration, America has the most generous and compassionate immigration system of any wealthy nation in the free world. We want men and women of every color and creed and cultural background to come to America legally. And we have a serious problem at our southern border, not because of the men and women that work the border, not because we haven't had some drastic change in infrastructure. We have the same 1,954 miles of border now that we did in 2019 and 2020. What has changed is the policies out of the executive administration. So this bill is essentially written based upon the best advice and deep research of law enforcement professionals. And that's what bothers some of my colleagues. It's a bill written by cops, not by attorneys. It provides actual security enhancement for our people that work the border, technology that's required for security on the border, and physical infrastructure, like physical barriers. I appreciate the work that's been done. And to say that my colleagues across the aisle have not been engaged in these topics, I've sat on this committee for 6 years. There's been deep, deep engagement from both parties here. This is law enforcement strong language. If you support the security of your nation and the sovereignty of our country, then you should support this bill. And I close by saying that physical barriers work, or you wouldn't have them around your own house, would you? And anyone that thinks it's easy to climb a 30-foot wall with a 40-foot ladder has never climbed a 30-foot wall with a 40-foot ladder. It's quite a task. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the deep work that's been done on this bill. I urge support, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Carrera from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Thompson. Some of the comments made, Mr. McCall, I don't know if it's partisan or difference of opinion and difference in perspective. Since I took the job of being the ranking member of the Border Subcommittee, taking that job seriously. I don't represent an area of the border like Mr. Gonzalez does, but I've lived on both sides of the border, and I've essentially spent the last 40 years of my life doing business on both sides. The last few months, I've gone to San Luis Port of Entry in Arizona, Yuma Sector, Calexico, El Centro, Brownsville, San Isidro, Laredo. And some of the thoughts you talk to people, the port directors, the ranking, and the staff at these ports of entry. Some of the thoughts: ports are the economic drivers of this nation's economy. I was in Laredo. Interesting, because I was shocked at what I found in Laredo, Texas. I think it's really the future of this country. As you know, China is no longer our biggest trading partner. It's Canada, then Mexico. Laredo, I saw 10,000 trucks flowing across the border on a daily basis. I saw the Kansas City train, 130 cars coming across the border into the U.S. onto Canada. And from what I'm hearing is the private sector is going to build another rail system there to double, maybe triple capacity. This is the future, and I can say it's the private sector that's leading the way, and they're not waiting for us in government to figure out the solutions. They're moving forward as they should, and they always do. And so, as I look at this legislation, I think one of the big issues that I have is that it kind of sidesteps on investment at the ports of entry. Challenges that we've had: immigration, narco. When I visited San Isidro, port of entry, and you haven't been down there lately, you're going to see a massive infrastructure now. Huge investment. I talked to the port director, and they said, Lou, with this whole operation here, everything we built, had like 40 lanes for cars to come in. Said a lot of our problems have gone away. And that's one of the themes I've heard over and over again. Invest in the ports of entry, and you get more process, more order when it comes to people coming in and out of the U.S. And as all of you know, ports of entry also, that's where you get 90% of the narco comes through those ports of entry. And so, Mr. Chairman Green, thank you for the good job you've done. I just have some concerns that big areas where we need to invest, we're still coming short on. And I'm going to continue to go to the southern border and visit some more of those ports of entry. And as soon as summertime comes, when it's a little bit too hot to be down there, I'm going to shift over to Canada and check those ports of entry out. And I hope some of you can join me so both of us can hear firsthand, Mr. Gonzalez, from the men and women on the lines, what they need from us. Suicide, yes. Overworked. Retirement's coming. Most of those border agents started working after 9/11. It's about time they retire. It's that time. They need higher pay. They need child care. A lot of them get forced overtime on them imposed. So what do you do if you're a single father or a single mother? You got a problem. And so there's a lot of things that this bill does, but I think this could be a whole lot better if we just sat down and worked together. And let's not forget to ask the private sector too. And Laredo, just one additional thought. I was pleasantly surprised to see Mexican custom agents and U.S. agents working side by side in a facility inspecting what they thought would be that secondary inspection of other vehicles and trucks that need to be inspected one more time. Unbelievable cooperation. But these are the things you don't read about because they don't make news. They're not juicy headlines. But we're getting the job done. Let's do more of that. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Bishop from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, on this piece of legislation. And I noticed as we begin that the ranking member, the honorable ranking member, began by saying that this legislation before us, quote, never misses an opportunity to call fellow human beings aliens, and went on to say that that's un-American and un-Christian. The ranking member also, in the course of his comments, referred to MAGA Republican extremists, a phrase that has become a stock part of the lexicon of the President of the United States and of folks across the minorities' political infrastructure. To hurl that as an epithet or an insult, it is remarkable that in those comments, as that's being offered, this committee, the ranking member also decries the failure of the bill to lower the temperature or dial down the rhetoric. You know, that one point about this bill never misses an opportunity to call fellow human beings aliens. I don't know who wrote that, but I just decided to pull up the U.S. Code. Title VIII embodies the law of the United States of America on immigration and nationality. It contains the term alien 5,862 times. Chapter 12 of Title VIII, which is the INA, the embodiment of immigration law in this country, includes that term 5,428 times. The notion that the use of the word alien in the context of immigration law is an insult, that it is un-American and un-Christian, I understand how common parlance seems to have evolved and what appellations and ad hominem attacks get thrown around constantly, but you cannot possibly be in favor of lowering the temperature and dialing down the rhetoric when you accuse the majority moving a piece of legislation of being un-American and un-Christian for employing a term that is endemic and always has been to the law of immigration in this country. Why is it in the law? Because it is a term that distinguishes people from others in terms of their respective rights. If you just go to the definitions provision of the INA, it's very simple. The term, quote, alien, close quote, means any person not a citizen or national of the United States. That's distinct, for example, from the term immigrant, which means every alien except an alien who is within one of the following classes of non-immigrant aliens. And then it explains who those are. To suggest that it's un-American to deal with that in definitional provisions or in terms in a bill on immigration, I don't even know what to say about that, except this. The fact is that our parties are in difference on the question. We have difference in terms of the objective of maintaining an orderly border. Democrats want to have an open border. They want to have immigration law. They say it's broken. We believe it's broken. It's broken in different ways. I think the two parties see it. Democrats want an open border, and since it is not available to them by law, they are satisfied to see the border in chaos in order to obtain by means other than law what they cannot achieve by law. That's unfortunately where we are. But it cannot be left for Republicans, for the majority, to be deterred from undertaking to fix the problems in law that leave us with a chaotic border because we are insulted or because the rhetoric includes accusations of un-American or un-Christian. We must simply do our duty and do what the law already requires by refining the law to actually achieve, to move us closer to achieving what Secretary Mayorkas testified the other day he's completely ignoring. that definition of operational control of the border. It is an aspiration that government is to work toward. Democrats in the administration and here are prepared to sabotage it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. At this time, the chair would recognize for 5 minutes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the recognition. I will say this. I had a chance to take a look at the bill last night. I wish we'd been able to get it earlier. I would have loved to discuss some of these questions I have prior to the chairman's mark being introduced, but we are where we are. So I'll just take a minute and walk through some of the questions and concerns that I have. We can go through some of these. I have an amendments later, but just a couple quick ones. In Section 3, border wall construction, it looks like, I can't really tell from this if there's actual money that's going to be made available to fund whatever the construction's going to be. Based on what one of my colleagues just said, there's just under 2,000 miles of border wall. The last estimate I saw was that the 52 miles of wall that were built during the Trump administration cost American taxpayers $46 million per mile. So my math might not be great, but I think that's somewhere in the $92 trillion range as to what it would cost. The bill obviously doesn't address explicit appropriation sources. It says instead that all unexpired, appropriated, or explicitly obligated funds for the construction of the border wall that were appropriated or obligated are to be used to fund this. Now, my understanding is that the Biden administration returned the money that the Trump administration had taken to build the wall from the DOD and DOT and other departments. The Biden administration returned the money to the sources that had really been originally been authorized to go to by the Congress, by the way, by us. So as far as I know, there's no money available under this provision. Now, I'll note that the secretary was here last week and testified for hours. I don't believe he was asked anything about the types of issues that could have been addressed here, and obviously the department would be an obvious source for the information about what funding might be available. But we didn't ask the secretary those things because there were so many people who were so busy attacking him during his testimony. But it seems to me if you're serious about building a wall, you're gonna have to figure out how to fund it. And the language here that's raised doesn't even begin to address it. And if you put that in the context of the bill that the Republican Party, the Speaker, just floated, which would cut 22% from the funds that are available for the border or for stopping fentanyl, you've got conflicting directions coming from the Republican leadership on this committee and the Speaker. One way or the other, you're gonna have to find a way to fund it if you're serious about it. If it's just message language, then it is what it is. But if you're serious about it, you have to find the money to do it, and this bill doesn't do that. A couple of other quick points that I would have suggested. One is with respect to drones. I think Section 12 discusses drones. We were told last week by Border Patrol leadership that they're outmanned 17-1. The cartels have 17 drones for every one that they have. And so this language here, which talks about, I think it's 110,000 minimum hours for annual flight time, but again, doesn't really discuss the need to get additional drones just to catch up with where the cartel is right now. And based on what they were saying, for example, that they think they're gonna start actually using drones to carry drugs across the border. I think we better really focus on that and move forward quickly. With respect to the NGO funding, I think that's been addressed a little bit already, but I'll say this quickly. This looks like you're telling the Catholic Church, for example, and other NGOs, that they can't help people who cross the border. Two quick problems with that. One is that I guess the barrier here is if they've committed unlawful activity. but I don't know how people who are giving aid to someone on the street would know whether they've committed illegal activity or not. Even if they're just seeking asylum, the asylum determination wouldn't be made until down the road. And then the last point I'll make, because I'm running out of time, the comment about the 30-foot wall and the 40-foot ladder. You know, when we were down there last week, there were giant openings so the roads could go through, so the trucks could go by. You don't need a 40-foot ladder. You just need a truck or a car, and you can just drive right through. And we saw them zipping back and forth. And I think the point that was made earlier was that 92% of the fentanyl that's coming across is coming through on the ports of entry. So the wall wouldn't address it as discussed. And last point, thank you. With respect to fentanyl, which we've heard so much about in this committee, and I share the concern, I don't see where that's addressed in here, one way or the other. I know there's a section that discusses contraband and drugs, but all it does is basically call for a study. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. At this point, the chair recognizes for 5 minutes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've been to the border numerous times, and I've been to the border numerous times with many of my colleagues. And the things that we have done is actually we've listened to the Customs and Border Protection agents, the officers there, their leadership, about the things that they need in order to protect our border, the physical things that they need. And they always say the same things. They want the wall, the construction of the wall to be completed. They want more and better technology as a force multiplier, and they also need more people. And they also need additional funds for their people in order to maintain, the Customs and Border folks on the job, because it's a really tough job. They also say one more thing. They say that the number one issue that they have is policy. The number one deterrent, the number one way to deter what's going on at the border is policy. Now, we're not dealing with policy at this particular bill, but we are dealing with all the other things that they have requested, which is finish the wall, more technology, more folks, and higher pay. So I'm really glad that this bill addresses those issues and shows the American people that we have actually been listening to the people on the ground who know what it takes to bring this border under control. Now, one thing that most of my colleagues could not do is actually speak to the migrants themselves, because I speak Spanish. Matter of fact, I didn't speak English until I was 7 years old, because I'm a migrant myself. I'm an immigrant. I came here in 1960. Not one word of English did I speak until I got here. And so I was able to speak to them. And I asked them, okay, I understand why they're here. Believe me, I do. I know why they're here. They're looking for opportunity. They're looking for freedom. They're looking for a better way of life. And there's no way you can blame them for what they're doing. So why'd you come? Well, they came because they felt it was the time to come because of the Biden administration's policies. So it's the Biden administration's policies that really led to this crisis. It's a self-made crisis. It's a manufactured crisis, made so by the Biden administration. And so I represent an area in South Florida that's about 70% Hispanic. Most of them have immigrated to the United States. And we all came for the same thing. We came for freedom, we came for opportunity, but we also came for one more thing, the rule of law. Because we came from countries that don't have the rule of law. And what's happening at the border is making a joke of the rule of law. And most of the people in my district, myself included, believe we understand why the migrants are coming. They're coming for the same reasons that we, but you have to do it in a legal way, in a legal fashion. Do we need immigration reform in the United States? Yes, but it can't be open borders. And actually, having an open border and coming in through illegally actually makes a mockery of the people in their home countries that are actually trying to get here the right way. And so we need to address the issue, and we need to address it head on, but this is not the vehicle for that. So today, through the Republican leadership, and thank you, Chairman Green, we will be marking up the Border Reinforcement Act of 2023, which will make steps towards securing our borders. I am a proud co-sponsor of this legislation, which will resume border wall construction by using previously appropriated unexpired funds. We'll aim to increase and train CBP personnel to better combat the crisis at the border, and requires a modernization of technology that is used at the border. House Republicans remain committed to protecting our homeland. I am glad to support this legislation, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Chairman. We need a border and an immigration system that is safe and orderly and fair. This bill that we have in front of us is not an anti-illegal immigration bill. It is an anti-immigration bill. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. When I hear my colleagues from the other side saying that this bill is just funding for technology and staffing at the border, they're leaving some key parts out. If this was just about more technology and more staffing, a lot of us would probably support that. I would probably support that. But this bill does more than that. It makes it harder for people to claim legal asylum at the border. It makes it harder by eliminating parole. It makes it harder by banning the use of an app that was launched recently to allow people to schedule appointments to apply for legal asylum. Again, if we want a border that is safe and orderly, where people are able to apply for legal immigration, why make it harder? But that's what this bill does. Now, along with Ranking Member Thompson and other members, I was at the border last week, and when we met with Border Patrol, what they told us is that their number one thing is people should be applying for legal asylum at legal points of entry so that Border Patrol can be freed up between the points of entry to focus on people who are trafficking guns and trafficking drugs. But this bill makes it harder for people to apply for legal asylum at points of entry. And so what's going to happen? People who are fleeing persecution, fleeing authoritarian governments, fleeing poverty, fleeing gun violence, who are waiting, trying to do the right thing, trying to apply for legal asylum at a port of entry, and are waiting in these camps, in the heat, in the cold, risking injury, risking being a victim of cartel violence. They're going to have a harder time getting an appointment to claim legal asylum. And so what are they going to do? They are going to do what desperate people do and try to get in between the points of entry, further overwhelming the Border Patrol and making it harder for them to go after drug traffickers, gun traffickers, and other bad actors. So this bill plays into the hands of the cartels, as it is currently written. And that's not to say everything in this bill is bad. There is some stuff in there, as I said earlier, that I think a lot of us would support. But it goes further than that. It goes further than technology, and it goes further than staffing. It makes it harder for people to claim legal asylum and legally immigrate to this country, and in so doing, will increase the chaos and the confusion and the danger at the border, not just for the migrants, but also for members of law enforcement and for American citizens. So I'll be introducing some amendments to try to make this bad bill less bad, and I welcome any opportunity to work with our colleagues across the aisle to try to find consensus on a real reform bill that will make progress toward our shared goal of a safer, more orderly, and fairer system. But this bill, as it is currently constituted, does not do that, and I cannot support it. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your leadership. One of the things that I have heard on every visit to the border is that there are no consequences, regardless of the rank or the experience of the time that has been served by a Border Patrol agent, by a customs officer, by somebody who works with ICE, there's no consequences. That's why we're here today. We're here today because on January 21st of 2021, the president repealed migrant protection protocols. The president stopped all funding and all construction of one of the layers of defense to help our country. The president reversed the ACA agreements. That's why we're here. We're here today because for the past 2 years, when I asked, could we have a border security hearing, we didn't. We haven't had a single border security hearing in over 2 years. That's why we're here today. Because if you want to work on immigration, go to the Judiciary Committee. This is the Homeland Security Committee. We are talking about the security of our nation. The ranking member was part of this committee when it was formed, after 9/11, a tragic event. We should be sitting across the aisle talking about this, how we secure our country. At the essence of this bill, there's one question that I think it asks. Do you believe in law and order or do you not? That's what this bill is addressing. I'm a firm believer that we don't need any new laws. If the administration would enforce the laws that we have on our books, because what I hear at the border from the agents is we're not enforcing them, there are no consequences. This bill is scary. It's scary for those who don't believe in the law and order. It's scary for those who might see their stream of never-ending funding end. You know, when you talk to the people that are coming across and the horrific stories, the cartels that are charging them $5,000, $6,000, $10,000, the billions of dollars that is being poured into the cartels that are leaving a 2-year-old girl that I met just south of McAllen. They left her in the brush. That's horrible. I agree with my colleagues. We do need reform when it comes to immigration. This is not the committee for that. We're talking about the security that prevents the cartels from completely controlling our southern border. And as Raul Ortiz told us, it's not secure. We don't have operational control. My constituents were here last week. I hope that you all talked to them. I asked you to talk to them. We sat in that room with the secretary, and they showed the images of their 7-year-old daughter and 71-year-old grandmother who were hit by a human trafficker smuggling 11 people at 105 miles per hour on I-10. I met the enforcer. I hope that you have had the opportunity in your travels to the border to meet the enforcer, somebody who has a tattoo on his hand that's a crushed skull, because he's responsible for enforcing the cartel's laws on our side of the border. Living in this country, enforcing the cartel's laws. This committee has ignored the security of our country, and my community has suffered. Sheriff Griffiths of Ector County, Odessa, Texas, sent me the pictures of the weapons and the fentanyl that were recovered just a couple of weeks ago. That happens every day. He told me the story of 4 teenage kids inhaling a vape machine that was laced with fentanyl. Yeah, you know why we only know that 90%, and I don't know that that's true, but we keep hearing this 90% is seized at ports of entry? It's because our agents have been relegated to administrative duties. We need them in the field doing the national security mission. 90% may be seized, but that's not all that's coming across. Hundreds of thousands of people are being poisoned with fentanyl. This committee was formed in the wake of 9/11, a horrible tragedy. The reason that we're here today is to take action. The warning signs have never been greater. Come live a day in the shoes of my community in Texas. Come live one day in the shoes of my community that has 5th, 6th, 7th generation Hispanic families who are coming to me saying, please, please hold the administration accountable and get back to the rule of law. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership, for bringing this bill, because it was not done for the past 2 years, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Lee from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I want to bring attention to a Florida grand jury report dated March 29th, 2023, containing alarming details about the Office of Refugee Resettlement's role in the trafficking of minors. It's important to note that the grand jury is a nonpartisan group of citizens impaneled to investigate and review our immigration policies. This is not a group of Republicans or Democrats. This is not a group that has some sort of political agenda. This is a group of everyday Americans with no political perspective. And I will tell you what they found: that our current open border policies are empowering criminals and are indeed producing results that are anything but humanitarian. The report details critical failures in our process, both in the screening of minors and in the screening of sponsors, that serve to empower drug cartels and criminal organizations and put those who are crossing our border in this way in peril of being trafficked, exploited, and harmed. The grand jury noted that our federal agencies are often not conducting background checks on sponsors, criminal background checks, address verification, or child abuse checks. According to the report, the children interviewed knew very little about the individuals who transported them during their journey across the border, and disclosed that the individuals who transported them were coyotes. One child disclosed that during her journey, several members of her group were robbed, attacked by gang members, decapitated, and raped, and that she herself was a victim of rape. And here's why this is important. Because securing our border, enforcing our laws, and taking steps to ensure that we stop unchecked illegal immigration, not legal immigration, illegal immigration, is the humanitarian thing to do. When we fail to enforce our laws, we empower the cartels, we empower the criminals, and we leave those who are attempting to enter this country illegally to the hands and to the predations of these criminals. The grand jury also noted as follows: the public is led to believe that the process described by our federal government in documents and in popular media accounts at least resembled the truth. ORR asserts that children fleeing from danger are adequately identified, properly cared for, and reunited with their families here in this country. In reality, ORR is facilitating the forced migration, sale, and abuse of foreign children. And some of our fellow Florida residents, in some cases unwittingly, are funding and incentivizing it for economic reasons. These entities encourage unaccompanied children to take and/or be subjected to a harrowing trek to our border, ultimately abandoning significant numbers of those who survive the journey to an uncertain fate with persons who are largely unvetted. This process exposes children to horrifying health conditions, constant criminal threat, labor and sex trafficking, robbery, rape, and other experiences not done justice by mere words. The work that we are doing here today is to support and enforce the laws of this country, and it will also ensure that we are not unwittingly or intentionally leaving to the hands of criminal elements, drug cartels, and criminal organizations the fate of persons who are subjected to these unspeakable activities and conditions. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Menendez is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Menendez number 1.
Mr. Chairman, I will reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order. The clerk will report, a point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
may dispense with the reading, but the chairman will handle that.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Menendez. Strike Section 3.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the bill before us, the Department of Homeland Security is directed to construct a wall along the southwest border until situational awareness and operational control is achieved. To some people, these goals may sound reasonable upon first impression. But in reality, Operation Control, as we know here in the committee, as defined in the Secure Fence Act, would require the department to prevent all unlawful entries of people or narcotics into the United States of America. Aspirational, sure, but a metric that's unattainable by any reasonable interpretation. Since it was put into statute in 2006, this definition of operational control has never been achieved, not by President Bush, not by President Obama, and not by Donald Trump. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are unwilling to admit that this standard is impossible, when in the not-too-distant past, Republicans on this committee were saying just that. In fact, at one point, 2 former Republican chairmen of this committee were willing to be honest about that definition. Former Chairman King, the author of the Secure Fence Act, said during a 2013 markup, quote, "You know, we had 100%, referring to the requirement that DHS prevent 100% of illegal border activity, 100% of narcotics, and 100% of migrant crossings in the Secure Fence Act. And we have met with Secretary Chertoff and Secretary Napolitano, and the fact is, I think 100% is unreachable." At the same markup, Representative McCall, who also chaired this committee, said, quote, "Perfection shouldn't be the enemy of good. Under this definition, again, we will never get operational control because nothing in life is 100%, unquote." Here today, we can address this issue. My amendment would strike the bill's definition of operational control and replace it with the one established by Border Patrol, during the Trump administration. Again, the Trump administration, quote, "The ability to perceive and comprehend the operating environment, mobilize assets, infrastructure, and barriers to prevent criminal activity, and respond to and resolve any illicit cross-border incursions," unquote. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle frequently express their support for Border Patrol, as we all should. If we are really trying to support Border Patrol, let's change this definition of operational control to the one that Border Patrol themselves use. I encourage my colleagues who actually want to fix something today to support this amendment. I yield back.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw my point of order. Thank you.
The point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on this amendment? The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
It's rare that we get a chance to actually let the American public know what we're debating. Let me just go ahead and read what Section 3 says for a second. Immediate resumption of border wall construction. Not later than 7 days after the date of the enactment of this section, the Secretary shall resume all activities related to the construction of the border wall along international border between the United States and Mexico that were underway or planned for prior to January 20th, 2021. And it goes on to talk a little bit about it. My question for this committee is, just a show of hands, did anybody sleep with their door unlocked last night? I mean, okay, well, my friend from California, Mr. Correa, courageous. The defense of this country is not just one thing. It depends on a layered approach with many different aspects. And in fact, there are places in West Texas, I hope that y'all will come and join. I've invited the chairman, previous chairman, I've invited the administration, and I hope you'll see the parts of at least the area that I'm in, that a wall may not be the best defense, but it is certainly the best deterrent in most of the area along the southern border. But we need technology. We need the agents who have been relegated to administrative posts at the ports of entry to go back out into the field. That's what they're telling us. And you know why their morale is not good? Their morale is not good because they are processing agents. Their morale is not good because they have been forced into doing something that is not their job, which is administrating millions of people into this country instead of protecting the country like they signed up to do. We had 19 suicides last year. There's 19,000 agents. That number needs to increase to 21,000 or 22,000 or 23,000. But the morale is not good because they know what is effective. And part of that effective approach is exactly the piece in the subsection that my colleagues would strike from this, in this emotional issue that should not be emotional. This should be part of the security and the defense of our country. So I would encourage everyone who sleeps with their door locked to look at this as a very similar analogy, that you take protections and provisions for your family every single night, and you do so with the best intentions. We don't just need a border wall. We need many other things. That's what this bill is doing. But this is the most important start. And this is exactly what those agents are saying on the 10-plus visits that I've been down there in the last few months. With that, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I believe, just sure.
So I'm going to, again, we're all learning, right? The gentleman from Mississippi, the ranking member, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the maker of the amendment, Mr. Menendez, for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I just want to make just a quick point. I believe the wrong amendment was handed out, amendment number 1.
You spoke on the second amendment instead of.
No, the first. I apologize for the confusion. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Guest from Mississippi. Oh, wait. Mr. Ranking Member, did you want to use any of your time that you had left?
Well, let me just say that in terms of the defense, it's been proven that technology is a force multiplier, and that defense, if you talk to people, they will indicate that they feel more about technology being a force multiplier for security than an expensive fence. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Guest from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for a point of clarification, are we currently debating the amendment to strike Section 3? Is that what I understand?
Say again?
Are we currently debating the amendment to strike Section 3? Just
That is
for point of
correct,
clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will be extremely brief. Chief Ortiz told members of this committee who were in McAllen, Texas, that walls were an important component to securing the border. Chief Ortiz told members of this committee that he disagreed with the administration's decision to stop all wall construction. We know that Secretary Mayorkas has testified that there are sections along the border where he is at least contemplating wall construction to fill those gaps, to replace gates that exist. And we also know that walls and physical barriers are important, or we wouldn't have seen, under the Obama administration, over 650 miles of fences and borders and walls constructed. We're not seeking and we're not asking that a wall be built from sea to shining sea. We're not trying to put a border up from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific Ocean. But we all believe, or we all should believe, that there are certain sectors along the border where physical barriers are important. And that is true whether Republicans are in charge or Democrats. And so I oppose this amendment. I think wall construction in certain segments of the border is vitally important. And if we don't build any walls and we don't build any new physical barriers, we will never be able to gain operational control. We'll never be able to secure all 9 sectors of the border. And so I oppose this amendment and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize Mr. Carrera from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to paraphrase former Secretary of Homeland, former head of Southcom, former chief of staff for President Trump. That's General John Kelly. They would usually say something to the effect that border security does not start or end at the border. And I come back to the comments I made earlier, which is most of the interest that we have in that 99% trade that's good and stopping that 1% of things that we don't want in this country has to be addressed at ports of entry. Again, talking to the border agents that I spoke to, they talked about technology, trying to figure out what's coming through that port of entry. And they also said something interesting, which is, I asked them, what is your biggest concern at the port? And they said their biggest concern is when you walk across that line, you don't know what's coming at you. And so that's a big uncertain factor that causes stress and danger to our agents. And of course, I asked him, what is it exactly that you need to mitigate that challenge? He said, technology and better relationship with the folks south of the border. And then he said, by the way, we have an excellent relationship with the Mexicans on the other side. And I guess thinking about a border wall, I hear my colleagues make the argument, but I think the better argument is technology, coordination with our allies around the world is a better way when it comes to security at the border. As General Kelly would say, if you have something that reaches the border that's not good for our country, then you've essentially lost the fight before it begins.
Will the gentleman yield?
Of course.
Did I hear you say that it doesn't just, security doesn't just originate or start at the border?
That's correct.
I agree. I think most of us agree with that statement, that at the policy level, because it's not just about this one piece of a very layered approach, but at the policy level, our policies will either incentivize or disincentivize. And I believe that words matter, that the rhetoric that comes out of, an administration, doesn't matter what side of the aisle it is, but that matters and that has an effect on it. And the policies, I think, that were reversed early in January, MPP being, kind of the primary one, incentivized a massive flow. It's not the only thing.
If I may, Mr. Pfluger, I think you're right. Incentives are key to the solution to the challenges in front of us. And I would argue, and this is for a better, bigger discussion, is what's going on around the world. We have a refugee challenge not seen since World War II, when you had 60 million refugees moving around Europe. Today we have that same situation. COVID has only made it worse. And I would say to you, refugees around the world have an incentive to move because they're starving. They are hurting. And as you know, most of the refugees now looking to come to the US are not Mexicans or Central Americans. They're from China, India, and other parts of the world. China, the great economy, is sucking gas right now. They're not doing well. So those refugees are trying to find a place to survive.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course.
Mr.
Go ahead.
And I kind of say first that in time you and I have been on this committee and on subcommittees together, you have always been one of the most dignified, bipartisan, dialogue-promoting folks. And I know that I will blow hot and cold depending on the circumstances. But I want to tell you right now and here that with the kind of earnest engagement you undertake, I'm always ready to reciprocate. What you just said, Mr. Cray, about the global migration issue, I understand that a lot of that is happening. Some of it, I think, is stimulated by policy. But it is, whatever its cause, doesn't that still leave us in position to decide that we still need to secure our border and prevent as much crossing as we can?
In my last 15 seconds, sir, I agree in securing the border. I guess where we disagree is how to do it. I don't believe a border wall does that or adds significant to that security. I think there's other ways of doing it. Coming back to those border agents that told us the biggest challenge we have is not knowing what's coming across that port of entry. Mr. Chairman, I yield. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Jimenez from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And during my visits, and I've had numerous visits to the border, actually, when we spoke to Customs and Border Protection agents, the first thing they said, okay, what do you need? First thing they said, finish the wall. It wasn't the second or third thing, it was finish the wall. And why? Because we have millions of people that aren't crossing at the ports of entry. They're crossing all over the place. Over 1.5 million people are crossing that we know, that we think we know of, okay? And then I asked them, well, how many more people do you not know crossed over? You know that we had over 1 million crossing. How many more people do you think that we don't have any idea they're crossing? They said, well, at least, the same number, 50% more. So probably looking at over 2 million people have crossed the border since the Biden administration took over. And so the wall is a very important component of trying to get operational control of our border, to try to get some semblance of control of our border. It's not the only thing, and you're absolutely right. But they also, remember when I spoke earlier, the wall, technology, more people. So this is one phase of it, but it was always the first thing they always spoke about was the wall. And so for those of you that on the other side of the aisle that actually went to the border and looked around, if you saw construction material lying around all over the place, that's construction material that was supposed to be used to build the wall that this administration halted first day it got in office. It was already paid for.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. It's only fair. It's only fair. You yielded to us. I'll yield to you.
Mr. Jimenez, the construction material that I saw in San Isidro was what's left over after building an unbelievably state-of-the-art, high-tech border crossing that has eliminated so many problems that those agents had. And I welcome you to come and visit. It's probably the biggest crossing point for human beings in the Western Hemisphere, about 100,000 a day. And it's relatively successful. And boy, do they, pick up fentanyl like you won't believe. That's the biggest probably seizures. 60% of the seizures of fentanyl happen at that port. Please.
Thank you. And I would argue that, I'm not going to argue that the capture or the seizures of fentanyl are happening at the ports of entry. I'm going to argue that most of the fentanyl is flowing through the unprotected parts of our border because fentanyl is so easy to carry. You can carry hundreds, thousands of pills in a backpack. Not yet, no, hold on a second. Okay, I'll yield in a second. And so, again, the border wall is for those non-ports of entry to secure our border at those places. Yeah, and so if we want to stop the flow of fentanyl, a lot of the flow of fentanyl that's flowing into the United States, you need to build that wall. You need to have the technology. You need more Border Patrol agents. And so I'm going to argue against this amendment. And I will yield some of my time back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And I just want to say, I'm not going to argue with you on this point of where the fentanyl comes in, backpacks or through ports of entry. I'm just reporting to you what the agents at the border have told me, that most of that is not backpacks. Most of that is big loads through big trucks. And that's through the ports of entry.
What they're
And that's what they
capturing.
say. It's not me speculating, it's what they've said, sir.
What they're capturing, I'm not going to disagree with that. But what they're not capturing, what they're not seeing, probably 2 million people that are flowing that they have no idea who they are, why they're here, or where they're going. That's the big problem too. And that's a problem for our security, our national security too. So again, the border wall is a big part of that. And with that, I yield my time.
Would you yield to me before?
I will yield to you.
Thank you, sir. Just on that point, I understand federal officials admit that they're only capturing 5 to 10% of the fentanyl that crosses from Mexico. So I've heard Border Patrol agents tell me that they believe it's coming across more than their ability to interdict. But I don't even think you need to resolve that question for sure. I also don't think there's anything wrong with that great border crossing that you described in San Ysidro, Mr. Correa. But it doesn't mean what this amendment proposes to do is strike. Look, this part of the bill says, look, in 90 days, give us an implementation plan to finish the wall portions that are unresolved, and there are materials sitting there. I just think that's reasonable. The policy decision's been made. It's been a line in the sand with the Biden administration just to refuse to spend what Congress set forth to do, and I just don't think that strikes most people as reasonable. And my time's expired.
Time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Carter from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield as much time as my colleague, Mr. Menendez, can consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carter. My amendment would strike Section 3, which directs the Homeland Security to resume building Trump's border wall. Instead of developing border and immigration solutions that would fix our broken immigration system, address the root causes of irregular migration, and provide CBP with targeted resources to improve border security, Republicans are sacrificing Homeland Security to double down on delivering for Donald Trump at the expense of American taxpayers. After taking office, President Biden ended wasteful spending on border wall construction that would have taken away resources from other critical objectives to build the wall. And let's be clear and remember that, despite Trump's claims, Mexico never agreed to pay for the wall, and the American taxpayers shouldn't be forced to either. This bill directs DHS to resume all activities related to the border wall that were in place when President Biden took office. And if we put aside the impractical nature of awarding new contracts, the provision's goal is fundamentally flawed. Americans have seen how the segments built during the Trump administration did little to impede entry into the U.S. The wall has been breached thousands of times, and upkeep on the flawed, breached wall is expensive. The government spent millions of dollars to repair border wall breaches from fiscal years 2019 to 2021, and maintenance records show widespread damage, demonstrating the wall's limitations as an impediment to illegal crossings. With new border wall segments potentially costing $24.5 million per mile, we could see wall construction costs soar into the billions. Republicans are pushing to waste billions of dollars on a border wall at the same time they are pushing a budget bill that would result in devastating cuts to programs that support and uplift working and middle-class families. With nearly all fentanyl trafficked through ports of entry, the money would be far better spent if it was used to enhance detection and interdiction at ports of entry. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Burkeen from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to read a statement and give you a chance to guess who made this statement. Why I believe the fence is needed does not have anything to do with immigration as much as drugs. And let me tell you something, folks. People are driving across that border with tons and tons, hear me, tons of everything from byproducts, from methamphetamine to cocaine to heroin, and it's all coming up through corrupt Mexico. If you were willing to play the game with me, who do you think made that statement in 2006 as they were voting for the Secure Fence Act? Senator Joe Biden. So there was a time, not only at the time Senator Joe Biden and President Obama and Hillary Clinton that voted for the 2006 Secure Fence Act, the amendment before us would do away with the belief in physical barriers. There was a time where both Democrats and Republicans believed in this. There was a time where both reasonably said it makes those Border Patrol agents' job much more efficient. It's why a month ago, this committee heard from Raul Ortiz, who oversees 19,000 Border Patrol agents, and was asked specifically, I had the opportunity to ask him, do you disagree with President Biden's decision to shut down construction of a wall that the Congress appropriated funds for? And he said, I do. It was courageous. He serves this Democrat administration. So as we are reasoning one to another, as the American people are listening to the reasoning, how have we drifted so far away where President Biden took office and said not another foot? And we know it was costing $3 million a day for that material to rust and expire. And now we know it's costing $130,000. And in this bill, we're saying the will of the people, the will of Congress, in Article 1, Section 1, that says all legislative powers would be vested in the Congress. Every one of us held up our hand, swore an oath to defend the Constitution. And yet by executive order, this administration reversed course on the will of the people, the will of this Congress. And yet this bill says we're going to make sure the will of the people's house, is followed. And it's not unreasonable. It's very reasonable. It was the will of the American people who sent their members up here. And there was a time when both Republicans and Democrats agreed. I think the reasonable thing to do is just to listen to our border experts. It's to listen to Raul Ortiz, who serves this administration, said he disagreed with President Biden's decision to shut down the construction of that wall. I believe it's reasonable to listen to the gentleman who, for the union that represents 16,000 the Border Patrol agents, to listen to him when he was asked in front of this committee, do you believe physical barriers, the fence, works? And he responded to this committee last month, yes. When the Lone Star program of $4 billion every year, we just heard from Representative McCall that the state of Texas is putting forth, when they're having to put up rent a fence because the federal government is stopped because of environmental concerns on the Rio Grande, and then the Texas Lone Star program puts up rent a fence at the state taxpayer dime because they know that physical barriers are valid. So if we're really being open to listen to one another today, let's learn from the past where a time where both Democrats and Republicans really agreed that physical barriers make the job of those Border Patrol agents efficient. Let's listen to the experts. And I yield, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Ivey from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman's comments. I guess the initial take I would have, though, is that times have changed. And so, you know, one of the things we saw when we went to the border, I think I mentioned the drones issue before I left, and what a big deal that's become. And it seems to be the wave of the future. That seems to be where the cartels are going as far as how they're going to be moving things across the border. And yes, what is it, 16, 17 years later, we had the Sinaloa takedown a week and a half ago, and they're building tunnels, they're flying fentanyl over into the country by plane, they're driving it by trucks. It's a little different now than it was in 2006. And then on the other side, what I saw when I was down in Texas last week was that we've got better tools now than we did in 2006. For example, when we went to the barrier crossing and they showed us the terminals they used to essentially x-ray the trucks because they figured out over the years that 90+% of the fentanyl and the contrabands coming into the United States by truck. And I would say that makes sense because you can move a lot more that way if you're a cartel, just from a business standpoint. You know, if you're trying to move a lot of any good quickly, the more you can move at once, the better, as opposed to individual backpacks by people who, may or may not be working for you or stay with you. Moving it by trucks, much more efficient, much more effective. And so us responding to that with the systems that we now have in place in a pilot program, we need to expand that to all of the points of entries, as Mr. Correa was talking about earlier, because that'll make it, we'll get more bang for the buck if we do it that way. And then what the agents were saying to us was, and they showed us their control room, you can just, instead of building multiple control rooms at each port of entry for every extra, you can just have them use one in a specific site and send the images back. You've trained these individuals to be experts in how to spot anomalies, they call it, and they think it's going to get even better when they use AI because they'll be able to remember specific trucks and what was inside of the trucks, so they'll see the anomalies that the regular eye wouldn't see. This is the way we need to go. And then the flip side of that, I referenced it earlier, the wall. I mean, the strike title section 3 to me makes sense in part because, like I said, you get a bigger bang for the buck using this technology and figuring out where they're going with the fentanyl and the contraband they're shipping across. It's not in between the ports of entries, it's at the ports of entries or in crossing the line, not at where the walls would be. The cost, I don't mean to be harsh with you guys, but there's nothing close to a proposal to how you would actually fund it. My ethics committee chair mentioned, we may not build it all the way across all of Texas, fair enough, but the bill here calls for at least 900 miles. And if it's $46 million per mile, where is that money gonna come from? And couldn't the opportunity cost of that money going to this, couldn't it be better used for the technology and the other approaches that we see are yielding fantastic and immediate results? So I would suggest that if you can't figure out how to pay for it, then we really need to think what this language does and move in the direction of trying to find solutions that address it. I mentioned the drones earlier. That's another one where I think they told us on Thursday and Friday, drones, we need to step up. Didn't exist in 2006 at this level. They're ratcheting it up with gas-powered drones so they can actually use that to carry the contraband across. We have no answer to that right now. We don't have a response to it. We need to figure out how to address it. There's language in the bill that mentions drones, but really doesn't talk about how to step it up and increase the number of drones that our agents would have. Because as I mentioned, they told us they were down 17-1 as far as drones capability. Last couple quick points, my time's running out. The language here in the bill says the construction on the wall is supposed to start in 7 days. I think that's unrealistic. Even if you agree with the wall and you want to have it, how are we actually supposed to make a decision in 7 days about getting this started? And more importantly, since you have extremely limited resources, to say the least, where would you even start? How would you go about making that determination? So I think for those reasons, Section 3 at a minimum needs to be rethought. I'm going to vote to strike it because I don't think it's ready for prime time. I just don't think it's baked enough. I get why you guys are doing it. I understand that, but I don't think that this does what you're hoping to have done. And I think we can have
expired, so.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I yield back.
I'm being a little tighter. I know everybody recognizes that I've been loose on both sides. I think Sheila went over a minute or two one time. But today, we've got a lot of amendments, as I understand, so I'm going to be real tight today on both sides of the aisle. So I'll say that now and not have to say it again, hopefully. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, is recognized.
Every time. I'd like to take a minute real quick to push back on some of the moral high ground some of my colleagues have tried to establish here today. And one of my colleagues in his opening statement said, "Where in our religious text do we turn our back on our neighbor?" I can't find that text myself, but I can find plenty of texts that talk about protecting our own people. Have you ever read the story of Nehemiah? Nehemiah was so sick living in a foreign land because the walls and the gates of Jerusalem had been destroyed. I want to read you guys Nehemiah 2:17 really quick. It says, "Then I said to them, you see the trouble now that we are in. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace." I've heard some of my colleagues say that, this bill is immoral, inhumane, nonsensical. What's immoral, inhumane, and nonsensical is the fact that we're not even protecting our own people. Outside of protecting their unalienable God-given rights, that's our number one responsibility, and we're failing. And everybody here knows it. We can keep going back and forth about what the best way to do it is. I can tell you guys, as a former Navy SEAL who did 3 combat tours, that was a big part of my job, was security. Not only establishing security on the outposts and the bases that we were in, but also defeating it when we had to get into a target. And I can tell you, as a professional firsthand, one of the first things that we always had to deal with when we were looking at a target or we were trying to build up our own security were walls and barriers. My colleague, Mr. Pfluger, talked about walls. Yes, sir? Briefly, yes, sir.
I just wanted to say that one of the things we overlook is America is a very blessed country.
Yes, sir.
Because our neighbors are actually friendly.
Yeah.
It's been a hell of a long time since we've gone to war with our northern or southern neighbors or Latin American neighbors. Most of those folks that stream across the border, many or a few, end up disappearing in our communities when they find a job and they find their families. Thank you.
Thank you. And to your point, sir, there is truth to what you said. However, because of the openness of our borders and the lacking of overlapping deterrence, and that's what real security is. It's not just a wall, it's technology, it's properly trained enforcement officers, it's many things. But because of the lack of security that we have at our borders, sir, it also allows many things that we've been talking about this entire time to flow through that border. And we actually had family members in here last week that would tell you they see it more as a war zone because they have dead family members that are no longer here anymore because of it. So I just wanted to make mention of it. It is our duty to protect our people, and that is found all throughout religious and biblical texts. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Luttrell from Texas.
Geez, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to go off of what Mr. Crane says. And I hate the fact that the wall has been publicized the way that it has, because if you were to go to Chairman Milley, Secretary Austin, Eli, myself, Mr. Pfluger, Mr. Lilloda, anybody in the military and say, how do you secure an area? The first thing we would say is you have to fortify the line. And when you build up primary, secondary, and tertiary rings of effect, I do not argue that tech is the way of the future. That's a long-range deterrent. That's how we have the ability to reach out and touch them before they even get an approach. The last thing you want is them to be able to touch us. So applying tech, then securing the area with the wall, makes our border agents safer. That's just how it is. That's tactics. That's warfare 101. And I wish Mr. Carrera hadn't walked out. I understand what he says. There's wonderful people seeking asylum coming across the borders, but we still have a record number of people dying in our country from what the cartels are doing. And that is a major concern. Another reason why the wall is so important, Mr. Menendez, and I absolutely respect what you're saying, it's a deterrent. Is what does it say? Because it's perception, it's perspective. It shows our ability to function and maneuver accordingly, because tactics change every single day. Yes, sir, Mr. Carter, they're gonna go under, around it, over it, and through it. 40-foot ladder does not matter. But it does slow the process. And if we, as Americans, can get to 100%, I believe that. You can never tell Eli and I that you can't do something at 100%. That's just not how we operate. It's not the bandwidth that we understand. I understand that it's challenging, but give our border agents the opportunity to do so. And giving them the tools and the opportunity makes it all of them better. I yield back, sir.
The gentleman yields. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Menendez. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote is, the clerk will call the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
No.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
No.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
No.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green.
No.
Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Lilloda. Mr. Lalotta votes no. Mr. Ezell. Mr. D'Esposito. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong.
No.
Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen.
No.
Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane.
Nope.
Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar. Mr. Tanadar votes yes. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez.
Aye.
Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus. Mr. McCall. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Ezell. Mr. D'Esposito. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Titus.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? Clerk, how am I recorded? Chair votes no. The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 12 yeas, 14 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Carter, number 3.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment. Or distribute the amendment, my apologies. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Amend Section 4 to read as
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment strikes Section 4 of the bill in its entirety, which directs DHS to build 900 miles of border wall and waive all illegal requirements to expedite construction. Mr. Chairman, in the rush to appease the former president and build his border wall, this bill threatens the private property rights of Americans who stand in the way of this senseless plan. The vast majority of property along the southwest border is owned by states, tribes, and private citizens. In Texas, the federal government owns just 100 miles of the 1,254 border miles. Private landowners face the threat of losing their property to the federal government pursuant to a Fifth Amendment eminent domain action, as occurred over a decade ago under the Bush administration. This bill, by directing DHS to unilaterally waive any law that stands in the way of getting the wall built, sends the message that above all else, Congress wants Donald Trump's wall to be built. This bill puts families that own land along the border, in some instances for generations, in unfair position of fending off the threat of eminent domain again. We have a responsibility to ensure that eminent domain authority to seize private land is not abused by any amendment and my amendment would prevent such abuse to occur. In addition to striking Section 4 of the bill, my amendment would authorize DHS to deploy and operate tactical infrastructure and technology, but may not take land owned by ranchers and other landowners without completing a certification process. Under my amendment, the DHS Secretary must certify that the land seizure is necessary for Homeland Security and provide evidence that no other alternatives exist. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is a simple and crucial check on the federal government. We should come together to ensure small family landowners along the border don't have their land and their property ripped away from them. Support private property and support private landowners. Support this amendment and let's stand for one of the most fundamental rights that Americans have, the right to own their land. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist on the point of order?
I would draw the point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Who was the point of order? Withdrawn. Oh, withdrawn, okay. The point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Pfluger is recognized from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak against this amendment. Although I do appreciate, Mr. Carter, the fact that we are talking about private property rights. And I think in a lot of different areas in this particular Congress, we do need to talk about those private property rights, whether it's waters of the U.S. or endangered species or all of the things and the tools that have been used to assault private property rights. I appreciate the discussion on it. I'd like to speak from a point of my district, along with the private property owners, who I want to draw a distinction away from what they would and have told me is their number one concern. That's safety, it's security. There are several $1 billion worth of damage that have been done in the state of Texas as a result of exactly what I brought, the constituents that I brought who asked me to come to the hearing last week have told me, which is the chaotic and reckless nature due to the cartel activity, criminal activity, high-speed chases, vandalism, the outright destruction of private property. And I can show you pictures. I've showed this committee pictures. I had several of them submitted for the record last year of the enormity of that destruction, specifically along the counties that are on the border. There is absolutely a need to protect the security of those people. In fact, one of my constituents came to me, longtime rancher, her husband had passed away, and she told me, she goes, I cannot go to my ranch, which doesn't even sit on the border, it's several miles removed from it, but I can't go to it for fear of my own safety, for fear because her property was vandalized, the home was broken into, the windows were shattered out. She can't go to it for fear of her own personal safety. Now, when we strike this entire section, what we're telling private property owners is not an eminent domain discussion. This is a safety and security discussion. I would invite every one of you, all of my colleagues.
Will the gentleman yield
momentarily. I would invite all of you to come to my hometown, to see the drones that we fly, which are previous U.S. Air Force drones, MQ-9 Reapers that have now been repurposed to use for the air and marine operations of Border Patrol, to see the people that are coming across, tactical gear with backpacks that are outfitted in some of the most, the highest level military gear, to see the high-speed chases that every one of my sheriffs and police officers are telling me. In Kimball County, Texas, which is about 100 miles from the border, every single day, follow their Facebook page, you will see a high-speed chase that is destroying private property, that is destroying the lives of people who are actually feeding America because they're raising the livestock that adds to our grocery store shelves, that's destroying people's ability to go to their own property. And I'll happily yield the 1 minute, and I'll reserve 26 seconds at the end.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Pfluger, surely you're not suggesting that there should be no process for a person's land to be yanked away from them. Surely you're not suggesting that there should not be every other avenue tried before having to take away someone's land. Surely you're not saying that.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. And in no way, shape, or form was that even
respectfully, that's what you said.
Not a colloquy.
Mr. Carter, thank you for that, but that's not what was said. What was said is that safety and security is paramount. And I would love to have the discussion on private property rights, to look at the administration's assault on private property rights through the EPA's actions, through Waters of the U.S., through many of these things. But what we're talking about right now is the safety and security of people who are closest to this problem. They are closest to the threat. The American public sent us here today, and I hate to ruin the surprise, we're going to be here a long time today. We're going to speak on every one of the amendments that comes up. They put us in this position to have this discussion, and for 2 years we didn't have it, and thank goodness we do. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize Ms. Green from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that Democrats believe in walls because there was a great big wall erected around the Capitol after January 6th, and Democrats were thrilled with it. So there's no reason to be offended with a border wall just because President Trump came up with the idea and his administration put it into place. We need a border wall. It protects our country. And you talk about the rights of property owners. Americans that own property along our United States border have the right to feel safe on their property. They have the right to feel safe in their homes. They have a right to have their property protected by the federal government, who they pay their hard-earned tax dollars to. That's our job, is to protect the safety and the property of Americans who live along the southern border. And I'll follow up with that. Many of these property owners along the border have their property constantly invaded with all kinds of people from over 170 countries around the world, carrying drugs, human trafficking. People that live in their, try to live there, many of them are moving away, have faced property damage, property damage to their fences, which costs them their personal money. The federal government isn't coming back and fixing their fences. We have people here in this committee fighting the idea of protecting their property with a border wall. They also, no, I will not yield. The children that live in these homes along the border there are not safe out to play in their own yards. Women do not feel safe in their homes. Parents do not feel safe there because of the nonstop daily invasion of people from over 170 countries. Also, not only do they face property damage, there is damage to their livestock that they have there. They also have damage to their irrigation lines. This is a dangerous situation for these American families that live along the border, and it's our duty to make sure that we put legislation in place and laws in place that protect these families, and everyone here knows that a wall works. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Correa from California.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would just want to point out that border wall, as it's been known, has been being built over a number of past administrations. President Trump was part of that, but it's been being built for many, many years. And if I can, I'd like to yield a minute of my time to Mr. Carter.
Thank you very much. My colleague, Ms. Green, points out multiple points of interest in protecting property owners, but fails to note the most significant, and that is the right to own the property. You suggest that the trampling of their land, you suggest the traffic on their land, but this amendment seeks to protect their right to own their land and to have a process before their land is just unilaterally taken away from them without exercising every possible alternative, without having a process, due process, for that landowner to defend the right of their property. I think it's only fair. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Gross.
I'd like to yield a minute of my time to Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you. Chairman, this hearing is timely in that we do have to address immigration in this country. And it's not easy. I think you see that. I see that. We are blessed that we are a country that a lot of people want to come to. The burden is that many countries around us have security and economic issues, and we have to sort it out. And I think on my side of the aisle, you would find widespread support for the bipartisan deal that was struck in 2014, where 68 Republican and Democratic senators agreed that we need to have more security on the border. We need to have more agents on the border. We need to make sure that the Dreamers have a pathway to citizenship, that the 10 million undocumented don't cut the line, but they at least get a fair shot in the line. We can do all of that, but what this bill does is it focuses entirely on the border. It demonizes and labels people who are leaving everything, coming from nothing, as aliens, and doesn't understand the human nature and the human empathy required to take this on. So I would just invite you, Mr. Chairman, if you want to have a dialogue about what we can do holistically to take this on, you will find every person on our side of the aisle, from the farthest to the left to the center, that wants to be partners in this. But this doesn't do that. And so we have a blueprint for it. Again, 68 Republican and Democratic senators passed it in the Senate in 2014. And I would just suggest that that would be a starting place to actually get something done that can help our economy, that can help our security, and show our constituents that we did something. And I'll yield back to Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may, last minute I have, I just want to come back and remind folks again, this refugee challenge is not an American challenge. A lot of our neighbors north and south of us, Mexico, I know, is trying to figure out how to deal with the refugee challenge as well. Colombia has 2.4 million Venezuelans that are now refugee status in this country as well. So bigger picture, if we really do want to address border security, I think it's better to focus on the refugee challenges we have as a continent and coordinate with our neighbors, who I believe are friendlier than not. We're not living in the Middle East, we're living in America, and we're blessed to have good neighbors, as well as my colleagues have said, live in a nation that actually attracts people from all over the world to come here for better lives. Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yields, and I just want to remind everybody the Committee of Jurisdiction for the Immigration and Naturalization Act is the Judiciary Committee, but I do appreciate that you may want to make a statement, and you certainly have the right to do that and implore the whole Congress. I get that, but I do want to just, in our jurisdiction, this bill does not include the immigration piece. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will say that much of what is in this amendment is already contained in the section that the Democrats wish to strike. The bill talks about tactical infrastructure. And on page 6 of the bill which we are currently debating, it talks about the fact that reinforced barriers shall include border walls, physical barriers, tactical infrastructure, and technology. And the amendment also mentions technology, and there's actually even a definition, if you continue on in the bill. Tactical infrastructure, according to the bill that we're currently debating, says that tactical infrastructure includes boat ramps, gates, checkpoint, lighting, and roads. Technology includes tower-based technology, deployable lighter-than-air ground surveillance equipment. It talks about tunnel detection technology, mobile-mounted surveillance capabilities, unmanned aerial systems, which we've heard a lot about, the fact that we are falling behind in that area, fiber optic cables, and many others. So what's in this legislation as how it directs the Secretary to deploy, those items are already in the current legislation. Make no mistake, all this amendment is doing is stopping the construction of border wall or physical barriers, nothing else. Because the information or what they're asking the Secretary to deploy, we are doing the same thing. And so again, we get back now to this debate of should walls be constructed? And we've heard arguments on both sides. But what we must remember is what the chief of the Border Patrol says. The individual who we have tasked with securing the border says that we need physical barriers, that he disagreed with the policy of this administration when they stopped construction of the wall. And again, we're not asking that a wall be built from the Rio Grande Valley to the San Diego sector, but it is important that walls are a component of that. We cannot just put technology up to monitor individuals and watch them come across the border. We must make sure that we are at places deterring individuals from entering the United States. And if we're going to allow those individuals to enter the United States, direct them to ports of entry where those individuals can be screened and they can be processed. We don't talk about the number of gotaways that are reported by the Department of Homeland Security. The individuals that we know come across the border in camouflage, the individuals that have carpet on their shoes so that they don't make tracks. We know those individuals exist. We've heard testimony of that. We've seen statistics that DHS has provided this committee. And we're not going to stop that with additional cameras or fiber optic sensors or things of those nature. We're going to stop those with physical barriers. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would implore you and this committee that physical barriers are an important part of the strategy. We cannot allow our border just to be monitored electronically. Are there parts of the border where electronic monitoring are probably the best option? No doubt. But are there other parts of the border where we need those physical barriers? I will say yes. And while I don't often agree with the Obama administration, even the Obama administration built 650 miles of walls or barriers. We still see those walls and barriers there today. They built those because they knew that that was an important component of border security. And all we're asking is we just continue that important component, that we include walls, that we include fences, and that we also include the technology that this amendment is asking for. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and I will be voting in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Jackson Lee from Texas.
I thank the gentleman, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent that my vote, which I was detained in the Judiciary Committee, be placed in the record for the amendment offered by Mr. Menendez, and that vote will be yes. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
Let me take a moment to reflect on history. And I remember stages of the attempt of a border wall and being in South Texas where the wall was being built. Mr. Carter captures what I saw and heard. People absolutely frustrated, panicked, and outraged about the taking of their property. One was a community college that the students would be walking 2 and 3 feet away from a wall. I also want to take note of the gentleman's amendment, which in its first section indicates the important equipment that would be to not have any obstacles to detection of unlawful entrance, to construct, install, deploy, operate, and maintain tactical infrastructure and technology in the vicinity of the United States border to impede and detect unlawful activities in high-traffic areas. I think we need to, this mystical wall has gotten everyone a story to tell. And I know that many of us have been to the border, and Chairman Green, I know that your members have been over and over again. In my 20 years on this committee, I've been over and over again as well. If I might cite the Berlin Wall, which is supposed to be the most impenetrable, people, desperate, found ways before the Berlin Wall came down to penetrate it. So I don't know if we've ever had a direct hearing that has a statistical analysis of wall before and after. There are walls in other parts of the border. There are walls on the border. And you have to take the collective impact. The collective impact is they make no difference. People find a way to get into the United States out of sheer desperation. We know that the persons coming now are completely different than those before. Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, who would ever expect, and we don't have relationships with those countries, and Cubans. And obviously, they perceive their self being so desperate. Haitians, who have a more difficult time in a failed state, so desperate that they're going to come regardless. So first, the gentleman's amendment is reasonable because it does provide the support for detection. And then it is reasonable because it is of value to be able to mention that people view their property as sacrosanct, and they're not interested in you coming and taking their property. Why can't those property right Republicans support the gentleman's amendment? The other side of the story is Democrats have done something, and it is a collective impact of what we have done that is still translating into making our borders secure. We are the ones that provided over $17 billion for CBP, Customs Border and Protection, including an increase by 17% for the U.S. Border Patrol hiring and Southwest Border surge. We're the ones that provided funding for almost 20,000 Border Patrol agents, which included an increase, the first increase since 2011. There was no increase in that past administration. A lot of talk, but no one saw an increase. Appropriating $60 million to hire 125 Customs and Border Protection officers and mission support staff at ports of entry. And, among other things, strengthening ports of entry, supporting CBP state and local government and NGO partners with $800 million, trying to be a problem solver. So I rise to support Mr. Carter's amendment because I think it is thoughtful, It deals with detection, which no one is debating, and it deals with the private property rights of our fellow Americans. Those rights I saw literally where people were in shock that you were taking their property. My last point is, where is the proof? Where is the beef? We get a lot of beef in Texas. Where is the beef that the border wall does what you say it does? We need a comprehensive immigration reform program. Mr. Chairman, I am willing to work with all of my colleagues to put forward a comprehensive immigration reform. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Jimenez from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I go back to our numerous visits to the border and listening to our Customs and Border Protection agents. And every single time I went there, every time we went there, we were told by them that we needed to construct, in certain parts of the border, we needed to construct a wall. It's not in all parts of the border, but in certain parts of the border, we need to construct a wall. And it's an all-the-above approach. We have the wall, we have technology, we have people. Those are the things that we need in order to secure our border. And more importantly, I guess, is actually the policy. And so the things that the Customs and Border Protection agents need are things that we are providing for in this bill, and the ability to build that wall is part of the things that are in this bill and are so vitally important. Look, Congress is bound by the Fifth Amendment, which states in part, "Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation." Consequently, the federal government is required by law to fairly compensate private property owners if their property is marked for eminent domain. This committee, as unequivocally, respects and supports private citizens' rights to property. However, courts have ruled in the past that eminent domain is an attribute of sovereignty. Without borders, we don't have sovereignty. The border wall reinforces our sovereignty and funnels illegal aliens to our ports of entry for inspection. As such, the wall assists in protecting our homeland. And when the department, when the department says or comes to a finding that the wall is needed in a certain area, then eminent domain proceedings are established, and the property owners are given just compensation for whatever property is utilized to build that wall. And again, as I've stated, they have said that they need an all-of-the-above solution, not just one solution, not two solutions, all of the above. And this committee, and thank you to your leadership, Mr. Chairman, has come up with a bill that gives them all of the above, the tools that they need in order to protect our border. And so I will be voting no on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the amendment, just talking about the rights of the individuals, the role of this government is to secure the rights. Our founders talked extensively about the role. And yet, on a deed, when you have a title of a property as admittance into the union, as confirmed in admittance into a union, the boundary, the sovereignty that is delineated comes from the organization of the Constitution that then set forth states. And so within the confines of the supremacy of the U.S. Constitution, we have Article 4, Section 4, which says we guarantee to every state a republican form of government and to protect those states against invasion. So you have a place where the Constitution speaks to a protection of those states. And then you also have among the 18 enumerated powers, those expressed, those specified that Madison talked about to be chained down to, that Congress is supposed to operate from, that a regulation of commerce among the states, among the tribes, among the nations. And so in discussion of how do you protect the rights, how does government protect the rights, part of this has to go to that regulation of commerce, that in the 1 or 2 feet that is a part of the boundary of the United States, Congress has a constitutional role. And the 10th Amendment says all powers not delegated to the United States nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the people or the states. The Constitution says regulation of commerce. And so when we have drugs illegal or commerce that we would require to go through our ports of entries, I just want to make the point that, and I appreciate as the representative from Texas pointed out, I mean, I appreciate the concept that we're looking at private property rights. I think so much agreement could be had, bipartisan agreement, if we would focus about how much has been taken away from private property owners and states by a federal government that thumbs its nose at the Constitution. But the 18 enumerated powers in Article 4, Section 4 gives the Congress the role. We are under our constitutional duty to secure the rights of our people and protect their private property rights and to defend against an invasion and to regulate commerce. With that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Carter. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest. No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez. No. Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. LaLota. No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell. No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito. No. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee. No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell. No. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong. No. Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen. No. Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane. No. Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes yes. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. McCall. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Ivy.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Ranking Member.
I'm sure you're waiting on another vote to come, but just kind of keep us informed.
So we've got one gentleman who is voting in T&I. He's rushing over here to vote. I mean, we're all kind of playing this shift and shuttle game today between the various committees that are actually voting. Once this amendment is over, we will take a break for, I think votes are at 1:30, so just to keep everybody informed. We will break as soon as we're done with the amendment. Most everyone will have about 30 minutes for lunch, and then votes. Of course, you get a little buffer there because it takes some time. And then and we will reconvene immediately after votes. So that's the current plan.
Chairman, point of information.
Sure.
I have kind of had the same situation, so if I go over to T9 and vote, could you hold the vote over here for me, please?
We'll do our best to work with everyone within the confines of the ability that we have.
Since we're holding, you know. Yeah. Here we go.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? Gentleman from New York.
Clerk, am I recorded for a vote? I'd like to vote no.
Mr. Garbarino votes no.
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 14 yeas and 16 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And what we will do now, we're going to go to recess and to the call of the chair, but the intention is to come back here right after votes. So as soon as votes are over, take a break for 30 minutes for lunch, vote, and then come back. The committee is in recess. Okay, before I gavel in, everybody's having some great conversation, so I hate to put. Let's go ahead and come to order. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment at the desk. It's number 13.
The gentleman is recognized, or wait a minute.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Okay. A point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Yeah, I get there.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Garcia. Strike Section 16.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know we're having a productive discussion today. Myself, a proud immigrant. We will always be a nation of immigrants. This overarching bill, unfortunately, I believe, and those of us on this committee, many of us believe it's inhumane and should not be something that moves forward in this Congress. Now, we all want an orderly and humane border policy where people come here legally and safely. I think we've heard that from both sides. We all want to get the serious flow of drugs, which we know, by the way, are carried overwhelmingly by American citizens through our ports of entry, of course, out of this country. This bill, unfortunately, does not deliver that. It is needlessly cruel and also poorly written. But I want to focus today on one section which I think it needs to be highlighted, which is, I'm not sure the intent of the majority and of this committee, but this is about Section 16C. 16C would bar funding to any NGO organization that provides services to any non-citizen, regardless of status. And we're really talking about here are faith-based organizations. The language states that DHS cannot contract with or give any funding to any nonprofit that, quote, provides services for aliens who are entering or have entered the United States, whether at or between a port of entry, unquote. Now, that would bar funding to charitable groups who are working tirelessly to take care of immigrants at their most vulnerable moments along the border. These are folks that are there just to work to help people. This isn't just cruel, it's counterproductive. These nonprofits are partners with our border enforcement agencies, and they provide important resources. In fact, Border Patrol sector chiefs who've testified to this House just back in February stated that these organizations, these NGOs, are not only critical but very important in supporting the Border Patrol's work. This would cut funding to Border Patrol communities who are desperate for support in dealing with the flow of migrants. Now, eliminating their funding would also shift additional burdens to CBP. That means more officers providing humanitarian assistance and fewer actually stopping the flow of drugs or confronting our cartels. But it also will go much farther. And it's bad enough that this committee majority wants to ban funding for religious nonprofits or for giving food and shelter these vulnerable migrants. But as written, this even applies to those who have come into this country legally. If Catholic Charities is giving support and shelter to a battered woman with a U visa who is willing to testify against her abuser, DHS is now prohibited from ever funding that group as part of this section of the bill. If an Episcopal Migration Service organization wanted to help Afghan refugees with housing and transportation, they can't ever get a grant from DHS, according to the bill. This kind of work by dedicated people should be rewarded and honored, and certainly not defunded. If my majority colleagues vote for this bill or oppose this amendment, they are voting essentially to defund Catholic Charities, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, the Episcopal Migration Services, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, the Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services, and the list goes on and on. In fact, just today, the Catholic Charities and the chairman of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops sent a note to us. I'm certainly concerned about the broader bill, but focused solely on this provision and this section of the bill. And I'll quote and read some of what they wrote. While they're mostly concerned about this section 16C, I want to note two things that they wrote. They wrote they're very concerned that DHS funds essentially would be eliminated by one, and their assistance to trafficking victims using assistance by DHS, and two, the FEMA disaster assistance to cover the cost of emergency protective measures. Those are areas where they're especially concerned. So they've come out in opposition strongly of 16C. Now, like a lot of folks on this committee, I'm a proud Catholic. My Catholic teaching has always told me to take care of others. I don't think that these organizations, like Catholic Charities, should be defunded through this bill, and they should lose their support or ability to gain different types of grants through DHS. We have a responsibility to make this country a beacon for all, particularly for young people. And these organizations should not be in the crosshairs of our debate. I've offered an amendment to strike Section 16 in its entirety. We've all seen, hopefully, the letter from the Conference of Catholic Bishops. I urge my colleagues to see the humanity in vulnerable migrants who travel through these conditions, and we should block this attempt to starve NGOs of the funding they need to provide humanitarian assistance to migrants. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize myself to make some comments on this. The bill does not say that NGOs cannot do their jobs. The bill does not say they cannot continue to provide, or this section of the bill does not say they cannot continue to provide the services that they are currently providing. What the bill says is that these not-for-profits aren't going to get taxpayer dollars. I'm not going to come to you as a taxpayer or you as a taxpayer and say, we want some taxpayer money for my church to give to run its homeless shelter. And that defeats the whole purpose of a not-for-profit. Charity is when you reach into your own heart and give to the charity that you want to give to. When the federal government comes in and takes taxpayer dollars and then gets to pick which charity it gives its money to, I have a problem with that. I donate to charities all over the world. I donate to charities that are pro-veteran, because that's where we really like putting our money, our charitable money. But the federal government deciding which not-for-profits get to win and lose, well, that does away with the whole concept of charity. The government shouldn't pick the taxpayer's charitable organization. And that's essentially what happens here when the federal government gives a nonprofit taxpayer money. And I have a problem with that. And I'm a deep faith guy. Lead a Bible study in my home here in D.C. My wife and I are devout churchgoers. In fact, for 20 years of our life, we were associate staff to a military missions organization. I ran free healthcare clinics in Memphis and in Nashville, or in Clarksville. And the one in Clarksville is still there, giving thousands of dollars worth of free medical care I never went to the taxpayer and said, you have to give to my not-for-profit. So I have a problem with these federal taxpayer dollars and then the government choosing where the charity of that individual goes. We're not stopping Catholic Charities from doing this mission. If they want to continue to do this mission, God bless them. We're just saying that the taxpayer doesn't get told where his charity or her charity gets distributed. With that, I yield. Your point of order?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Okay. Does anyone else want to be recognized to discuss the amendment? Mr. Thienedar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I admire and appreciate what you said about charitable contributions and by private citizens such as yourself. And that's great. That's great. That's what we are as a society. We are a generous society. But if you talk to, and I've talked to a lot of NGOs in my district, no one ever said that they are flush with money. In fact, they're always short of money. The need is huge. And, I'm speaking here in support of Mr. Garcia's amendment because, I was a recipient of services from such NGOs myself when I first came to this country. And, I can imagine that with a lack of federal funds, these organizations will not be able to do their work to the fullest extent and won't be able to meet the needs of the people that come to them, whether it's trafficking victims, whether it is FEMA's disaster assistance, or emergency food and shelter funds. So there's just, the need is huge, and these organizations cannot fully and effectively serve the people of need without such funds. So I'm here supporting, and I'm ask and request my colleagues to support this amendment that is well needed. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm reading through the notes here of the amendment, and like you, I grew up in church. Actually, why I'm here is because of my faith and the work that I did in ministry, working with people in community outreach. The reality is that we already grant funding to nonprofits and faith-based institutions to do work and service. We've been doing that for decades, if not longer. What's really concerning right now here is, as we're talking about the impact it's going to have on Catholic charities, on Lutheran social services, and on these organizations that have been beacons in our communities for decades, some of us have actually been serviced by them, is that we are saying that even if they provided a sandwich on a line for service, these organizations that have been receiving funding will no longer be eligible to receive funding from DHS. I think of Matthew 25, and I cannot in any way look at this language and not feel the hypocrisy here. That if you fed a child and their mother while they were waiting in line to even assess if they could receive a service, that Catholic charities would then be barred from funding. To me, that is unacceptable. The Republican bill would make it illegal to use federal funding to support aid and services to asylum seekers and other immigrants seeking protection in the U.S. That includes, like I said, shelter, medical care, service in line. And as someone who understands that my faith moves me into action of social justice, of seeking how I could do better for other people, how I can live through my faith by the way that I treat other people. Listen, I've gone to different countries to provide services through mission. I understand that we as people that call ourselves Christian, we say that we love charity. I ran a homeless shelter, a shelter that provided food for people every single day. And it was churches that provided that food. The idea that we would say that we would cut funding we already provide is absolutely unacceptable. And I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Garcia, for offering this amendment that would directly strike this portion of the bill. This is inconsistent with who we say we are as Americans, people of faith or not people of faith. It is nothing short of inhumane that a country as wealthy, as powerful as the United States could so quickly turn its back on the people fleeing violence and persecution and use our nonprofits, our churches, as a political football. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields, and I have next in line Mr. Goldman. So do you want to yield to him or?
Sure.
Mr. Payne?
Just a sentence.
Go ahead. I yield to Mr. Payne.
I thank the gentleman. Yes, with respect to the gentlelady's comments, to not give a woman or a child a sandwich in line while they're waiting in line, that's not Christianly? I don't see how, well, anyway, you're gonna all vote no on it, so it'll show where you are. But Dylan Ruth, the gentleman, you know, that went to church on a Wednesday night and sat with people and prayed with them and then got up and killed 9 of them. The police on the way to jail stopped at Burger King to feed him. I yield back.
I yield now to Mr. Correa.
Thank you very much.
I was going to recognize each of those in turn. I mean, you can yield your time.
I just yield back then. I have an amendment coming up next where I'll address it.
Okay. So the gentleman from New York yields. I now recognize Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just point of clarification. The way I read this subsection C, even if a nonprofit uses its own non-government money to help migrants, irrespective of immigration status, that NGO will be disqualified from getting any other department, meaning Department of Homeland Security's funding for any other purpose. That's the way I'm reading this.
Yes, that's not how I see it, but or the attorneys who helped us draft it saw that, but.
Thank you. Go ahead, I yield, Mr.
Thank you. I think it's really important that before my Republican colleagues vote and, against this amendment, that you actually read the correspondence from the Conference of Bishops, from Catholic organizations. This is going to cause a massive detriment to organizations like Catholic Charities that are on the ground, that are trying to provide basic humane services they're not asking folks what their citizenship status is. These are people that are on the border, that are crossing. They're just trying to get people food and assistance. And this is essentially going to cause a massive loss of funds, because remember that they will not only lose funding for this service, it essentially bars them from any other type of federal aid under DHS if they violate this policy, or if one of their staff members violates this policy one time. It could cost them enormous grant ability to do the other work. Catholic Charities, in my district and probably many of yours, does incredible work on the ground. And so this is essentially a huge, will be a huge loss to organizations like Catholic Charities, like the Episcopal Immigration Services, and so many others that are doing this work. And so I think it's incredibly hurtful, not just to the migrants that are just looking for for support, but a direct attack on these organizations. I think it's wrong.
Ms. Carrera, you have a little bit of time left if you want to take it, or... I'll go ahead and yield back. Okay, yields to the chair. The chair now recognizes Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple quick points on this. One is, I think, I don't know that all NGOs are 501c3s, so to the extent I think the chair was sort of conflating those two, I think that's mistaken. If it is, if you want to focus on 501c3s, you might want to just go ahead and have the drafters cite 501c3 in the legislation here so that it's clear. But not all non-governmental organizations are charitable organizations. Secondly, as Mr. Correa just pointed out, some of these entities have segregation of funds, I think, which is required by the federal government. So if you're getting a federal grant, you have to keep that separate from other sources of money. So if you're getting a grant from the feds and a grant from some other entity, segregation of funds is important. And if you're segregating the funds, losing all of the funding because you paid for the sandwich out of an account that didn't come from federal dollars, seems to be unfair and an overreach with this language. And then, just with respect to the language itself, this is pretty vague language for such draconian, potential results. Encourages unlawful activity, including unlawful entry, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I think it'd be tough to argue, I guess you all think that Catholic Charities or, anybody that's providing any kind of relief services at the border is encouraging unlawful activity. I don't think that's right. And, certainly under the way for,
usually encouragement or aiding and abetting or something like that is typically defined. This wouldn't even be close to that kind of category. So I think it's a big, I hear what your intent is on this, but I think you're catching a much broader set of entities with this than you may have intended. I hope than you intended. So I would ask that I would support the amendment to strike it. At a minimum, I would hope that the chair would redraft it, because this would be, I could see the ripple effect on entities looking at this would have to take defensive measures in changing their structures and the like, their funding mechanisms, their funding strategies and sources. You could have donors who are giving money decide, well, maybe I can't give to you anymore because you might fall under this, so I've got to give the money. I don't know that we really want that, and I hope that's not what you're after. So I would encourage the chair to reconsider on this issue, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment because of who we are as a country and as a people. You know, in the last session of this markup, we heard over and over from the Republicans on the other side that this is just a border security bill and nothing more, that all this deals with is securing the border. Well, now we see front and center that that's not true. This bill goes much further. This bill would deny funding to organizations that have nothing to do with the border security one way or another, but are offering food and shelter and medical care to people whose lives are at risk. So if this is just a border security bill, why is there also a provision in here denying funding to organizations doing this charitable work? And to say that the government shouldn't ever be funding any nonprofit organizations, I mean, that is an incredibly broad statement. The USO gets money from the federal government. Veteran services organizations get money from the federal government. Are we saying that no nonprofit organization should be getting any sort of funding from us? Let's take a step back here. We are talking about vulnerable people, children, facing dehydration, starvation, heat, cold, extreme elements, pregnant women, days or weeks or months away from labor, or maybe experiencing labor. We are talking about people who need just the most basic of human charity. Why in a border security bill would we cut out all the funding for nonprofit organizations to do this work? That's not who we are as a people. And it puts the nonprofits in an impossible situation. Here's another scenario for you. FEMA falls under DHS. Say there's a natural disaster, say there are floods, and FEMA contracts with nonprofit organizations to run shelters or provide assistance in a natural disaster. Are those nonprofit organizations supposed to figure out on their own the immigration status of anybody who has been displaced by the flooding and comes in looking for help? And if they get it wrong, are they going to be denied all federal funding under DHS? With respect, I will say again, whatever the intentions of this provision are, and whether we agree with it or not, the drafting of it is so incredibly broad that it puts these nonprofits in an impossible situation to do very legitimate work. So there's been a lot of talk about how we want to have more bipartisanship on this committee, and we want to have more bipartisanship on immigration issues. This is a good time for some of our colleagues to show some of that bipartisanship. This part of the bill is not ready for prime time. It could have tremendous unintended consequences, and it does not reflect our values as Americans. So I encourage everyone to vote yes on the amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Thompson from Mississippi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, taking off from what Mr. Magaziner said, my district is involved in a 5-county disaster as we speak. The number one nonprofit that's addressing the issue is the Red Cross. The Red Cross has a national contract with the Department of Homeland Security for providing emergency services. under this definition, the Red Cross would be ineligible for funding. Now, everybody says they do a good job, but everybody's been to the border, and we've seen the effort by the nonprofits in the community just to be part of the humanitarian effort. So I think this amendment has some unintended consequences that says on its face, it's not who we are as Americans. It's poorly written, and we're a better country than that. And I would say, since we only received the bill itself at 9:44 Monday evening, we didn't have much time to have any back and forth with members of the committees, so we're left with no other choice than to provide amendments that hopefully will correct some of the obvious unintended consequences. And all of us have some aspect of wanting to help. Nonprofits provide housing, nonprofits provide water, sewer, nonprofits provide most of the electricity in my congressional district through rural utility services. So we already contract on a substantial basis with nonprofits all the time. And I just think that this broad brush that this Section 16C does a disservice to the nonprofit community and the good that they do in this country. And so for that reason, I would support the maker of the amendment to delete Section 16. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there?
Chairman.
Mr. Payne is recognized from New Jersey.
Thank you.
To discuss on the amendment. So.
Yes. Section 16C has the effect of barring funding to groups who provide services to legal immigrants as well, because there is no distinction on whether they are legal or not. So, immigrants with green cards would fall under this category too. So this probably needs to be reevaluated and rewritten and defined a little better. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Carter is recognized.
Yes, I'd like
to discuss on this amendment.
I'd like to yield a minute to Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman yields to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. I wanted to just continue, I'm sorry, I want to go back to Mr. Payne. I wanted to something that he said I think is really important, and that is that we've talked a lot, and my colleagues have talked a lot about that this is focused on aliens, on folks who are undocumented, but this provision actually impacts migrants that are actually here in the legal process. And some of my colleagues have actually talked about we actually have a strong legal process in this country. This applies to folks that are holding green cards. I mean, I think that people need to consider what it actually is in this text. And so if you are a green card holder, of which I believe most of my Republican colleagues believe they're going through the process the right way, and from their perspective, and an NGO then assists you, Catholic Charities comes in to assist, you're treated no differently. You then still are able to lose all your DHS funding. And so I don't think this is the intention of what this committee is trying to do, or the majority is trying to do. This provision should be taken out of the bill or dramatically rewritten. But I just want to make sure that our colleagues are thinking about the actual impact here that's going to happen on the ground to these organizations.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Goldman.
I just want to...
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I just want to add on to some other considerations on that point. It's obviously green card holders, but it has nothing to do with people who are at the border per se. It can be people anywhere in the country, and it applies not only to people who are here without any documents and who have not applied for asylum, but to people who have applied for asylum. So what this provision does is it guts the assistance that any non-citizen in this country can get access to. And the net effect of it, of course, is that any NGO, nonprofit or otherwise, is not going to take a risk of losing Department of Homeland Security contracts in order to test the limits of this. It will have a tremendous chilling effect. And it may be, if this is truly a border security bill, because as the chairman said, we don't have jurisdiction over the immigration law, which this completely applies to, of course. But if it is a border security law, then why is this not being focused on those very specific issues about people crossing the border? And I think that what we are all saying here is this is completely gratuitous. It is unnecessary for the security of our border. It is cruel. It is inhumane. It is defunding organizations that are designed to provide assistance to many people who are fleeing persecution and violence. And it goes so far beyond any rational measure of border security that it the exceptions swallow the whole here. And I urge my colleagues on the other side to strongly reconsider whether this is something that you want to support. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garcia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall.
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest.
No.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. LaLota. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes no. Mr. Thompson.
Aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Payne.
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar. Aye. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner. Aye. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy. Aye. Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Aye. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Aye. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez.
Yes.
Mrs. Ramirez votes yes. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes yes. Ms. Titus. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. LaLota. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Swalwell. Ms. Titus.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
The clerk will tally, or the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 12 yeas, 15 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 14.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Continue.
And I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read. This amendment follows up on what we were discussing.
Hold on just a second. We got to designate the amendment and distribute it and all that.
Sure.
So a point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment or distribute the amendment. I'm new too.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize if I may. I called the wrong amendment that I wanted to introduce right now. Is it possible to switch this amendment to Amendment 9, or do you want to go forward with Amendment 14? You are distributing 9. All right, they're apparently distributing 9. I must have misspoken.
Yeah, they're distributing 9. So
Okay,
you're
great.
okay. Yep. Good to go.
The staff clearly reading my mind.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Goldman of New York. Amend subsection C of section 16 to read as follows. C, increasing funding to non-governmental organizations supporting non-citizens.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just had an amendment from Mr. Garcia that would strike the entirety of Section 16. This amendment focuses on Section 16C, which was the subject of much of our debate on Mr. Garcia's amendment. And instead of completely defunding all non-government organizations providing essential services to non-citizens, it appropriates an additional $800 million to support their work. And I use the experience from my own district in presenting this amendment for the committee's consideration. As many will know, in New York City, tens of thousands of refugees, asylees, and migrants have been bused from the border to New York City. And New York City has, as is part of our history, where the Statue of Liberty and Ellis Island are, has followed the quote on the Statue of Liberty, which says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." And New York City has outlaid more than $1 billion to support these tens of thousands of migrants seeking a better life in this country, escaping persecution, escaping violence, escaping authoritarian governments in order to seek the free and democratic shores of our country and hope to pursue the American dream like so many of us did. And that amount of money, that sum of money from the city, much of it goes to NGOs to provide the on-the-ground services to house, clothe, feed, shelter numerous people, tens of thousands of people escaping persecution and fearing for their own safety. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have everyone believe that every person crossing the border is either a terrorist or a rapist or a violent criminal or a human trafficker and smuggler. That, of course, is not at all the case, and we all can identify the few exceptions of people who fall into those categories. But nearly the unanimous majority of people who are crossing the border are doing so to seek a better life, to escape terrible conditions or fear of persecution. And we here rely on are non-governmental organizations to provide services to those people as they go through the asylum process. Now, the chairman said earlier, as I mentioned before, that we do not have jurisdiction over the INA. We do not have jurisdiction over the immigration laws. But this section of this bill applies to our immigration laws. In our INA, there is a very well-established process that migrants can use to seek asylum. And this defunding of NGOs goes to the services that are provided to the people who seek asylum. And the notion that this is simply addressing border security and non-immigration is turned on its head by this section. And I would urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to reconsider whether we want to strip all services to anyone who's coming into this country to try to seek a better life, as all of our ancestors did. This is cruel. They will not be provided the necessary services that they need to subsist, and every NGO will walk away from any duty or obligation or fealty they have to providing these services. That cannot possibly be what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want. I know it's not. I understand you want border security, but it cannot be that you want to remove all services to people who are seeking asylum or who are otherwise going through the immigration process. So I urge you, instead of taking this draconian measure to defund all NGOs, that we reinvest in these NGOs who are making life-saving sacrifices for so many who seek the benefit of pursuing the American dream. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Magaziner.
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Goldman for offering this amendment. And I'll just say again, this is supposed to be a border security bill, but this has nothing to do with border security. For reasons that pass understanding, this bill has a provision in it that denies funding to nonprofit organizations providing food, shelter, emergency medical services to some of the most vulnerable people in our country. And it puts NGOs in an impossible position. They either have to somehow verify the citizenship status of everyone they serve or risk losing federal funding. I don't think that that's what the majority intends. And so if anyone on the other side is having second thoughts about this, this is a good time to do something about it. And I would just like to point out that when it comes to the topic of federal funding for nonprofit organizations, we just went through our community project funding requests, all of us. And wouldn't you know it, a number of members on the other side submitted funding requests for nonprofit organizations doing good work. Mr. Jimenez requested a project request for an organization to serve victims of human trafficking. Ms. Lee, a project request for a food bank. These are good projects. Are these organizations going to have to check the citizenship status of the victims of human trafficking that they're looking to serve or risk losing federal funding? Just taking a step back here. We are here to perfect this bill, to improve this bill. I will ask our friends on the other side of the aisle support this amendment, as I will. But even if you don't support this amendment, let's use this opportunity to work together to improve this provision that was clearly not drafted in as tight a manner as perhaps the other side intended. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. Is there anyone else who wishes to comment on this specific amendment? Ranking member, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, Mr. Goldman's amendment preserves money that was passed by previous Congress in the CR. Now, 8 members of this committee voted against this CR funding for these nonprofits. A majority of the Democrats did because it's the right thing to do. If we go and profess that we care about our fellow man or woman, I think it's important that we put our investment where those confessions are. And I can think of no better investment than to help the people that we've all seen who are coming across the border seeking a better way. Most of them have all their valuables with them. They have no bank account, no anything. But the fact that there are nonprofits working in this space, filling that void necessary to give people a helping hand, I think it's a small price for us to pay to show our humanity as a country. And for that reason, I support Mr. Goldman's amendment.
The gentleman yields. Does any other members wish to speak on this amendment? Do any other? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And,
Mr. Chairman.
The amendment is not adopted.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are now postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment? Rolled. Rolled.
Or not?
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Yes.
Yeah. Just that one?
What's that?
What's that, Danny?
You made a motion on the amendment, and you carried it. And you made a vote on the amendment. That's all.
Yes, at the beginning, though. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, sorry, are we going to do a recorded vote on that last one or no?
Yes, and it's been postponed.
Okay.
In accordance with, and here I'll give you the exact rule, Rule 7C.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you're going to roll the votes on the amendment, can you give the committee an idea when you plan to have votes, so if they have other things planned, they can work through that?
Mr. Ranking Member, I don't know how many amendments you have, so it's kind of hard to predict when this is going to come up. The intention right now is to just postpone it and go to the next amendment. You know how many amendments you have. I don't. So,
Well, if you'd say, we'll just do it until there are no more amendments, I mean, that'd be fine.
I think we can do that. Yeah, why not just do it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're rolling to the end. So, yeah, I agree. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have another amendment.
Mr. Goldman.
Thank you. I have amendment at the desk number 14.
Need a point of order.
No, I have a point of order. I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The gentleman from New York can continue. You have an amendment. What number is it?
14.
14.
And I would ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
We have a point of order that is reserved, and the clerk needs to distribute the amendment.
Yeah, that's right. You stole it.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Goldman of New York.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 208 of the Immigration and Nationality Act grants people arriving at or between the ports the opportunity to apply for asylum. The current language of this Section 16A of this bill today that we are considering prohibits funding from the Department of Homeland Security to process migrants arriving between ports of entry, which essentially forces the Department of Homeland Security to violate the INA. This bill zeroes out all funding to process those people who, not only by our own law, but by international treaties, have a right to seek asylum in this country. And the bill does nothing to reconcile the conflict between the INA and this bill. Now, this section is clearly designed to try to prohibit anyone seeking our borders and seeking our benefits from crossing between the ports. But the problem with it, as this amendment acknowledges here and states, is that we have obligations under international law, we have obligations under our own law to allow anyone crossing our borders at any point to seek asylum. Now, again, similar to Section 16C, this seems to be very hastily drafted and without sufficient consideration. Now, there are many reasons why people may cross the border between ports, including many of the reasons that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have identified with the violence and threats from Mexican cartels. Human Rights First is an organization in my district, based in my district, and they've documented in great detail how asylum seekers face acute risks in Mexico, including murder, shootings, rape, kidnappings, and human trafficking. And in fact, the Mexican cartels, as we've discussed several times in this committee, can maintain those threats and that power because they are importing guns from the United States. That is how they are able to maintain that fear that makes people trying to come to our shores do so in between ports where they will not be attacked by the Mexican cartels. So this amendment reaffirms our nation's commitment to welcoming people in search of refuge and ensures that the Department of Homeland Security uses the necessary funds to process the entry into the United States of non-citizens consistent with our own federal law and consistent with our obligations to international treaties. And I would urge my colleagues, clearly this was an intentional effort to disincentivize people from crossing over the ports. But you have not thought sufficiently about how this is going to be implemented and how it is going to be reconciled with the INA and how it is going to be reconciled with the Refugee Act of 1980. This essentially guts all funding to do what the department is required to do. How on earth is the Department of Homeland Security supposed to abide by its obligations under the INA and under international law if you defund the department from processing these asylees? So I would urge a reconsideration of Section 16A and that this amendment be passed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else want to speak?
I withdraw my point of order, Chairman.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Jackson-Lee, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Move to strike the last word and join with a very valuable point that the gentleman from New York has. For the life of me, I cannot understand why we're absent in our thinking about reasonable immigration reform, and that we don't understand the basic principles of immigration, which include the right to asylum. And it is a right. It can be denied, it can be granted, it can be delayed. In fact, I want to celebrate the Afghan soldier that I helped get off of the border, detained wrongly and mistaken for someone who wanted to do harm. He was, in fact, a soldier that had stood alongside of the United States and made his way by way of many different land and ocean travels to get to our border. He obviously was dirty and unkept for having traveled that long period of time and was assumed without identification, having been beaten up badly, that he was here to do us harm. But after much fight, much investigation, and help from the Defense Department, this gentleman is here. But the good news I want to say is this gentleman has had an opportunity to process through asylum. And I do think it is important to reinforce the value of asylum and what it is for. In addition, all the accusations of the Biden administration, this administration is doing something. And they have now expanded asylum officers to process at the Border Patrol stations. And the Border Patrol has welcomed asylum officers so that these individuals can see them immediately. In addition, the Biden administration has made an agreement with Colombia, Panama, and the United States for these persons to be in those countries and to process asylum. So we are acting in addition to the enormity of the funding that we have given. And this gentleman's point, and this amendment, if you will, is to reinforce our value dealing with the welcoming of the oppressed. I don't see the Statue of Liberty taking a leave, and all of what America stands for is the paraphrased words, bring us your poor, your worn, to come to this country. And out of that has come a mountain of economic opportunity, the uniqueness of presidents of different heritage whose parents were immigrants and they've come to this country. One that we're reminded of that was very open in his heritage, and that was John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And his parents, and those before him at least, were those who came from another country. At least his grandparents and his heritage was such. We continue that tradition, and I am stunned that we have legislation that would stomp on the very essence of who we are. Asylum done properly can work. And the Refugee Act, I am stunned in my own state that when the refugees were coming in from Afghanistan, it had to be the NGOs to be able to be responsive to the refugees, because our own state was capping the number of refugees that they would take into Texas. Thank goodness for NGOs who are willing to uphold the principles that we are welcoming the oppressed, not welcoming terrorists, not welcoming those who would tear us down, but welcoming those who are fleeing persecution, of which we cannot comprehend. And of course, there are a lot of people that suggest that they're just making this up and there's no reason to come. I would argue that they walk a mile in their shoes. I'd ask my colleagues to support the Goldman Amendment. It is in line with our immigration law history. It is in line with our perceived and our actual immigration policies, dealing with welcoming, but having a process to access a legal status. And it is in line with the cases that we've seen that are so horrific that people have fled such desperate circumstances. They've left members of their family who are deceased. They've come from failed states, and their only relief is to at least get in that process. And this underlying legislation did not speak to it. We are concerned that it would deny it or eliminate it. And so I want to make sure that this language is included. And again, forgive me of my voice, but in any event, I support the Goldman Amendment and hope that we can have comprehensive immigration reform by, unfortunately, opposing the underlying bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak against this amendment. Let's go back to a previous conversation we had today with my colleague from California that talked about the policies and the fact that it's not just at the border where the defense and the security of our nation starts, it's actually well beyond that, and this is in the policy arena. And if we rewind the clock to January of 2021, let's go back to the establishment of the policy of Migrant Protection Protocol. And since my colleague from New York referenced international law and treaties, let's go back to what it is to claim asylum. And most countries recognize asylum seekers in the first country that you cross through. And when you look at the Northern Triangle countries, of which many people, and I agree with my colleague from Houston, that there are many people who are seeking a better life, that are fleeing horrible situations. Point one, the United States of America legally immigrates more people than any other country in the world, about on average 1 million people a year. We had a policy that stopped the pull factor, and this is what we're talking about here. The reason we're here today is because we didn't address these things in the last 2 years. We didn't talk about reasonable pull factor preventions. So when we're looking at between ports of entry. Mr. Goldman, I'd love for you to come to San Angelo and to see the Air and Marine Operations Division that has those MQ-9 retrofitted drones. We've had over 2 million known gotaways. Those have been between ports of entry. You can look at them on any given mission that they fly. They're wearing tactical gear. They're coming through with the help of a trafficker. This is known. And we see them, and we don't have the forces that are able to actually engage or encounter them. But we know, because we can count, how many people have come between the ports of entry. These pull factors are really important, and I agree that it's not just at the border where we have to actually consider. It's the policy level. And all of these policies that have been stripped and reversed, starting in January of 2020 by the president, whether it was the border wall, whether it was the amount of funding. You know, when we looked at the National Defense Plan that was published last year, there wasn't a single mention of border security in it. Not a single mention. So the reason that we're here and the reason that we have to discuss these things and why I'm opposed to this amendment is because we have a massive problem between the ports of entry, where people, children, women, pregnant women that I have talked to that have been assaulted along the way are being trafficked at the price tag of $5,000, $6,000, $10,000. And meanwhile, the diversionary, give me 1 minute, the diversionary tactic, allowing people to then go between the ports of entry and do whatever they want to do to get into this country. And we're going to say, no, we're not okay with that. If you want to seek asylum, my thought is that we do follow what most countries do. Look at Europe with the 7 million immigrants who fled out of Syria. I was there. I was there. And in Europe, they had a serious discussion with Turkey. I will yield to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from Texas yields to Mr. Correa.
Thank you, my colleague from Texas. I just want to say you're right, but let me just add a little bit more, which is we're not the Europeans. We're the most powerful country in the world. Our economy is the strongest in the world. Not even China's coming close to us right now. The biggest pool are the jobs in the United States. I can't think of a sector in this country that doesn't need workers. And every time those folks cross the border, con y sin documentos, with or without documents, they seem to find a job. And so the issue really is possibly in immigration reform. But
can I reclaim my last 20 seconds? Thank you.
You can reclaim.
And I agree that there is a discussion on immigration. And like I mentioned earlier, that discussion needs to happen in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which is the Judiciary Committee. This is the Committee on Homeland Security, where we need to protect our country, our citizens, and our communities. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much for the time.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. Ivey from Maryland to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just picking up on the conversation we were just having. I mean, I hear the policy arguments, but I thought the point of the amendment was that there's a statutory regime in place, not in Europe, but in the United States, that is contradicted by the law as proposed in this substitute amendment. And so the question I thought you were going to address was how to harmonize those two, because the point is, you're putting, those who support this amendment would be putting hospitals, NGOs, Red Cross, Catholic Charities in the position of having to figure this out or lose all their DHS funding. And somebody on your side, please tell me how that works, because if you can't tell them and you drafted it, how in the world are they supposed to figure out? And I'll yield for a response.
Yeah, this amendment addresses Section 8.
I am as well. I mean, I thought that the point here on this was these are issues that we're trying to sort out with respect to whether the aliens are arriving, within the ports or not, but they're contradicted by existing law. So that's, I'll yield to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
To my colleague from Maryland. My colleague from Texas makes, I think, valid points. The problem is that Section A does not address them. And you are right, this is the Committee on Homeland Security. It's not the Committee on the Judiciary. And so therefore, we do not have jurisdiction to change our asylum laws. But what this bill and this section is proposing is to effectively neuter our asylum laws. Because if you are not going to fund the processing of asylum, then how is the department charged with processing asylum supposed to follow the law in the INA? And so I understand there may be incentives, pull factors. We can have a existential or esoterical debate about that. But this doesn't actually get at the policies that you were talking about in January 2021. If you want to reinstate the migrant policy that you referenced, put that in the bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes,
the
I will.
Supreme Court upheld that. It's the administration's job to actually enforce it, and the communities are actually the ones who are paying for this right now. Our local communities are the ones.
Can I just ask what you're referring to when you say they upheld that?
MPP.
Okay.
Yeah, I yield back.
It's actually Mr. Ivy's time. I just want to make sure everybody understands this is Mr. Ivy's time to control.
I yield to Mr. Coleman then, and I would have yielded to Mr. Fleeg.
We're learning the ropes over here.
It's all good.
But I do think that it is important to recognize that you may be, I think this section does not tackle the problem that you are trying to solve. And instead, what it's going to do is it's going to put our government agencies in an impossible situation where they are not able to follow the law that they are required to follow. And that's not reconciled somehow in the bill that you are passing or you're presenting here. I would add, of course, that asylum is an important right that anyone crossing our border has. And many cross our border, and we can talk about whether it's the nation that they first cross or not. Obviously, there are 2.5 million Venezuelans in Colombia. It is not as if everyone trying to flee from a disastrous situation in Venezuela is coming to the United States. But they are coming to the United States because we have a history of welcoming refugees and immigrants. And that's why we have the right to asylum. And the notion that we would just defund the processing of asylum in order to address what my colleague called the pull factor just doesn't make any sense. I yield back to Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman yields back to Mr. Ivey. Mr. Ivey, you have 25 seconds.
I will yield back the balance of the time.
The gentleman yields, and I recognize myself to make the following comment about this amendment. When Secretary Mayorkas tried to, or has, I mean, he hasn't tried, he took the CBP-1 app and re-engineered it to process migrants. And what he specifically told myself and the ranking member on a call we had with him was to push people to the ports of entry. So his intention is actually congruent with Section A of this, or Section 16A as it's written, to push the people to the ports of entry for the processing. He doesn't want them processed in the middle between the ports of entry himself. That's the whole intent of him creating and amending the CBP-1 app. Now, I disagree with what he's done because on the backside of it, he's basically granted automatic asylum with it without the judicial process, which has been written into the law. Again, that's another committee's jurisdiction, and I won't go there. So I disagree with the use of the app the way it is, but his intention is actually to accomplish what we're doing in Section 16A, which is to push the processing to the ports of entry and not in between them. So with that, I yield and ask, are there any other members who wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, might be recognized.
The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I think this goes to one of the fundamental frustrations that we see along our southern border, which are the number of individuals who are coming into the country, who are claiming asylum, who are being granted asylum up until a hearing date. And we know that recent statistics show that our immigration court has been overwhelmed with a backlog of cases. And I know that us dealing with the immigration court is not within the jurisdiction of this committee. But the immigration court backlog is now more than 2 million cases. Last year, they resolved right at 300,000. So my public school math says that it would take roughly 7 years at the current pace for us to resolve the current number of cases that we have in our system. In addition to that, if you look at some of the ICE statistics about numbers of final orders of removal that are currently pending in the United States, 1.2 million orders of removal. We have an outstanding docket, and bear with me one second while I find these statistics here, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. We have, and again, please bear with me while ICE has two documents or two dockets that they rely upon, those in which there are orders of removal and the dockets that are pending. Just as we've seen the growing number of immigrants and if we've seen the growing number of cases in our immigrant courts, the docket currently held by ICE is expected to exceed 5 million cases. And so the argument that these people are coming, that immigrants are coming into the country, they're being quickly granted a hearing, that their hearing is being held, and we're determining their legal status and making quick decisions on that is just untrue. There's a fundamental frustration. I know that we can't solve that in this committee. We can't authorize legislation for more immigration judges. We can't find a way to fast track that system. But this goes to a bigger argument. And the bigger argument that is our immigration system is broken, our asylum system is broken, that what we're doing now isn't working, our border isn't secure. And so I agree that we need to find a way to clean up our asylum process, that we need to find a way to expedite that. But I think that the solution that we're seeking as a nation, that we do not as a committee have that jurisdiction. I believe that those solutions lie in other committees. I believe that it is vitally important that Congress begin to look at the asylum process, the broken asylum process, and to find fixes to that. But I do not believe that the amendment that has been offered will cure or serve as a solution. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote at a...
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll. We rolled the last one. So we're voting on this one. At the end, as we said.
You can't pick when you...
Yeah, I think by the parliamentarian, we can.
So you're going to not vote on one and vote on another? Now, I thought the June consensus was that...
Committee's not in order. Hold on just a second. The ranking member and I are going to speak for just a second.
Mr. Chairman.
Give me just a second, Mr. Bishop. In discussion with the ranking member, we have decided that the intent for the rest of the day is to roll the votes to the end. So all votes will be rolled to the end. Specifically talking about this amendment, a recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are thus rolled to the end. Mr. Bishop, you had a question? Okay. Are there any amendments to the amendment, any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's number 20.
For what? Okay. Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Mr. Magaziner, could you say again the amendment number?
Number 20.
20. Thank you. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlewoman, or the gentleman, is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. So we're back to the issue of NGOs that assist migrants, and I just want to be clear once again. It baffles me that a border security bill would include a blanket prohibition on funding through Homeland Security for any nonprofit organization that works with migrants. So we're going to chip away at this. My amendment is a very simple one. It adds language to the end of the section that states that that restriction will not apply to nonprofit organizations that provide medical assistance. Again, I will appeal to the charity of my colleagues and say that as Americans, we have a tradition of providing emergency medical assistance to those who need it. Hospitals, nonprofit hospitals, provide charity care on a daily basis in all of our districts, I'm sure, across the country. And we do not want hospitals or nonprofit organizations to risk losing their federal funding because they fail to check the citizenship status of someone who needs emergency care. And I'll just end on this. This is not an academic exercise. This has real-world implications. FEMA falls under the Department of Homeland Security. In the event of a natural disaster, FEMA may contract with clinics or other nonprofit organizations to provide care, and those organizations should not be put in the position of having to verify the citizenship status of those receiving emergency care or risk losing their funding. So it's a simple amendment. I would ask everyone to support it, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order at this time.
The point of order is withdrawn, and recognize myself to comment on the amendment. The EMTALA Act, which I have lived under for decades as a physician, requires anyone who presents to medical care to be taken care of in the country. And it is a law that I think its intentions are very good, and it accomplishes essentially what this amendment says. So I think this amendment is unnecessary because we have an EMTALA law, And any person who presents for medical care to any medical facility in the United States has to be treated regardless of ability to pay, regardless of citizenship status, or anything. So, I appreciate the amendment and the intent of the amendment, but it's unnecessary.
Can I ask a question? Would you leave for a question? Chair?
Sure, I'll yield for a question.
Does that act, does it guarantee that organizations that provide charity care will not lose federal funding for doing so?
The EMTALA Act doesn't have anything to do with who shows up. It means, what I heard you say in your presentation was that, this is about the humaneness of taking care of people who are needing medical care. Well, we don't have a medical facility in this country who can turn anyone away anyway because of the EMTALA law. So it's kind of moot, is my point.
Yeah, I would just suggest we don't want them to lose funding as a result of complying with that law. And I'll yield back.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't happen in accordance with EMTALA. So based on that, I conclude my comments.
Mr. Chairman, will you
anyone else want to be recognized to talk about this amendment? Mr. Goldman, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you, and it goes, and for all of my colleagues on the other side, it goes a little bit to what we were talking about before, which is there's no guidance on how to reconcile this act with the bill that you are referencing, which is an essential component of our compassionate laws, which is that anyone with medical issues gets medical care even if they can't pay for it. But what happened? There's no explanation for what happens if an NGO is the one providing that medical care and the person is not legal. And so you can imagine that NGO saying, well, there's no clarity here. I may lose whatever funding I get from the Department of Homeland Security if I follow this other law, and they have no guidance. And so what this amendment does is it makes very clear that this law is not designed to contradict or interfere with the EMTALA Act, and therefore, if you agree with the thrust of this amendment, then all it does is clarify for those NGOs that have to abide by this bill that they will be able to continue to receive funding if they adhere to a different law that they have to follow. So this seems like a pretty simple, direct, very specific amendment that helps to reconcile conflicting laws. And so I would urge you and my colleagues to reconsider your opposition to this, because it is necessary just in terms of harmonizing the two bills. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does any other member want to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bishop of North Carolina, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. And just to clarify, there is no conflict. EMTALA is a provision of Medicare, Medicaid, federal programs. Hospitals are mandated as a condition of participating in those programs to provide medical care for emergency services. It has nothing to do with appropriations from the Department of Homeland Security. They're not paid for, in fact. Local governments and nonprofit hospitals across the country bear huge costs to comply with EMTALA. Nobody's paying them. In Yuma, Arizona, where members of the judiciary, at least Republican members of the judiciary, showed up earlier this year, we learned all about what the local hospital there bears in terms of EMTALA costs as a consequence of uncontrolled migration across the border. But this provision doesn't create any such conflict or problem at all, because it's not a question of the Department of Homeland Security providing funding for that to be done. It's born elsewhere.
Will the gentleman yield just for a question?
I will yield.
I certainly agree with you that the fact that these hospitals have to outlay so much money is a concern. But if imagine you're a hospital on the border and you provide some medical services or you have programs or services that receive funding from the Department of Homeland Security for whatever reason, and you then, you abide by your EMTALA Act requirements, but you provide services to a migrant who's not legally here, that would, even if it's completely unrelated to whatever your contract is from the Department of Homeland Security, the provision, Section 16C, would mean that you are potentially at risk of losing that completely unrelated contract. We're not saying
What unrelated contract?
whatever it may be.
Well,
Are you saying that there are no Department of Homeland Security contracts at any nonprofit hospitals?
With the hospital at Yuma? No, I don't think so.
Okay, but how about anywhere else?
Who's claiming your time?
It's my time. I don't mind being in a colloquy, but, and I think we can be clear, I'll reclaim the time if necessary. But I don't think there's any conflict whatsoever. There is a system. The system is that under EMTALA, primary and tertiary emergency hospitals bear the cost of providing emergency care. It is provided for through, and there's a mandate under federal health programs. There is no issue of the Department of Homeland Security contracting with any of those hospitals.
I agree. Well, for those services.
And more to the point, it would undermine the fairness of that system and its fair and equal application across the country for the Department of Homeland Security to decide they're going to start passing out money to this charity that wants to provide some aspect of medical care services as the amendment.
But what if the charity provides something completely unrelated to medical services?
Well, you'd have to pose an example that actually comes from reality. All this says is the Department of Homeland Security will not make disbursements to any non-governmental organization that provides services for aliens who entering the United States, whether at or between ports of entry. So I mean, if somebody came up with an actual apt example of a problem that it creates, we ought to take that into consideration and make allowance for it. But I'm not aware of any, and you're not articulating one.
Will gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
So just two things. One is, as I understand now, just as a quick Google, but EMTALA is with respect to hospitals. And what this amendment says is nonprofits, NGOs that provide medical services.
Right.
So they would potentially not be covered by EMTALA and therefore risk losing federal funding. And I would just actually say, in response to your point about border hospitals that feel a significant burden of these folks who are migrating to this country, NGOs can alleviate some of that burden if they're not at risk of losing federal funding by providing medical assistance, which is an amendment.
Reclaiming my time, wouldn't it be odd that you got all these, that folks have been quite content to leave the border in chaos with all the hospitals down there bearing disproportionate cost of providing these services, and yet you're going to pick out some other NGO that a department may decide to choose what it is to decide to provide a disbursement to help them cover the cost of medical care. It doesn't make any sense at all. I yield back.
The gentleman is out of time. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Dr. Thinidar, you are recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to yield my time to Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields.
I think Representative Menendez just nailed it, right? So you got hospitals, and at best, this provision makes it ambiguous or confusing whether hospitals can continue to provide charity care and receive federal funding under DHS. But set that aside. Go back to the example that I opened with. There's a natural disaster. FEMA, under DHS, goes in, and they contract with local NGOs to provide services, including medical care. It doesn't have to be a hospital. It could be the Red Cross. It could be any organization getting a FEMA grant to provide emergency care. Those organizations could be at risk of losing that funding if they don't check the citizenship status of people who are coming in for care. So again, Representative Menendez is absolutely right here. This is not just about hospitals. This is about providing emergency care to women, to children, to people who are pregnant, to people who are elderly in the event of an emergency. And by the way, if organizations have to check the citizenship status of everyone that they're serving, it not only hurts migrants who are seeking care, but American citizens who might need care as well by making the system less efficient. And I'll yield back to Mr. Thanadar.
Mr. Thanadar, you have 3 minutes and 18 seconds left.
Mr. Chair, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Higgins to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield the balance of my time to
Gentleman
my colleague, Mr.
yields
Bishop.
To Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Chairman, I still think if there were an example that someone could say specifically where the situation that Mr. Magaziner lays out has occurred or it does occur, that would create some complication, that would be something worth looking at. But what I would like to direct my colleagues on the Democratic side to is a report of the Office of Inspector General from Homeland Security to the effect that FEMA needed to increase oversight to prevent the misuse of humanitarian relief funds. So the problem seems to me to go the other way rather than the one that is contemplated. That's a report dated March 28, 2023.
Mr. Bishop, would you yield on that?
I yield, sure.
So, first of all, it doesn't sound like the report recommended banning all funding to those organizations. But by way of an example, Ranking Member Thompson gave one. In his district, there were terrible tornadoes not long ago. FEMA, as I understand it, contracted with the Red Cross and other NGOs to provide emergency medical care. Under this language, the Red Cross or any other NGO would be at risk of losing that funding if they served even a single individual who was, forget undocumented, maybe someone with a green card. So again, all I'm asking for here is a common sense exception to say that if you are an NGO that's providing emergency medical care, you don't have to worry about losing your federal contract, and you don't have to put in a procedure that will delay care not only for people who may be migrants, but also for American citizens as well by having to verify everyone's citizenship status before you serve them. It's a common sense thing.
Reclaiming the time. I think you're trying to wipe out the entire provision for the sake of some adjustment as you contemplate. A different amendment might make an appropriate adjustment, perhaps, but this refers to non-governmental organizations that provide services for aliens who are entering or have entered the United States, whether at or between ports of entry. The Red Cross providing hurricane relief services, and I'm not sure typically that's maybe medical, but not in many cases in my experience, but those would be services to the indigenous population. I don't think that's an issue, and I just don't think that the amendment doesn't attempt to make it better. The amendment wants to undermine the purpose that's there, and I think it would disrupt and disserve the system that exists under which emergency services are provided. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming the balance of my time, let me just comment that listening to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you might want to revisit the difference between taxing and tithing. They're two vastly different things. No one in this body, no word in this bill stops non-government organizations or charitable services like Catholic Charities from performing their sworn mission. This bill strictly restricts money from DHS through this bill to feed NGOs that are participating with cartel operations. That's the essence of what this section does. It's been subject to repeated amendments.
Would the gentleman yield briefly?
I yield to my colleague.
Thank you. I mean, I can be recognized for a unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman. Would like to submit for the record the report that I mentioned, the Office of Inspector General, titled FEMA Should Increase Oversight to Prevent Misuse of Humanitarian Relief Funds, which reports, among other things, that there was misspent more than $110 million from the American Rescue Plan for NGOs that were supporting illegal aliens. One of the findings was that OIG gave money to got-away illegal aliens, those who never filed an asylum claim and remained undetected. I yield.
So ordered.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Menendez
After the
is
rate.
recognized to speak on the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, listen, I know this seems like we're engaged in this back and forth, but this to me makes a lot of sense. I think it's a sensible solution to some of the challenges, but this specific challenge, I mean, we can go back and forth trying to provide examples. I think this is just so broad that when you go back to the Red Cross FEMA example, if they're serving let's say a wide population of people, there could be an individual within that wide group of people who has already entered the United States. And so the person's here caught in this disaster being serviced by FEMA, FEMA would almost foot fault and trigger this provision. So it's possible. And to me, listen, there's things that we're going to disagree on. This to me is a simple fix to I know this was, I imagine, tough to draft and all these things, but this is a simple fix. And this is an amendment that actually fixes the bill in a way that I think should make sense to all of us, especially since the other federal statutes that we've discussed don't cover all nonprofits or faith-based organizations. And so this to me is a real sensible solution. And I yield if my colleague from Rhode Island needs any additional time. So I just hope that we can be sensible about this, and I appreciate everyone's really thoughtful consideration about this. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I support the make of the amendment in its current form. Currently, right now, FEMA provide and continues to provide COVID-19 funding to most hospitals in the country, whether along the border or anywhere else. So there are already examples of DHS providing money. But there are also other programs that DHS provide. The nonprofit profit security grants is another program. And tied to that, DHS gives grants to organizations, individual hospitals for terrorism preparedness and mass casualty preparedness on a regular. And so I think the maker of the motion is basically saying we want to hold those organizations harmless, that if they provide care to people, they should not be penalized. I mean, it's really simple. We're not picking and choosing. We're just saying if you're helping people medically, we don't want you to become the immigration doctor. We want you to be the medical doctor. And so for that reason, I support the amendment in its current form.
The gentleman yields. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Magaziner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed to the end of tonight, or to the end of the amendments today. Are there any other amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 21.
For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition for an amendment? I got it, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order. Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Just FYI, I think the COVID funding to those guys ended when the president ended the pandemic, just so you know. Because my companies, they lost all that COVID funding. Yeah, but it happens. And so in this provision, you cited some other examples too, so I understood your point. I just was letting you know that. The clerk, sorry, give you a little more time. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island. Add at the...
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Listen, we're going to stay on this because it's important. And I'm disappointed that at least in the voice vote, my colleagues on the other side voted against the amendment to exempt NGOs that provide emergency medical care. So now with this amendment, I'm asking you to at least consider NGOs that are providing medical care to children. I'm a new dad. I have a 1-year-old named Max at home, and it breaks my heart that there are children his age and not much older that are facing hunger, dehydration, broken limbs, and snake bites. I mean, you name it. The border is a dangerous place. And at the very least, as a country, we should agree that we are not going to penalize nonprofit organizations for providing emergency medical care to children by putting their DHS funding at risk. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the amendment?
Sure.
Mr. Menendez.
And I'll keep this short. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Magaziner, staying on this issue. You know, we've now moved on to food, shelter, medical assistance, or supportive services to children. It seems like something that we should be able to find agreement on. I would just put it simply this way. Let these entities do the work without risk of penalty. Just keep it that simple, especially for children. I think it's something that makes sense. It's the least that we can do. It's the least that we should be able to agree upon. I thank Mr. Magaziner for this amendment, and I hope that we will all support it. I yield the remainder of my time.
Mr. Menendez yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized.
I support the maker of the amendment, but also this goes to our values again. A lot of us are parents on this committee. A lot of us help other people with their children. And, you know, our value system says we're better than what's being proposed. One of the common things in the South you hear quite often is you take care of children and your elders. And so this is an opportunity to make sure that our children, no matter where they're from, no matter how they look or anything else, if they present themselves, then obviously we will have an opportunity from a standpoint to provide food, shelter, medical assistance, or any other supportive services, because that's who they are. They're children. And I just think that we can be humane in whatever our border security policy is, and that humaneness could be reflected in supporting of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Magaziner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I request a recorded vote, Chairman.
A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed until the end of amendments today. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 23.
Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized for amendment, or I'm aware, go ahead. Point of order, the clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said, we're staying on this. And so this amendment is a simple one. It exempts nonprofit organizations that are assisting pregnant women, particularly victims of rape or human trafficking. Again, I would appeal to the values of this committee, to our American values. When we all visited the border, a number of us, this past weekend, we visited the facility in McAllen where pregnant women were being held and processed. Can you imagine being 3, 4, 8 months pregnant, needing medical care and not being able to get it, or shelter or food because nonprofit organizations were worried that they might lose their DHS funding if they helped you? I ask everyone to support this common sense amendment. I don't understand why anyone would be against it. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chair.
There being no...
Down.
Mr. Menendez, please.
The line
You are
sat
recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just remind people that, let's be honest and consistent. For the last several months, we've had conversations about the protection of children, protection of pregnant women. This is an opportunity to do so here in this committee by supporting this amendment, which ensures that NGOs will not be penalized, will not lose potential funding by providing these essential services. I think this is something, again, that we should all agree upon, and I, again, thank my colleague from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for offering it. I hope we can all support it, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields, and I yield to myself for just a second on that. Again, the EMTALA Act was actually written for pregnant women. The case which brought about the EMTALA Act was where a pregnant woman actually showed up at a hospital, believe it or not, and they checked her insurance status. She didn't have, this was for delivery. She didn't have insurance, and so they transferred her to another hospital. That is one of the most egregious things I've ever heard of, right? But that prompted the Congress to actually pass EMTALA. So the whole nidus of EMTALA is about, was born anyway from a pregnant woman, not getting care. And it actually specifically addresses pregnant women in it. So again, I think the laws on the books for really already cover this, and so with that, I yield my time. And are there other members who wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Magaziner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I request a recorded vote, Chair.
A recorded vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed to the end of amendments tonight. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized. Let's make sure he has an amendment first. Oh, quick draw McGraw there. Go ahead, Mr. Ranking Member.
Thank you much. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Thompson, number 6.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, Thompson, number 6. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that amendment
Without
be
objection.
considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for months, we've heard from Republicans about disorder at the border and the need for more boots on the ground. I agree that we should have more Border Patrol agents overseeing security between ports of entry. That is why I supported the omnibus package that funded to hire an additional 300 Border Patrol agents. When it mattered, not a single Republican on this panel voted the right way to support Border Patrol. Yet today, we are presented with a bill that makes a big show of having DHS increase the number of Border Patrol agents to 22,000, approximately 3,000 over the current level. This target was not the product of a workforce staffing model, since the Border Patrol does not have one. So where did it come from, and why does the language prohibit Border Patrol agents from participating in processing migrants? Well, looking back at the Border Patrol Chief Ortiz's testimony to the committee, we see that he requested that number of full-time agents, but said he needed them to interdict smugglers, seize illicit drugs, and process persons between ports of entry. And recently, at another House hearing, the Tucson sector chief also reiterated a request for 22,000 agents, but at no point suggested these uniformed personnel should be prohibited from processing persons arriving between ports of entry. Taking Border Patrol agents out of migrant processing would sow disorder, which would you put this bill up next to its cousin, the cruel, extreme, and unworkable bill out of judiciary. Seems to be a major thrust of what Republicans are trying to do. This bill should be renamed the Disorder by Design Act or Fueling Disorder at the Border Act. My amendment addresses these faults in the bill by aligning the number of Border Patrol agents hired, trained, and assigned with the Border Patrol workforce staffing model in Section 10 of the bill. It also strikes the provision prohibiting Border Patrol agents from performing the duties of processing coordinators. What is really remarkable here is that the bill purposefully ignores the staffing needs of other major sides of the CBP House, the Office of Field Operation. For all the rhetoric from the Republicans about wanting to keep fentanyl out of this country, the bill provides no funding to station a single new officer in a port of entry, even when successive administrations have acknowledged that more than 90% of this deadly drug come through ports of entry. CBP's workload staffing model shows that they are short over 1,700 Customs and Border Protection officers. My amendment directs CBP to fill those officer positions as well as agricultural specialists, technician support, and other critical positions for which it has models. This bill does not expand the availability of recruitment, retention, and overtime pay strategies to the entire Customs and Border Protection workforce, especially for our officers at ports of entry who interdict most illicit narcotics. My amendment also expands the availability of retention bonuses to Customs and Border Protection officers who, like Border Patrol agents, often operate in very challenging environments. We spend significant resources to recruit, vet, and train officers and agents within CBP. We should be protecting that investment regardless of whether they are stationed at or between ports of entry. I urge support for my amendment to ensure we keep a well-staffed and resourced operation at the ports of entry to seize fentanyl and process migrants, as well as between our ports And yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
I will, Mr. Chairman. Give our side. opportunity.
Well, Mr. Bishop, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I thank the chairman. The amendment would refocus the priority of the bill to the priorities of the minority. The minority and the Biden administration, as we heard again, Secretary Mayorkas' testimony, he disregards the legal requirement to obtain operational control of the border. He does not believe that that law encumbers him, requires him to move in the direction of reducing irregular migration between ports of entry. He has consequently created innumerable policies as Secretary, or as the Border Patrol Chief Ortiz testified to us, that's created a crisis of policy, or a policy crisis, so that more and more and more come in irregular migration. I see on TV, by the way, I don't know if others do, but as I watch TV these days, I see a commercial, a television advertisement by the U.S. Border Patrol, which advertises a $20,000 hiring bonus and shows men and women of the Border Patrol trying to do their job between the ports of entry. What this bill does is recognize two things. One is they're understaffed and overwhelmed. And the reason that they're overwhelmed in significant degree is because they're not doing the job of the Border Patrol to interdict. Well, they are doing it, but they're doing it with fewer and fewer and fewer people because their people are pulled away to process people who are coming in illegally through the ports of, between ports of entry. So we don't believe, and the bill seeks to provide some relief for that Border Patrol. The same way that ad is designed to try to get some people who are willing to work for the Border Patrol, despite the pressure they've been put under by the Biden administration policies that are in direct contravention of the law by the absolute intent and purpose that Secretary Mayorkas sat here and testified to. So this amendment would do more of the same, and it, for that reason, is the 180 degrees opposite of the purpose of the provision in the bill that it would amend. I'm utterly opposed to that approach. And I'd be glad if anyone wants to take the rest of my time, I'm glad to yield it, but otherwise.
Well, gentlemen,
yield to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I use a couple minutes of the gentleman's time. Respectfully to the amendment submitted by my colleagues across the aisle, the purpose of the language of this section is to enhance the abilities of command and control in Border Patrol to retain and recruit qualified men and women. These are some of the toughest jobs that we have in the entire country in law enforcement. Incredibly remote, dangerous, unrewarding, difficult for families, very remote areas. It's hard for a spouse to have a job, say, family and friends can be far away. So to give command and control at the field level to bonuses for qualified personnel that have been there long enough to have some rank, and yet below a certain level where there's already pretty heavy income in federal law enforcement like this. So this is literally the language of this section that's designed to help the rank and file Border Patrol law enforcement in field environments that are difficult to explain how challenging they are, and to have access to some bonus money can make the difference between recruitment and retention or not. And I yield the balance of the gentleman's time back.
Yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Correa from California to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, my colleague from North Carolina and from Louisiana, gentlemen, like I said earlier, ports are the economic drivers of our nation's economy. And, you know, when I'm listening to what you're trying to do and saying we're off mark, what's the difference between the green uniform and the blue uniform? Both uniforms are doing things that are critical to this country.
Gentleman, yield.
Economically, in a minute.
Okay.
To this country's economy, as well as to our national defense and to the safety of our constituents. We've been talking all afternoon about ports of entry in terms of how much narcotics, fentanyl are seized at these ports of entry. But let me tell you, in my trips to talk with those men and women in blue uniforms, they also have a challenge: retention, retirement, and stress because they're overworked, forced overtime on them, lack of childcare. It's just like every other point in our society: lack of police officers, green uniforms, but blue officers as well. Those blue uniforms do a lot of work at those ports of entry. We need to recruit in that area as well. I don't know why we would really prioritize one function over another when those folks at the port of entry, San Isidro, 100,000 people coming through a day. 60% of the fentanyl is seized at that one port of entry. Why would you not double down on personnel and make it 90% of the fentanyl being seized in the country at one port of entry? You want results? You want statistically to capture more of this bad stuff coming into the country? You increase personnel. You increase signing bonuses. You increase wages. I'll yield to you, sir, for a couple of minutes.
The chairman suggests, maybe the chairman will address the issue, so I'll hold off. If he doesn't get it, I'll come back.
Would you yield to me?
Of course,
Mr.
of course.
Okay. So the reason we singled out the Border Patrol on this, and this is a great question, and I'm glad you brought this up, is there are significant pay disparities between Customs and Border Patrol. And I'll give you some examples. For example, the night differential for Customs begins at 4 p.m., whereas for Border Patrol, it begins at 6 p.m. So that's an extra 2 hours every day that there's a pay differential. Overtime. Overtime for Customs is time and a half. Overtime for Border Patrol is just, you just get your hourly. And that's where this 14% comes up from the Border Patrol union. When they do their delta, it works out to be about, $13,000 or $14,000 difference. And what's happening is at about the 4 or 5 year mark, the Border Patrol guys are leaving Border Patrol and going to work for Customs, or they're going to work for ICE. So there's a natural incentivization to go from Border Patrol to Customs because the Customs guy get paid more. And that's why we chose the number for this bonus to get as close to that delta as we possibly could so that the draw from Border Patrol to Customs wouldn't happen. Does that make sense?
Yes, but if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Would we acknowledge the fact that there's a lack of personnel and lack of incentives to join both the blue uniforms and the green uniforms? We have challenges at both levels. So why would you not try to fix it on both sides as opposed to wait till we have a problem on the blue side?
Yeah, so, we're trying to be responsible as much as we can with the money we have. And when we put this entire bill together, we went to appropriations and tried to figure out as much as we could get. Remember, we're operating under Cutco, right? So we got a big deficit, or a ceiling debt limit that hopefully the president at some point will sit down and talk with us on. We can't even get him to come and talk to us on this issue. So talking about more money here and more money there.
Mr. Chairman, but I think we can all agree that we have deficits, we have to operate on certain budgets, but I can't go back home and look at the parents of a deceased fentanyl victim and say, we don't have enough money to increase our protection of our communities back home.
My suggestion would be to put the policies back into effect that were working before all this.
Sir.
I mean, you look at the numbers that were going down, and then in January when the policies went away, they skyrocketed back.
Are you talking about fentanyl, or are you talking about something else? Because I think the fentanyl we're catching right now says that we're doing a good job at the border, but we can do a hell of a better job at those ports of entry.
Well, your
that's what I'm
time
just
that
saying.
you're yielding to me has expired, and I hate to do that to you, but we got a long night ahead of us. But if someone else wants to speak on this issue, I'll recognize them. Actually, I think Mr. Burkeen is next, and he's gone, so Mr. Pfluger, you're recognized, or Mr. Jimenez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for me, it's a question of prioritization. And you have so much money, and so where are you going to prioritize? Where are you going to put that money? Well, we need to bring, I guess, the guys in green and the guys and gals in green, bring them up to the level where the guys and gals in blue. And we've seen that where this migration is causing a problem, migration from going from Customs and Border Patrol agents over to the Customs side, it's causing a problem. And so we need to resolve that problem, and so this bill does that. This amendment restores the problem we're trying to solve. Look, we know we're going to have a disagreement about where this fentanyl is coming in and coming through. We're catching the fentanyl at the ports of entry, but I think a lot of the fentanyl is actually getting through between the ports of entry. And we need to stop the migration. We need to stop the flow of illegal drugs and the human trafficking, all the bad things that are happening at that border. And for that, we need the boots on the ground, and the boots on the ground are the ones that need the raise, and the boots on the ground are the ones that need the incentives. Not saying that the other ones don't deserve it, but at this point, we have to prioritize it, and so I will vote against the amendment.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Magaziner is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. In my opening statement, I expressed that my opposition to this bill was because it will actually have the effect of making the border more chaotic and more dangerous. And I think this debate on this amendment is a good example of that. When we met with Border Patrol leadership, when we met with the green uniform leadership, they told us that it will make their job easier and safer if we can encourage migrants to be processed at legal ports of entry. Instead, what this bill does is shortchange staffing and funding at ports of entry, which will lead to further backlogs, which will lead to on a relative basis, right? I mean, isn't that the debate we're having right now here, right? Look, we want to support staffing and bonuses and salaries for both the green uniforms and the blue uniforms, both, right? And we have to address the staffing shortages at the ports of entry as well. We have to give DHS the tools to address both, which my understanding is that's what this amendment seeks to do. Because if there are bottlenecks at the legal ports of entry, then it's just going to divert people elsewhere and create more chaos, confusion, danger, and will tie up Border Patrol from doing the work that we need them to be doing, which is going after drug trafficking, gun trafficking, and the like. So again, when I hear, well, we don't have the funding to do both, or we don't have adequate funding to, invest in the blue uniforms as much as we're seeking to do for the green uniforms here, I think what this amendment is trying to do is say, let's invest in both. And I'll yield to Mr. Correa.
And the other part of this amendment, I just want to make sure that we understand, it's authorizing 1,700 more personnel, blue uniforms, to be hired. And again, if ports of entry are so critical to our economy, to our security, and that's today, moving forward, this is going to become an even more critical issue for our nation. That's why I think the ranking member's amendment is in line. It's a good one, good public policy with good vision to the future. Thank you, and I yield.
I'll yield to the ranking member.
The gentleman yields to the ranking member.
Thank you very much. I will, obviously, we, I think, made our case, but I want to put the committee, based on what the chair just said, that I will be offering an amendment to pay green and other uniform persons the same money. So if that's an issue, we can solve that with an amendment and just make all the officers get paid at the same rate. And so whatever that differential it will go away with the amendment. But that's to come a little bit later in debate. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Pfluger from Texas is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak against the amendment. And, I'll go back to a couple of things. First off, we spent trillions of dollars over the last 2 years. So this discussion needed to happen those past 2 years and needed to address not just the shortfall, but also the retention and the morale issues that we've had. So, okay, let's fast forward to where we are right this second. Respectfully to our Border Patrol agents are tied up. They are currently tied up at the port of entry. And every single one of the agents will tell all of us that they have been relegated to the administrative duty and they want to get back out in the field. That's why this whole discussion, that's why we're here, is because it is a layered defense that we need. And there is no question that we need to support every agent that is involved in a national security mission of protecting this country. And it is, to Mr. Jimenez's point, an issue of prioritization. Encouraging migrants to be processed at ports of entry, 100%, could not agree more. And that starts with the policy, it starts with the rhetoric that comes out of the President of the United States and the Department of Homeland Security, out of the Secretary, and it goes into the way we enforce those laws. It goes to the physical barriers, the technology, the surveillance programs that we have that I've mentioned several times that are drones. We want to encourage a legal, orderly, non-chaotic way. This is misplaced and misguided. The retention issues that are most acutely affecting Border Patrol agents right now are the fact that they're not able to do their jobs. And this crisis that is occurring, let's just talk about the numbers. In the last 2 years, migrant encounters at the southwest border, over 5 million. Known gotaways, over 1.4 million. Migrant deaths at the southwest border that we know about, 1,424. 193 people that have matched the terror watch list. Overdose drugs, it is the poisoning from fentanyl, estimated at 107,000 just last year. Not a single person in this committee knows how much fentanyl is coming across the border. Not a single person in this committee knows that. Hang on. So for us to say that 90% of it is coming across through a port of entry is false. We don't know that because we don't have an idea of what those 1.4 million known gotaways were doing. And I've asked the Secretary that 3 times in the last 2 years. And for anyone here to suggest that we know where the fentanyl is and where it isn't is false. In fact, when you went to McAllen, I assume that's where you went, did they tell you that they had last year, in one fiscal year, 20,000 drone events? A drone that is commercially purchased over the internet that is capable of carrying multiple fentanyl pills, and they're using that for command and control, to evade Border Patrol, ICE, and Customs. They're using it to drop a payload of fentanyl onto the other side of the border. They're using it to do all sorts of nefarious activities. So I'm going to yield to Mr. Magaziner, who asked first, and then I'll yield to you, Mr.
Well, listen, thank you. I'm glad to hear that there's consensus that you want to encourage people to be processed legally at ports of entry. And when I heard the list of ways to do that, one thing I did not hear was making sure that points of entry have the capacity to process people.
They do have the capacity.
No, when we were in Brownsville, a few days ago, they were processing 200 people a day. At the same time, thousands of people waiting in camps on the Mexican side for their appointments on their app to be processed. And I saw on the news coverage that their camp was set on fire.
I'm going to reclaim my time.
Would the gentleman yield here?
Sure.
Just quickly. It depends on what the objective is. If the objective is to maximize the processing of people who don't have an entitlement to enter into the country, to come into the country, then your point is well taken. But if the objective is to follow the law, which is to gain operational control of the border, then that wouldn't be what you would do. And
I'll yield to Mr. Correa.
Thank you. the percentage, the numbers, the drones that they told you about, that they told us about, the drones, all that is information we get from the border folks, the professionals, green uniforms, blue uniforms. They're the ones that are giving these statistics to us. So
Mr.
either
Pfluger's
rely on all
time-
those statistics or we don't. And
Mr.
I'm
Pfluger's
not
time
the
has expired. Does someone else want to comment on the bill and yield to Mr. Carrera?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to
Mr. Menendez, you're recognized.
first just touch on a couple of things, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to my colleague. First, Mr. Pfluger just said these conversations need to happen the last 2 years. Democrats have provided significant resources to manage spikes in irregular migration, including providing $17 billion for Customs and Border Protection in the fiscal year 2023 omnibus, which I don't believe a single Republican on this committee supported. So where were you then? You're talking a lot about CBP. Where were you then? Democrats increased spending by 17% over fiscal year 2022 for U.S. Border Patrol operations, hiring, and Southwest border surge requirements. Democrats also allocated funding to hire additional Border Patrol agents and personnel at ports of entry to stop the flow of drugs and process individuals in a humanitarian way. These investments have produced significant results. According to U.S. Border Patrol Chief Ortiz, quote, "With the investment that this Congress has made into the Border Patrol, CBP as a whole, we have greater situational awareness now than I've ever had." So if you want to try and make it seem like Democrats aren't serious about this situation, that's not going to...
Gentlemen, yield?
Will you yield?
No, well, there's a lot of interest, and I have to yield to my colleague on this side first. So I'm just going to keep you at bay for a few minutes, but we'll get to you. I respect that. We're serious. And, we want to engage in a serious conversation. We have the receipts that we're serious about this and providing the funding that our folks need at the border. So to mischaracterize it is, in my opinion, dishonest. We've done the work. We didn't see you all there in the last Congress. I yield to Mr. Correa.
Thank you. And Mr. Pfluger, if I may finish my thought here, and that is reliance on statistics, what we don't know and do know. The experts, I believe, at the border that protect our border, that watch our border, are the ones that give us these numbers. And we rely on them because we think they approximate what we believe is the actual reality out there. And that's what we use to make good public policy.
Will you
Thank
yield?
very
Will
much.
you yield a second?
It's not my time, but
Mr. Menendez, will you yield? I believe those numbers, but those numbers are what's captured at points of entry. We're saying that's not what's coming through. What's coming through is not at the port of entry, and it's those gotaways that are carrying it, or the drones that are carrying it, and we have absolutely no idea how much is getting through. To your point, Mr. Menendez.
And
To your point, Mr. Menendez, the proof is in the pudding. And there is no doubt that the last year of the Trump administration, we had less than 500,000 encounters at the border. The first year of the Biden administration, we had 1.7 million. Same people, same funding, 1.7 million. It's the policy. The policy. That's the problem. And we can throw all the money in the world at this unless the policy.
I do have to reclaim here because we're starting to get into sort of the details here. And this is a healthy conversation, right? But to say that we're sitting here, right, and want to have reckless policies is just not accurate. Folks in Congress have allocated money to the same folks that you are looking to allocate money to now through this bill. So we've been there. And so I think when you try to make it seem like we've not done our work here as Democrats is misleading. And I
yield back. The administration, this president, and the policies he's initiated through executive order is what's caused the problem. It's what's caused the crisis. And there's no doubt about it. You can't sugarcoat it. It's the numbers that have happened since he took office, since his policies went into effect. I'm not saying Congress passed those policies. It's the executive.
I want to reclaim, because we talk a lot, when we're having honest conversations, we talk about the root causes of migration. And we have authoritarian regimes that are massacring their people. We have a failed government in Haiti. So we have real root causes that have happened in the last several years, which are causing a lot of these irregular migration patterns, which when you talk to the agents, we've seen changes in those patterns because what's happening in our hemisphere has caused a lot of these changes, and that's what we're dealing with. It's not and administration. It's challenges of human migration and those challenges as they present themselves at their border. That's what we're all here to have a conversation about. And before I yield, I just want to give Mr. Correa a chance to get back in.
25 seconds.
I yield, sir. Coming back to you.
All those issues were in existence before. We've had totalitarian regime in Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. Haiti has been a mess for a long time before.
Mr. Menendez.
We didn't have these. We didn't have these numbers.
Mr. Menendez, no, I'm fair. I'm going to cut him off just like I would anybody else. Your time has expired. Would anyone else care?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins is recognized to speak on the amendment. He yields to Mr. Pfluger, and we do have votes that just got called. So maybe after this, we'll go vote and then come back. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things to respond. First off, this is a great discussion. This is the first time since I've been in Congress that we've actually debated border security. I don't think that the charge of this committee, however, is to figure out the causes of mass migration, be them in Syria, be them in Central America, be them anywhere. The charge of this committee is to protect the homeland. And yes, it has been a disaster at our southwest border. It has been a complete disaster. And it's because we had executive order after executive order after executive order that was reversing policies. And, to my colleague in California, we're getting the numbers from Border Patrol. We're getting the numbers from the Department of Homeland Security. It took 8 months for them to release the number of known and suspected terror matches to the watch.
Gentlemen, yield.
No, give me just a second, because there was a lot of conversation about what I had said. And, there's a big difference between border management. I'm not interested in the border management. I'm interested in border security. The mayor of New York City is worried when there are 3 or 4 buses pulling up in New York City. We get 3 or 4 buses in my district every day. I'm serious when I say come see it. Not one visit, come spend some time. Let's go down there and work on it together. It's nice that we're debating this. But between the ports of entry, we need security. Between the ports of entry, we have military-aged folks that are outfitted with the tactical gear that cost hundreds and thousands of dollars. I'm worried about them. I'm worried about them because I don't see security. And when the numbers come in and you look at the fact that in 1 year we eclipsed a 4-year total, and that can be said for the number of total encounters, that can be said for the number of known gotaways, that can be said for known and suspected terrorists. All 3 of those categories eclipsed a 4-year period. Yes, we have a problem. So if in last year's omnibus bill we spent $16 billion, it obviously is not doing the job. Let's look at the policies. That's what this bill is doing. It's compelling the administration to do their job to secure our border. I yield back to Mr. Higgins.
I yield to my colleague, Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. And just echoing the point of Congressman Pfluger, look at the president's budget this year. The president's fiscal year budget request. The president is requesting $1.37 billion below what was appropriated to CBP last year. What the president is asking for is less money to CBP, and then he's asking for $4.7 billion in a contingency fund. That contingency fund is not to hire new agents. That contingency fund is not to invest in technology. It's not to give pay raises. That contingency fund is to do nothing other than processing. That is what this administration, and I know you haven't been here and you don't make those decisions and I don't make those decisions, but the President of the United States and Secretary Mayorkas and those people within that realm, they made the decision to ask Congress for less money. They asked not for more agents. Well, they did ask more. They asked 350 more agents, but they asked for a lower budget, but yet they want to build up this contingency fund. And so I agree with Congressman Pfluger here when we get to the point and are we talking border security and keeping people from coming into the country? Or are we talking about how we can process people more quickly through the border? And it seems to me that that's all this administration cares about. They don't care about the numbers. They don't care about the statistics. The statistics don't lie. 1.7, 1.9, 2.7, and now we're on the on pace to be over 3 million. We're not addressing the crisis. We're not stopping people from coming. We're just processing them through quicker. I have to yield back to Mr. Higgins, so I will yield to Mr. Higgins, and he can yield the remainder of his time to you, Mr. Menendez, or anyone else.
I yield my remaining 30 seconds, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you. One thing we forget, the more migrants we process, the richer the cartels get. Every single migrant that's crossing the border is paying the cartels. They used to make $500 million a year. They're making over $1 billion a month. That's the same cartels that are killing thousands of Americans every single year.
Gentleman yields the balance of his time. Look, I just want to step in and say there's a reason why, and I got to tell you, I'm loving this discussion, but there is a reason why I, in my script, say, do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Or the gentleman or gentlelady is recognized to speak on the amendment. It's because we are speaking on, in this case, the ranking member's amendment. So I appreciate the in-depth discussion on migration, and I would love to talk about my nearshoring bill, which addresses the root cause issues, but that's in foreign affairs. So I'd ask you to keep, does anyone else want to speak on the amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Yes, sir. I'd like to recognize.
And we do have votes here, so I'll tell you what, we'll let this be the last comment, and then we're going to go vote.
Yield my time to Mr. Magaziner.
Yeah, on the amendment, sir.
On the amendment. Got it.
The core of Mr. Thompson's amendment, as I understand it. The core of the amendment, as I understand it, is ensuring that legal points of entry have the capacity to do their jobs. And I heard messages before between Mr. Pfluger and Mr. Bishop, and I wish Mr. Bishop was still here. What I heard from Mr. Pfluger was, yes, we understand that we want to encourage people to go to legal ports of entry instead of between ports of entry. And by the way, that tracks exactly with what we've heard from Border Patrol leadership. It makes sense. But then what I heard from Mr. Bishop was, well, but actually our objective is to incentivize people not to come at all. Well, in many cases, we're talking about people who legally, under our current law, are entitled to claim asylum. And so when a port like Brownsville is only able to process 200 people a day, and you have more people with legal claims waiting to be processed, and facing hunger and starvation and everything else while they're waiting, what are people going to do when they're fleeing violence and they're fleeing persecution and they can't get a damn appointment? They're going to, for self-preservation, seek other options. And so making sure that there is adequate capacity to process legal claims at ports of entry is not just the right thing to do, it will make the entire border safer, and that is what the amendment seeks to accomplish. And I'll just end by saying, I'm glad that Mr. Menendez highlighted the fact that under President Biden, spending for border safety has gone up significantly. I am holding a copy of the House Republicans' budget, which we haven't seen yet, and I'm eager to see how they adequately fund border safety with the 22% discretionary spending cuts that some of them have promised their caucus that they will be enacting. And with that, I'll yield back to Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Carrera.
Thank you. And to address my colleague from Florida, just want to, you talk about profits, how much cartels, smugglers make. I'll give you an example of where you can cut those profits to zero. The Ukrainian refugee experience. I was at the border. I don't think anybody else was there to see that refugee camp. Lifted Title 42, gave them parole. Those refugees were processed within 2 days. They crossed the U.S. Today, there's no more refugee camp in Tijuana, Mexico. because now they can apply for refugee status from Europe. Nobody's making a buck off those refugees because now they have a process to be evaluated and enter the United States. That's what basic economics 101. You take desperate people, you give them away, and that third party that would have made thousands off of them disappears. I yield my time to Mr. Carter, who will yield it back to Mr. Menendez.
I appreciate the efficiency of that.
I think that's all right.
And we are talking about the amendment, and the amendment's how we fund the things and the individuals at the border that we need to support. And it got into the administration's policies. Just as a reminder, last week we had the secretary here, and there weren't many questions asked of him. We had the opportunity to have this robust conversation before this bill was drafted. We could have had the opportunity, and I would like at some point to all go to the border together, because I've been there twice, and I've been here since January. I think it's serious, that we need to show that we're serious by going there and talking with the people firsthand. I would like to do that together. We just need to work together and make sure that we can do it in a productive way. We're not trying to score political points. We would like to work hand in hand. But, we're going to fall into the same trap at some point, too. And I think last week was, an opportunity to do more and get to a better place. And we fortunately didn't afford ourselves that opportunity as a committee. And I think we can do better. I think we will. I think today's been a productive step in that direction. I hope we continue to have a little bit more faith in each other to have these conversations and work together and have a difficult dialogue on things that we don't agree on. But let's be honest about it, and I think we can get to much better results. And I yield the remainder of Troy's time. Thank you so much.
The gentleman yields. We're going to recess at this point to go and vote. We have 3 votes, so we'll meet back here 10 minutes after. No, there's not enough people. Yeah. We'll meet back here 10 minutes after the last vote. Stand in recess. Committee, come to order, and we're on Thompson Amendment 6. Again, do any members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I ask for the ayes and nays.
A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceeding on this question postponed to the end of the amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Thompson number 20.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Thompson.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is straightforward. It simply protects the status quo regarding collective bargaining rights for CBP employees. For decades, CBP employees have had the ability to unionize and formally negotiate certain aspects of their benefits and employment. Border Patrol agents are represented by the National Border Patrol Council, which formed in 1967, and CBP officers and other professional employees have been represented as a single bargaining unit by the National Treasury Employees Union since 2007. Through collective bargaining, CBP employees have advocated for and secured important rights and benefits. Agents and officers receive due process protections during disciplinary appeals and grievance procedures, and they are guaranteed the right to union representation. Just like other unionized workforces with public safety and security responsibilities, such as Bureau of Prison officers, Border Patrol agent, and CBP officers do not negotiate over security policies. Their participation in collective bargaining has strengthened, not degraded, the security of our country. My amendment would protect the status quo by prohibiting the CBP commissioner and other supervisory CBP employees from restricting the participation of any Border Patrol agent, CBP officer, or other bargaining unit employee in union activities. It would also memorialize in statute the commissioner's duty to develop and implement policies to permit employees to participate in collective bargaining and other union activities. As we look to bolster our border security and improve employee morale, we must prioritize the ability of frontline agents and officers to advocate for themselves through formal negotiations. These agents and officers have some of the most difficult, dangerous jobs in the country and work in a highly politicized environment, as we've seen today. Their civil service protections are critical to safeguarding them from arbitrary, capricious, or politically motivated personnel decisions. I hope my Republican colleagues, who talk often about supporting Border Patrol agents and CBP officers, will back up their talk with their votes. Simply put, if you support Border Patrol agents and CBP officers, then you should support my amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed until after amendments this evening. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Thompson, number 8.
Mr. Chairman, reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Ooh, that's a good size. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Thompson.
Without obligation, without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment replaces the problematic spiritual readiness section with provisions of the bipartisan, bicameral DHS Suicide Prevention and Resiliency for Law Enforcement Act that I recently introduced. The act was endorsed by the National Treasury Employees Union and Blue Health. It is beyond tragic that CBP has seen a record number of officers and agents lost to suicide in recent years. Several members during the course of this markup have referenced that number of suicides. In response, I joined 3 of my colleagues, including Mr. Garbarino on this panel, in introducing the bill to address this clear health care crisis among DHS's law enforcement workforce, which of course includes CBP. My amendment is focused on establishing a program at CBP to not only provide mental health support, development, and resources, but ensures that the workforce can access those resources without risking their careers. Those of us who've been on this committee for a while understands that the rate of suicide within law enforcement is unacceptably high. Even as Americans are more open about their mental health challenges and depression, we see that all too often, those within law enforcement fear being stigmatized if they seek help. And with suicide rates at CBP on the rise, we are past the point of kicking the tires around with reporting requirements like the underlying provision does. We need action. I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Do other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ivey is recognized.
I want to speak in support of this amendment. When we were in Texas on Friday, I actually didn't realize that this was a problem within the ranks of the Border Patrol. But one of the people who was giving us the tour was an officer who told us about this, and he talked about how just that week he had been sort of called into helping save 2 of his people who were having crises. And in talking about that, he said 2 things. One was we need to address the issues in the way that the ranking member described, making sure that they can get help in an anonymous or confidential way so that they don't feel like they're risking their careers. But also he talked in terms of different people having different needs. I think the language in the Section 15 is drafted, focuses on chaplains, prayer groups, houses of worship. And I don't oppose that for sure, but the point that I think he was making is that, there are all types of different ways to try and help people when they're in crisis. Some might not approach it this way. They may have, their friends help them out, or they just regular counseling, psychologists, whatever it is, whatever they need. We should make that available to them, and making sure that we track the information and collect it so that we can give the best assistance based on evidence-based information, I think is definitely the way to go. So I certainly support the ranking member's amendment.
The gentleman yields, and I recognize myself to make a few comments. I couldn't agree more that this is a crisis. 17 suicides in a force of 17,000. To put that into perspective, the New York Police Department has 35,000 individuals, and they've had 3 suicides in the same period of time. Very clearly, the stress that is on our CBP agents right now is at a crisis point. I've dealt with, for all of my life, I went in the Army at age 17. I've had my brothers in arms commit suicide. Veterans, the rate at one time, it was 22 a day. And we were very aggressive and have been very aggressive to try to address those issues in the military. This is a tragedy, and we should do something about it. I will say that I think there's a few things I'd love to see changed here, but in general, I like what the direction that this is going, and I'd like to ask the ranking member if he would consider withdrawing this and making it a separate bill, working with me. I will commit to work with you, sir, to advance this as a separate bill. If we can get together and kind of work on it together, and if you'd consider a few changes to it, I'd love to make this a separate bill and be bipartisan for us to do together. And I yield.
The chairman has offered an opportunity for us to work together on something. It makes good sense. Our men and women in uniform deserve nothing less. So I accept your agreement to work with me on it. And with that, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member. I really appreciate that, and I look forward to it. The amendment is withdrawn. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
Reserve point of order, Mr.
Point of order is reserved. Which number is it, Mr. Ranking Member? 32. 32.
Okay.
The clerk may distribute the amendment. If it's the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Thompson.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Earlier in this markup, it was noted that there's a difference in pay between our Customs and Border Protection officers and Border Patrol agents. The difference is not as pronounced as was said, but nonetheless, there is a difference. And this amendment is very clear. We should be able to agree that all CBP personnel are not just critical, but also essential, and that their pay should be equal. So I'm offering an amendment to harmonize pay levels for Customs and Border Protection officers and Border Patrol agents in a manner to ensure greater or the same level of pay. My amendment would do the same for other pay incentives to include overtime pay. I urge my colleagues to support the Customs and Border Protection officers and Border Patrol agents, both of whom are critical to ensuring the security of our homeland. I urge the adoption of my amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, withdraw my...
The point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, briefly, if I may.
Yeah, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivy, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Speak on the amendment.
I certainly support the amendment. I think along the lines, I think everybody is, understood and expressed the view that these agents and officers are doing outstanding work under difficult circumstances. Many of them are very isolated. Some of them have to move to areas that they don't know anybody, or they're living in areas where there are not a lot of people around them. And the work that they do when they're in service is certainly heavy lifting. And they are the point of the spear. I mean, they are doing the key work. Whether we disagree about the wall or the technology or whatever, I think we all agree that these individuals are central to the mission that I think there is agreement on, which is to try and carry out these missions at the border. So I would ask, just to make sure there's no differentiation and concerns that might impact morale or anything along those lines, that we adopt the amendment as the ranking member has proposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chair, on that, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed until after all the amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 16.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk may distribute the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, she's going to distribute
sure.
first. Yep. She'll distribute, then we'll have her read it, then you go. It's me. It's an iPhone, yeah. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Swalwell.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that you know from your own distinguished service in the military, which I and my colleagues thank you for, foreign nationals play a critical role in supporting our armed services around the world. Nowhere was that more important in the past 20 years than in Afghanistan. Shana Bashana is the Dari phrase for shoulder to shoulder. And we know that many Afghans, at the risk to their own personal safety, assisted our military and the militaries of our allies in that conflict. And we made promises to them in this country that we would take care of them for their service. Hundreds of thousands of Afghans served faithfully alongside our military personnel. And these brave Afghans, with their volunteerism and service, assisted and kept safe countless military personnel. In some, they risked their lives for us. And now it's our responsibility to ensure that their safety as they flee a regime that will execute them, which we know has happened, and their families in the street just because they believe, like Americans believe, in freedom. They are heroes. They are allies. And they have more than earned the right to come to America and build a better life for their families. Sadly, after the U.S. formally withdrew from Afghanistan and the Taliban returned to power, many of those Afghans who assisted the United States and our military are still struggling to get out. My congressional district has one of the largest Afghan-American diasporas in the whole country. After that withdrawal from Afghanistan, we had, at peak, 6,000 open immigration cases of people who they or their family member served our country. The Taliban, we know, is still hunting them down and brutally attacking them, or worse, executing them. That's why I'm offering this simple amendment that would continue to allow funds to go to non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that provide services to Afghans attempting to enter the United States. NGOs like Evacuate Our Allies Coalition, which was founded by American veterans, and Church World Service provide vital legal and humanitarian assistance to Afghans building a better life or seeking to build a better life in America. I believe that my colleagues on all sides of this dais will agree that we owe these Afghan heroes our support as they seek refuge from the cruelty of the Taliban. NGOs provide valuable assistance to many of these brave men and women that are displaced from their homes and under severe threat. My amendment is a common sense fix to this legislation, which would prohibit all funding to NGOs that provide any critical assistance to immigrants, including Afghan allies who bravely fought alongside U.S. troops on the battlefield. I trust that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, some who have served alongside these Afghan allies in Afghanistan, will support this simple fix to make sure that we are always Shana Bashana with those who helped us.
Gentleman yields.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word and speak against the amendment. And I appreciate the gravity of helping our allies. There's many people on the top side of the dais and the bottom side of the dais who served in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and various places. We actually held a hearing on this, Mr. Chairman, on the chaotic withdrawal of Afghanistan just a little over a week ago. And what we learned from that hearing, and what we're still waiting for from the administration, is that of the 5,000 people who were released from Pulicharki prison, still haven't been accounted for, that we don't know what their affiliations are, their intentions, where they are, any of the things that you would want to know. And in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that people who helped us, that fought alongside Americans, were there. But the problem with this is that it was so chaotic, and as a result of that chaos, we have a much worse scenario right now with a lack of true ISR capability, with no boots on the ground to give us the operational environment, the intelligence that we need to know the intentions. I think at our monthly threats briefing tomorrow, if that still goes, that we'll be able to get a pretty good idea of what the capabilities actually are inside Afghanistan. And the vetting process, by the way, as we came out of Afghanistan, was, I would say, less than ideal. So once again, this isn't about those who helped us, but where were these discussions last year on this committee as we looked at the ability to keep our homeland safe, the lily pads, the vetting process? These are all important. While I appreciate the sentiments, and I think in a very bipartisan way, we have helped many people, including someone who was stuck in Uzbekistan, who had to flee Afghanistan, a pilot. And I personally helped over 100 of those Afghan pilots get to safety. And many others in this room and throughout our conference and throughout the Congress have done the same thing. But I think it's important for us to keep in mind that there's a lot more to that withdrawal that has left us in a much more vulnerable place, that has left Afghanistan as a true breeding ground. And the sentiments of the hearing that we had last week suggested that it is, once again, the perfect place and the perfect breeding ground for terror organizations, whether they be Al-Qaeda, whether they be the Taliban, or any other organization that has the networking, the financing, and the ability to hit our homeland. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge us to oppose this particular amendment, look for smart ways to vet those who would come to the United States. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I think Mr. Magaziner would like to speak on this. You're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I strongly support this amendment. We owe a tremendous debt to those Afghan nationals who risked their lives and risked their families' lives to help the United States carry out its mission in Afghanistan and in the war on terror broadly. These are men and women who risked their lives to help us. And I was in that hearing as ranking member on Afghanistan last week, and let me tell you, we heard some very compelling testimony from Americans who worked tirelessly to help Afghan nationals, who worked with our troops, who worked with nonprofit organizations to get them out of Afghanistan. And this bill, as it is written currently, would jeopardize the funding of nonprofit organizations that help those individuals who came here legally. Because the way the bill is written, it does not distinguish between aliens who came here, and I'm using the phrase in the bill, aliens who came here illegally versus those who came through legal means. Does not distinguish. And we should also not conflate those Afghan nationals who risked their lives to serve America with the 5,000 Taliban prisoners who were released by President Trump as part of his Trump-Taliban deal. Two separate groups of people, two separate issues. So I support this amendment, but I think what we're seeing here, more broadly, is that this section of the bill, Section 16C, is fatally flawed. Fatally flawed. Does not do anything for Afghan nationals who served American interests. Does not do anything to help children who are in dire need of medical attention or pregnant women. We should really revisit this section in its entirety, so I strongly support this amendment, but I would encourage everyone on the other side, let's take another look at this section of the bill in its entirety because it is fatally flawed and fundamentally broken. And I would like to yield now to Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. You got 2:48.
Thank you, Chair. And to Mr. Pfluger, I appreciate your point. I would just point out that this amendment, all it does is allow funding to NGOs who provide humanitarian assistance to families. It doesn't ensure the immigration of anyone, but I understand your concern, and we'll yield back to Mr. Magaziner.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Correa.
Just wanted to, just for
You
the
have 5
record.
minutes to speak on the amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
On the amendment and the Afghan issue, we've had classified briefings on the terrorist threats from Afghanistan since our pullout. We've also had a hearing in this committee, Operation Allies, on this specific subject matter. I myself had the opportunity to go to Qatar and to visit El Adid Air Base, biggest military base we have in the Middle East, where I personally saw our Homeland Security officers processing Afghan refugees, where those that were considered a threat or those that were not deemed to have passed certain inspections were not sent to the U.S. but sent to other third countries, and those that were considered to be credible in terms of legitimate, in terms of their being allies with America, not posing a threat to the United States, were separated, and actually we were looking for a way to get them into the United States. Most of them went to Europe. So we have addressed this issue of the Afghan threat in terms of terrorist threat to the United States. And I think I would support this amendment because what we're asking here is essentially NGOs to support those families of these Afghan allies that we've had, that we fought alongside during that 20-year war. The right thing to do is to continue to support those families of our allies. I have 3 minutes left.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course.
Thank you. Just on that point, I mean, I hear the conversation about disagreement about how the Afghan withdrawal went, and there are major policy issues there. But I think the people we're talking about now had nothing to do with those policy decisions. They just helped out the United States, and now there's language in this bill that would actually hurt them from the standpoint of receiving humanitarian aid, even though they really answered the call of duty in a way that I think was well, we owe them our deepest appreciation. And I'll say this too, you know, as far as messages, the next time we're in a country and we need assistance from people who are there, this isn't the kind of stuff we want to have them, you know, hey, wow, you know, we helped them out, they left us behind. When we finally got there, they wouldn't give us basic humanitarian assistance. I don't think that makes sense for the United States from a policy standpoint. And I really don't honestly think that's the goal of this language. I think this is just an unintended consequence from the language that was drafted here. But I certainly support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back to Mr. Swalwell. Oh, Correa, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now, oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Jackson Lee is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if there's ever a bipartisan amendment to clarify language in the underlying bill, this is clearly it. This bill that may be interpreted, we still have Afghans who've been left behind in Afghanistan, and there are many people who are trying to reunite Afghans with their families who are here in the United States. So our work is still undone as relates to those refugees, if you will. Our friends on the other side of the aisle have spent a lot of time in hearings bashing the unfortunate departure that the United States has to make. I think there are many answers to what happened. The Afghans will give you many answers to what happened. Not the least of those, that this was an agreement already made by the past administration, rushing us out the door. But all of us want to make sure that we investigate what happened so that something like that does not happen again. In spite of that, we realize that we did and still have individuals who sacrificed on behalf of the United States. As I indicated in earlier discussions, I was able to work with the brother of an Afghan soldier who had made his way to the southern border and then was detained and criminally held. And we were able to clarify that. And in coming into Houston, he had to receive a lot of help. A lot of NGOs helped. And I said he was on his way to getting an asylum. This language is so clear. It is so potent because it indicates that if we are helping Afghan families, 100 of them came into Houston, NGOs helped those families. They were in need of much, from housing to social services and possibly health care, because they had children. If Afghans still continue to come as refugees, some NGO is going to help them. Why not join in a bipartisan manner to suggest that those persons who sacrificed sacrificed for the United States and worked alongside of our armed forces in a number of capacities, specifically in intelligence operations, our military operations as a soldier that I helped secure his freedom, then those persons would not come under any confusion that this bill may suggest. I cannot imagine why we don't have enough empathy in this room to support this particular qualification. This is a clarification. It's nothing more than a clarification. And I support this amendment, the gentleman from California, and I support the fact that when we have nationals that have sacrificed, when they have families that are still in danger in Afghan, this gentleman's family are military persons, they're still running and hiding from the Taliban. And he's hoping to be able to be in a position, be status here in the United States, he and his brother, to help those families. That's just one family. And all of the way that he was making his way, in addition to lawyers that were provided for by those who were philanthropists and who were concerned about his case, he had NGOs to be of help to him. So I think this is a bipartisan approach to clarify the bill, and I would hope that we get any number of votes from the other side who I've heard speak eloquently about our Afghan friends who stood by us through intelligence work or in the military. With that, I ask the support of the gentleman's amendment from California. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Swalwell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Request a roll
amendment
call.
is not adopted. A recorded vote is requested.
Yes, please.
Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed until after amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlewoman, Ms. Ramirez of Illinois, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm offering this amendment in the nature of a substitute to Republicans' Border Reinforcement Act. The people of Chicago and the state of Illinois sent me to Congress with clarity. The city is clear about the right to seek asylum. Illinois is clear about the right to seek asylum. And I am clear about the right to seek asylum. As one of the major cities in the country receiving migrants from the southwest border, I want to commend the community-based nonprofit organizations, the city officials, the city council members, the state representatives, the state senators, and the governor who are working overtime to receive migrants. They're providing shelter, coordinating intake, administering services, and looking ahead to what is needed for effective coordination across the city, state, and federal government. $5.5 million from FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program have made a critical impact in concert state-dedicated funds. But the reality is that we're quickly exhausting those resources and need additional resources for rapid rehousing, as well as expanded flexibility to not limit services to the only first 30 days. My amendment would establish a 100% reimbursement rate from FEMA so that the essential work that nonprofit providers are given in coordination with cities like Chicago can continue without prolonging a dangerous break in services. These services provide shelter, food, and supportive services to individuals and families. In the absence of additional resources and flexibility, we are seeing people directed to police stations where there are no beds, no dedicated resources, and is fundamentally unfit for providing shelter to migrants. Migrants don't belong in police stations. Children don't belong in police stations. They're not criminals. They're seeking asylum, which is a right. Chicago is home to dedicated community leaders who are committed to coordinating care, resources, and above all else, ensuring everyone has the basic needs met, regardless of their citizenship status. My amendment, it's not a perfect fix, let's be clear. The perfect fix, of course, would be full passage of the American Dream and Promise Act, which I'll talk about more in my other amendment. But short of comprehensive immigration reform, which is what we should be doing in Congress, the next thing we could do is to ensure that at least $66 million for Chicago gets to them by the spring of 2023. I'll be working hand in hand with my colleagues at every level of government in Chicago and Illinois to expedite as many of these resources as possible through the budgeting process. But in the absence of a finalized budget and guidance from the administration, my amendment would create a mechanism for these life-saving services to continue. Let's work together to ensure that Chicago and other cities and states also receiving migrants have the necessary humanitarian assistance and services from FEMA's Food and Shelter Emergency Program. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
There being no further.
Mr. Chairman.
Who is asked to be recognized? Mr. Pfluger is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Move to strike the last word and speak against the amendment. I do appreciate Ms. Ramirez to talk about reimbursements. It's something that I've pushed for over the last couple of years. I actually introduced a bill last Congress to reimburse the state of Texas for the damages incurred to farmers and ranchers, which we spoke about earlier. I think I submitted for the record some pictures of that, but I do appreciate the conversation. Let me just read a couple of facts about the reimbursements and the amount of money that the state of Texas has spent. The legislature has actually appropriated, this is not a fictional number, but over the last 4 years, they have had to appropriate $9.03 billion between fiscal years 21 and 25 in order to do the things that it takes to secure the border because of the lack of federal government action. They've spent $4.6 billion in the last 2 years. $460 million, so almost $500 million has been spent just on the National Guard alone. And you can go on down the list for the equipment and the construction materials and the things. What this doesn't account for are the unfunded mandates that go to Crockett County for the murder trial that's going to happen for the constituents that I introduced everyone to. It doesn't account for many of the costs that are unfunded because of the inaction of the federal government. And when you look at the Constitution, providing for the common defense is pretty clear to me. That's why we're here today. That's why we are having this discussion today. Because over the last 2 years, I wish that we had had this discussion. I wish that we had had this markup. I wish that we could bring in those mid-management level Border Patrol agents so that the whole world could hear their recommendations for how to do this. I don't know, and I can't speak to how many migrants have gone to Chicago, but I doubt very seriously that it even comes close to the number that we're dealing with in Texas on a daily basis. And the humanitarian thing to do is to pass this bill as it's written, to live by law and order, to establish, once again, a level set for how we do business and how this country is going to live. And accept and not accept the behaviors that we see the cartel and others having the control over our southern border. And by the way, I would love to see what the northern border looks like, because I think what we'll hear from our monthly threats briefing tomorrow is a picture that may not be as good as it has been. And I think that is probably impacting areas like Chicago and other cities that are maybe further away from the southern border in a very negative way. So I appreciate the reimbursement discussion. I can't support this amendment. I think that this bill is good as written. That doesn't mean it's perfect, but I think it's a level set to get us back to the point where we don't have the outrageous numbers of
Gentleman yield.
5 million encounters at the southern border,
Gentleman yield.
1.4 million known gotaways, 1,400 deaths, 193 people who've matched the terror watch list, and over 100,000 poisonings and deaths due to fentanyl. Is that Mr. Correa?
Yes, sir.
I yield.
Just very quickly wanted to point out that a few weeks ago, we did have a hearing on the northern border, and I got a phone call from the Canadian ambassador who wanted to make sure that we stop sending weapons, drugs, and other things north of our border. Thank you very much, sir.
I appreciate the comments. I'm putting them into my mind as to how they pertain to this particular amendment, but I think that discussion needs to continue to happen. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to just add my support to Congressman Ramirez's amendment. I think I served, as mayor of my community for 8 years prior to coming to Congress, and the impact that is happening in our cities and the need for the federal government to step in to assist in what is really a large challenge, I think is real and is here. And I think this amendment, which essentially empowers FEMA to support what's happening in places like Chicago and New York, in Los Angeles and Long Beach that I represent, I think is really important. I think also just to note that we do have governors in some states that are putting migrants on buses and sending them across the country for cities to come in and do this humanitarian work. And so this is actively happening, whether it's happening in Florida or it's happening in Texas or other places. In my opinion, not a humane process or a humane system that these governors and others are doing. And so I think the least we could do is provide some assistance to these communities that are doing their best also to take care of migrants in a way that is humane and that is focused on actually helping people, which is what I hope that this country is about. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Chairman, briefly, I'll just say again.
Mr. Magaziner is recognized.
I support the amendment. This just gets back to the question of what kind of a country do we want to be? What are our values? And when I see emergency food and shelter, we can debate the best type of technology and staffing and infrastructure on the border all day long. But as Americans, with our values, emergency food, emergency shelter should be funded. And I would just note, the amendments that my Democratic colleagues and I are offering up, these have not been gotcha amendments. These have not been messaging amendments. These have been honest attempts to try to make this bill better. And I suspect that on some of these, some of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would support them. And what we're seeing instead, whether it's helping with emergency food and shelter, whether it's helping men and women who risk their lives to help us in Afghanistan, reaffirming our support of the right of Border Patrol agents to be in a union, to vote no against these amendments in a knee-jerk way just because they have a Democrat's name on them is not productive to bipartisanship. And so, again, common sense amendments here, and I urge support on this one as well.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Ramirez of Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
That's quite a read of it.
Thank you, sir. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Correa, for what purpose does the gentleman?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 18B.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will please distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection. The clerk must report the amendment. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5
Thank you.
minutes. Mr. Correa of California, to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we finally have an amendment that we can all agree on. It's a very simple one. It would give our CBP officers and agents a better starting pay. As you know, our CBP agents and officers are some of those highly trained in all of federal law enforcement. The federal government already devotes significant resources to their agency, yet their starting pay is nowhere close to what they would need to fully provide for their families and compensate for their quality job that they will be doing. My amendment would increase the starting pay from GS5 to a GS7. If we want to get retention and recruitments, a raise will help. Let's do more for our greatest assets, our border personnel. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the member reserve?
Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order.
The point of order is insisted. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment falls outside committee's Rule 10 jurisdiction, and therefore it is not germane and out of order.
Our colleague has stated that the amendment is out of order. Does the gentleman that offered the amendment wish to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's clear today we're talking about border security and investment resources in our agents. We're talking about recruitment and retention. This amendment is right on point, and I would ask for a roll call on that perspective.
And would the gentleman yield for just a moment on that point? I would note that there's language in the bill that goes.
The gentleman will pause. That would be for Mr. Correa to yield time to you. Does Mr. Correa yield time to Mr. Ivey?
I yield. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would note that there's language in the bill that goes to payments with respect to retention and recruitment. So one of the things the bill did was create a pool of money that was to be used for retention and recruitment. So compensation is directly addressed in the bill, the substitute amendment that's before us right now. So I think the amendment is in order for that reason as well.
The chair rules that the amendment falls outside the committee's jurisdiction and therefore is not germane and out of order. Therefore, the chair sustains.
And Mr.
Point of
Chair,
order. The amendment is out of order.
Mr. Chair, I will not appeal your ruling.
The gentleman does not appeal. And the amendment is removed from consideration.
Got it.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman,
Amendment 7.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Substitute amendment for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. The Republican Border Reinforcement Act is a dangerous proposal that fails to address our broken immigration system. The GOP border bill today would actively harm migrants, migrants who have risked everything for a chance to survive, because that is what we're talking about today. We're talking about life or death. People do not wake up one day and all of a sudden decide, hey, I'm kind of bored today. I think I want to walk over 1,000 miles to the US border, nearly die in the desert, go through tunnels or whatever it is that they have to go through because, they're bored. People do not wake up one day and decide they're going to risk drowning in El Rio Grande, like my mother nearly died while pregnant of me, just because they feel like doing it. They are seeking asylum, and today's bill from the Republicans unfortunately lives up to their hateful, xenophobic, anti-immigrant rhetoric. The GOP bill criminalizes refugees and asylum seekers by placing restrictions on those who offer assistance. It would strip away vital funding from organizations that provide relief and support to immigrants, creating a hostile environment. Our country is long overdue for a humane and comprehensive overhaul of our immigration system, and the answer isn't a mystery. We've known this for a while, and we know that we need to move with the American Dream and Promise Act. Something that is so clear to me about my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that their lack of connection to the people they are so comfortable inflicting harm on. For me, this is personal. My own family is no exception. If Congress doesn't advance comprehensive immigration reform as Republican-controlled courts continue to threaten DACA, people like my husband and many hundreds of thousands of people could face deportation. I am deeply grateful for the leadership of Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia out of Texas for her work to advance a roadmap on immigration reform that so many people like my husband, a DACA recipient, have been waiting for literally years. I'm proud to do my part as a co-lead of the bill when it's formally introduced, and that's why my amendment today would strike the bill text of the GOP border bill and insert the American Dream and Promise Act. Instead of punishing immigrants, their loved ones, and their communities, the American Dream and Promise Act provides a pathway to lawful permanent resident status for DACA recipients, as well as temporary protected status, deferred and forced departure holders. There are still more immigrants who would need protection from deportation, access to work permits, and ultimately a pathway to citizenship. But the American Dream and Promise Act is a crucial step forward to remedy the harm our current immigration policies have inflicted on immigrants and refugees. One of the biggest failures of our current immigration policy is the insistence on cruelly dividing families and communities based on someone's status. Who we are as people cannot be reduced to a documentation status. Our families and our communities cannot be conveniently divided into documentation statuses. Congress should prioritize this bill over the Republican Border Enforcement Act and push for its passage. In fact, under a Democratic majority, the House passed the American Dream and Promise Act last Congress with bipartisan support, and I'm committed to seeing it pass again, pass the Senate, and finally get to the President's desk. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order.
The point of order is insisted upon.
Pursuant to House Rule 16, Clause 7, the amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and the fundamental purpose test, and the amendment falls outside the committee's Rule 10 jurisdiction. Therefore, it is not germane and out of order.
The gentleman insists upon his point of order, since the amendment is not germane. Does the gentlewoman who offered the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
No, I withdraw
The
my
gentlewoman is
amendment.
recognized.
Thank you. No, I withdraw my amendment.
The gentlewoman withdraws. And the amendment is withdrawn from consideration. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
My colleague and friend, Mr. Correa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 16.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment asks the Office of Personnel Management, or OPM, to establish a special rate of pay for border agents and officers to help address recruitment and retention at stations with high cost of living. The bill before us does very little to address real problems and provide real solutions for personnel at the border. Locality pay is not enough to live in places like San Diego when your basic rate of pay starts at GS5. For those not aware, GS5 agents and officers make about $40,000 a year. And that's not enough to survive. While San Diego seems like a great place to work, beautiful weather and beaches, you can't live on $40,000 a year in San Diego. And when I met with officers and agents at San Ysidro, I heard firsthand about the long commute hours. After 16-hour shifts, they had to drive home hours and hours on the road. And that impacts the families not just financially, but personally. And if we want to recruit the best and keep the best, we have to start by paying them well. OPM has the authority to establish special rates of pay and has done so in the past. My amendment asked that OPM find those duty stations where low recruitment rates and high cost of living and establish a special pay rate. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist upon a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, my good friend, I insist on my point of order. The amendment falls outside the committee's Rule 10 jurisdiction, therefore it is not germane and out of order.
The gentleman insists upon his point of order. Before I recognize my colleague, Mr. Correa, to speak on the point of order and the amendment, let me say that I believe this language would work under the Oversight Committee, and I offer to work with my colleague through the Oversight Committee to perhaps adopt this language, because I support the spirit of the amendment, although it's been cited as non-germane. Does the gentleman wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just first want to thank you for your offer. Accepted. I think it's good public policy, so let's come up with a solution, a win-win, to make sure everybody's objectives are reached. I think if it had not been ruled not germane, I think most folks here would probably have voted for it. With that being said, I'm going to yield a few moments to my colleague, Mr. Ivey.
Well, and I also thank the chairman for offering to address it in that way. I do want to note for the record, though, Section 8 of the substitute amendment speaks directly to retention bonuses. It deals directly with this issue, deals with GS 12 and the general schedule. So if that's not germane, I'm not sure that this language is either, but perhaps when the two of you all are working on language to address the issues that Mr. Correa has raised, because I agree, I think everybody's going to agree that these are necessary and appropriate. This language might be included in that bill too. And with that, I yield back to Mr. Correa.
Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields, and I appreciate the gentleman's comments. The amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Correa is recognized.
I have an amendment, number 74.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the right to, on my point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment, please.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Correa.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, drawing from the comments I've heard at the border, San Isidro specifically, as has been stated here today, a lot of our agents under a lot of stress, sadly, a lot of broken marriages, a lot of single parents. Then on top of that, a lot of these CBP officers and agents will go to work for an 8-hour shift and be asked to stay another 8 hours, another 4 hours, with very, very little notice. tremendous stress on a family household, tremendous stress on a single parent. Solution is simple. My amendment is a one-sentence amendment that essentially gives DHS the authority to expand child care opportunities for the men and women serving our nation's front lines. Mr. Chair, that is my amendment.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman insist on the point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of
The
order.
point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ivy is recognized from Maryland for
Very
5
brief.
minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I certainly heard the same thing Mr. Correa heard when we were down in Texas. There are certainly agents and officers who are under a lot of strain, not only from their work, but from their home situation. And that's understandable. Law enforcement personnel face that across the board in regular departments. There are extra challenges that are imposed on these border agents and officers as well. And recognizing that not all of them have, the traditional nuclear family or support around. Some of them need childcare. Many of them do, just like everybody else. People here in the room need. There are many of us that have needed childcare over the years. And recognizing that and knowing we need to do everything we can to get more officers and agents on the street, on the border, I certainly support this amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Are there anyone else, any other member who wishes to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Correa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chair, I request the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this of this question are postponed until after all of the amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment
Ms.
at the
Sheila
desk.
Jackson Lee
Thank you.
has an amendment. What amendment number is it, ma'am? 4. Amendment number 4.
Number 4.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order.
There's
The
unanimous
clerk
consent that the amendment
may,
be
give me just a
considered as read.
second, Congresswoman. The clerk may distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute
Chairman,
to HR
ask unanimous
27.
consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, so ruled. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment that law enforcement champions all across America. My amendment requires CBP and ICE, and many of us have recounted our stories of being at the border. That means that many of us have engaged with ICE officers, CBP, and they speak honestly to all of us. And I will say, by and large, the members of these organizations take no preference for what your party is. They want to know the facts, or they want to give you the facts, and they're proud of the service they give. And so this amendment requires CBP and ICE to provide Congress with a plan for implementing within 1 year the use of body-worn cameras by its agents and officers who are engaged in border security or immigration enforcement activities. These cameras will be welcome. The plan must include policies and procedures for the use of body-worn cameras by agents and officers, and these policies will be dictated by the organizations themselves. It must include retention requirements for camera footage, as well as training requirements for the appropriate use of body-worn cameras. Under my amendment, the plan must also include mechanisms to ensure agents and officers compliance with body-worn camera policies and procedures. It also must state what adverse action will be sought for noncompliance with such policies and procedures. Importantly, my amendment also requires CHP and ICE to consider the body-worn camera principles published by major civil and human rights organizations when developed and planned. Both CBP and ICE have already begun deploying body-worn cameras to their frontline officers and agents to provide greater transparency into interactions with the public. As I said, these will be welcomed, and I hope that we can see partisanship and see this as value. And in the event there are allegations of excessive force or other misconduct by an officer or an agent, footage from body-worn cameras can enhance the agency's ability to investigate, and in actuality, they can tell the story. Several studies on the effectiveness of body-worn cameras have found that police officers wearing cameras generate significantly fewer complaints and use of force reports relative to officers without cameras. And again, officers across America are using these. Savings from reduced complaints against officers and the reduced time required to resolve such complaints can result in substantial cost savings, and this is in the federal system as well. It is troubling that the underlying bill seems to seek cost savings at the expense of ensuring orderly and fair processing of asylum seekers. It defunds a number of offices, Office of Immigration Detention, which is responsible for individuals with complaints about DHS misconduct in immigration detention, providing oversight of immigration detention and facilities. I know my colleagues don't want to suggest that these persons don't have rights to be able to speak to ill behavior. We want a system that stands up on its own, that is professional in both sides, in terms of the officers who have chosen to do this for their career. Wouldn't it make much sense to save money by investigating complaints more quickly and preventing misconduct in the first place? I would hope the answer is a resounding bipartisan yes. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which will enhance oversight and accountability and transparency with CBP and ICE. And I clearly want to make the point that for those of us who have worked with law enforcement most of our life, if we are not a law enforcement officer, as I have, starting as a city judge, we know that the integrity of the profession is important to the men and women who wear the uniform. Why not add another component to ensuring that integrity that they will want and they will use and they will craft the policies? Again, I ask my colleagues to support Jackson Lee Amendment number 4. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman insist on the point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ivey is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly support this amendment. My experience when I was a prosecutor at the federal and the state level was that most officers try and do the right thing, and they are doing the right thing. Sometimes they run into allegations that they've acted inappropriately or acted with excessive force or something along those lines. Sometimes that is certainly the case. I think we've all seen those videos, but frequently it's not. And so body-worn cameras, not only are they effective as far as providing evidence that's useful in prosecutions down the road, but they also protect officers who are doing their job the right way from incorrect or false allegations against them. And I think it's a step in the right direction with respect to the modernization of the agents and officers who are out there on the border. And as I mentioned earlier, the cartels are, they're providing cutting-edge technology to their people who are trying to bring this stuff into our country. Let's do the same for our agents and officers who are fighting the fight on our behalf to keep it out. I support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, just for a moment.
Yes, ma'am, I yield to Ms. Jackson.
I'm very glad that you mentioned your past experience as a prosecutor. It is very important to have the two entities that are dealing with the protection of the American people. One that has to build a case on the investigation. Realize that the tools of a body camera on our border staff, personnel, is equally important. This is not an attack. Those of us who've sat on the bench, I've issued probable cause warrants, questioned police officers as I've questioned others. And what I know of our team of law enforcement, the fabric of law enforcement across America, they want to get it right. And you cannot get it right as a prosecutor if the investigation doesn't have all the facts. And the same kind of interaction that occurs on America's streets with law enforcement occurs at the border. There should be no less attention to detail than what we would do ordinarily. The body cameras do not make judgments, they simply show the facts. There may be long days of goodness, long days of good actions, and some days not. As Americans, we'd want to be able to say that we've got the best system in the world. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I yield to Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. You know, looking in California in my local police agencies, originally there was a lot of resistance to body cams. And now the experience is most of our police officers welcome them because they also serve as a deterrent. When you stop a suspect, somebody on the other side, and they see that little red light, they know they're being recorded, so all of a sudden their behavior goes from just being very bad to more respectful because they know the evidence is going to be in front of them. They will be on camera when they are prosecuted. I think in the same way, as the author of this amendment has said, this is a two-way street, not only for prosecutions that you have the evidence there in front of you, but also protection of the police and also to control the situation. So today you find, myself included, you go to an event, you have a police officer, and you see that red light, you no longer joke around. No longer do you take for granted the behavior that those around you and you might have. The evidence is there, and it has become very much of a deterrent. Very much. Buddy cameras have made a big difference when it comes to public safety. Thank you, sir.
And reclaiming my time and just making one last point, the police departments have found that actually body cameras are a great managerial tool as well, because it allows managers to monitor what's going on with their officers out on the street and have direct evidence and information about what that is. So to the extent changes are needed, the officers or agents might be coming to their supervisors and explaining problems to them. This reinforces that and allows us to do a better job of managing our people at the border. With that, I yield back my time.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman for yielding, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes to talk on this amendment. I think body cameras are great, and I think they're a very, very good idea. You know, our challenge is money. As I said earlier, and I don't want to belabor the point because, you know, we're working in a very bipartisan fashion right now on some things. We're having good discussion, you know, sharing thoughts, but we haven't even decided on the debt ceiling increase yet. We don't know what pots of money we have. We took all the money that we thought we were going to have based on where we are right now on budget discussions throughout the rest of the Congress, and we gave it all to the pay raise, the bonus raises. I will tell you, Ms. Sheila, or Ms. Jackson Lee, you know, we get through the debt ceiling and we get an opportunity to have some money to do something like this, I'd consider it. But based on where we are and where our government is on spending and all that, I can't support the amendment today. But I do like the idea of body cameras, and I appreciate you bringing the amendment. With that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would yield.
If you read the amendment, Mr. Chairman, the good news about the way I crafted the amendment, the way we crafted it, it is to get all the parties together and to develop a plan. As one would say, there's no money flowing right now. To get a plan that has to be reported back to Homeland Security and the House Judiciary Committee because we have overlapping jurisdiction within the year, not late in the year, that would require those body cams. And all of that, excuse me, would be projected. You get the plan first to then know how we should implement the plan and how we should fund the plan. And the amendment goes on to talk about benchmarks, policies and procedures, training, mechanisms, considerations. And so it's not, there is a fiscal note to this, but there's a lot of elements that go into it, and our committee would receive the plan before we begin to talk about the appropriations. Let them begin the work on moving forward on body cameras. We've heard prosecutors, former law enforcement officers, former judge say that we know law enforcement wants to be at the highest level of performance. So I'd ask the gentleman to reconsider, because the money is not flowing at this point. It is a plan. And we should welcome a plan that the groups will get together, all the parties will get together. We're not asking the law enforcement to stand by themselves. All the parties that may be impacted will help develop this plan. With that, Mr. Chairman, I
Gentlelady yields
ask for your
back.
support.
Thank you. I just want to say I've yet to send a request for a plan to one of the departments where they didn't say they had to expend some financial resources to produce the plan. So I appreciate those comments, but I won't be able to support it today. But I'm more than willing to work with you in the future on something like this, and hopefully we'll have the budget issues worked out where we can figure out how to do that. And I think, Mr. Jimenez, you wanted to speak. Were there anyone else on the left? Because it's y'all's turn. Anybody? Okay, Mr. Jimenez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd say that I'd love to work with Ms. Jackson Lee on this. As the mayor of Miami-Dade County, I implemented body cameras to the largest police department in the Southeast United States. And I certainly see the benefit to that. As long as it's not going to cost any money, I would like to work with you in the future about how we get this implemented, because I do believe there are benefits to it. There may be cost up front, but in the end, there's cost avoidance, because we found that in the complaints, the police officer's version of events were probably sustained well over 90% of the time. And we probably averted a lot of costs. So I'd love to work with you in the future on this and see if we can get this done.
Gentleman yields. Any other members want
Well,
to
if the
speak?
gentleman would yield, I welcome the,
Do you yield?
no, I thought.
Yes, ma'am, I already yielded.
Oh, it's his, okay, he yielded to you, yes, ma'am.
All right.
Sorry about
Sorry, I
that.
thought you were still on your clock. I welcome that, Mayor. I will just say that the immediacy of the present legislation, if we have to go forward, I could not say to you that anything we do here in Washington would not require some appropriation, some funding, but that's our responsibility. We are the umbrella on a rainy day in the United States. We've got to fund these things. But what I would say to you, if not today, I'm always going to be available to make sure that we can get something done. So I thank you, and I yield back. I'm asking my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee amendment. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Does anyone else any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Chairman, recorded vote requested.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed until after all amendments have been voted on. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 14.
Amendment number 14. Does anyone request a point of order?
Sir, I request a point of order.
Gentleman requests reserves a point of order. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
See if I can make this is not yours, right? Is he ready? It's totally fine.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is also a healing amendment, an amendment that recognizes America's family values. My amendment would prohibit the very heinous practice of separating families for the crime of seeking a better life to the United States. As I've mentioned, I've been to the border many, many times and was there when the surge of migrants some almost 10 years ago and saw busloads of children coming in to no fault of their own. The crisis was abounding in these areas, and mothers were simply, literally, trying to avoid the violence against their children. Unfortunately, during the last administration, thousands of children were separated from their families in the name of Trump's zero tolerance, including hundreds of U.S.-born children. The key to this was, if we keep their children, they will not come. It didn't work. It didn't work. We took so many children. To this day, DHS task force to identify and unify U.S.-born children and migrant parents has not determined the number of U.S. citizen children affected. We have not completed our task. Efforts to reunify families have been unacceptably slow. U.S. citizen children, like this little baby here, or others separated at the border, were placed with foster families and state welfare authorities. They have been reunited on a case-by-case basis. I wonder what happened to the little 9-month-old that I held in my arms, who had sent him on, 9 months old, desperate, and he was in one of those centers for children by himself in a crib, There was not a more heart-wrenching experience to hold him and then to have to let him go, to wonder what his destiny and future would be. Foreign-born children were placed in shelters managed by the Office of Refugee Resettlement, and we're still in the process of reuniting them with their families. No child, no matter where they're born, should be separated from their family, particularly after surviving the harrowing journey to the U.S. border. My amendment would bar CBP from separating children from their families unless there is evidence that the child has been trafficked, according to the well-known William Wilberforce Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act. It further directs the DHS in coordination with the State Department and HHS and the Attorney General to provide quarterly reports to Congress on the status of efforts to reunify migrant families and prevent future family separations. Never again will we allow families to be ripped apart. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I wanted to add just something additional, which is there is discussion about thousands of children not found here in the United States. The facts are not accurate. These children have been placed in many instances. It's just difficult to reach them and their families. But whatever the case may be, this amendment speaks directly to what I hope is a value that we never give up on. That value of the preference of a mother, father, child relationship, and that you never punish anyone and willingly take the child that has not been abused or mishandled, and that's what happened. These children were dangled in front of those who came thousands of miles. You came here, you have this child, we're taking them from you, and send the word back home. Don't get any more mothers and fathers up here with children, because we're going to snatch your child too. Once the word goes out, we know they're not going to come. But you are snatching their children from them on some form of distorted punishment that you have the audacity to break that sacred trust between a little child and their loved one. The 9-month-old baby came and it was separated from the one person it had, laying not with that person, but in a strange crib. Who knows where that little one has gone to? We can't do this anymore. And my amendment is an orderly way of dealing with this, a commitment not to do it, but investigating whether the child has been trafficked, and to make sure, in its final, that we work to identify all the children that have been separated, and we keep working every single day to make sure those children are reunited with their families. This is a fair amendment. It's a decent amendment. It's an amendment that carries with it the values of this nation. I ask my colleagues to never again be part of this country allowing families to be ripped apart, and I ask my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman withdraw his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Pfluger, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'm glad we're having a discussion about children. My last 7 visits to the border, I've talked to children. I've seen the children. I've talked to teenage girls, teenage boys. The kids are the victims here. And my colleague from Texas, I know, has been down to see this many times. Chairman, thank you for bringing this bill to level set us back to a point where we do not incentivize the cartels to separate children from their families, because that's what's happening. The separation is happening by cartels who are using the children and trafficking the children. And any trip you take to any of the border towns, be it Laredo or Eagle Pass, Del Rio or McAllen or anywhere in between, what you will find are children that are in the main approach that have been dropped off at a variety of points along the way. Those children are being separated, in many cases, well before they arrive at the border. They're being trafficked. They're being inhumanely treated. When one of the former members of this committee was down there, they're being dangled overboard, the vessels that are crossing the Rio Grande River. And I think any trip to see this, when you go out at night and you go on the boats and you see what's actually happening, and I mentioned it earlier, the 2-year-old that was found in the brush, why are we ignoring this? Why are we playing like the cartels are not doing this? They are. You want to talk about humane policy? You want to stir up some emotions? This is the conversation that's going to get the emotions stirred up. When you see a 2-year-old left for dead, not by Border Patrol agents, but by cartels. I'm sorry, was somebody recognized? Are we going to keep blaming a former president? Because that's all we heard last Congress. The only person who did something about the border situation. Come on down. Spend some time. Talk to the people who know the cartels. Talk to the people who deal with them. One trip, give me a break. One trip for an hour? I mean, come on.
Will the gentleman yield?
No. You want to talk about inhumane treatment? Who was there with the 57 people who died in a tractor trailer south of San Antonio? Who was there with them? They came through a port of entry. I'm sorry. This is too important. You're going to have time to ask the chairman. Who was there with those 57 people that died in the July heat, 110 degrees inside a tractor trailer? separated from their loved ones, trafficked by the cartels, incentivized by this administration. The Biden administration, anybody, you can roll your eyes as much as you want. The American people are not rolling their eyes. They're asking us to do something about this. That family that I had sitting right there behind the secretary last week, they lost a 71-year-old grandmother and a 7-year-old. You want to talk about children? I'm worried about my children dying from fentanyl. That's why we're doing this border bill. So give me a break. Let's level set, come together and pass something in a way that we haven't done in 2 years. This is the first hearing or markup we've had in over 2 years where we're sitting down even talking about the facts. The children are being used, manipulated, and trafficked by cartels who are making billions of dollars. So when we talk about separation of children, let's get the facts straight. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Mr. Correa from California for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
I agree for the most part with my colleague from Texas. You're absolutely right. One trip doesn't do it. I was out there also in El Paso, went out to visit, and I saw the place on that wall where the smugglers threw over the 2-year-old and that 6-year-old sister, Yuri and Yareli, threw them over the wall, midnight. And if it wasn't for officers in those green uniforms with their high-tech equipment that actually saw those young ladies out in the middle of the night, they would have probably perished in a very horrible way to God knows what. You're absolutely right. But any attorneys here today? I want to talk a little bit about what we were talking about a minute ago, which is funding and money. Tort law. Those children come into your possession, so to speak, you have a duty of care. And you breach that duty of care, and there's a proximate cause that your breach led to damage, guess what you have? Massive lawsuits. And God knows what they will be settled for, and that's what we have right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better. We don't want that kind of civil liability, that exposure. And that's why things like CBP-1, ways to incentivize that those children, other migrants actually go to ports of entry are so important. I would just say, take a moment and think about what we're doing. It doesn't matter how those children got to that port. We need to do everything we can to disincentivize that kind of behavior. But once those children are in your possession, in your custody, you have a duty of care. And you breach that duty, you're going to have a problem. I yield a few moments to Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. I just to follow up on that, I mean, the amendment, the point of the amendment isn't what the cartel does when their kids are in their possession. It's what do we do when they're in our possession? So, I mean, you can get angry and yell if you want. I care about kids just as much as you do, and I'm sure everybody in the room cares about kids. You don't have to go to the border to care about kids. You might live down there. You might have been down there 50 times. But you don't care about kids any more than me or anybody else in this room. So please, stop with that. We're talking about, with this amendment, what happens with kids when they're in the possession of people who are part of the United States of America. That's all this amendment's about. So you can talk about the cartels if you want and the evil things they're doing. We all know they're doing evil things. The question is, what are we doing when the kids are in our possession? That's all this amendment's about. And keeping families together seems like a very reasonable goal that the United States should set for itself. With that, I yield back to you.
I'd like to yield a few moments of my time to my colleague from Texas.
I thank you so very much. And I must say, my good friend from Texas, everyone is pained at the death of migrants in a truck. Your family of the 71-year-old and the child, I think that you were representing too, there's no one that celebrates that. In fact, if I could put on some boxing gloves and any other piece of equipment, I'd fight the cartels myself. They are just an outrage. They are a pox on society. We've got to find a way to fight them. One of the things is the gun trafficking. Maybe I could get someone to join us on that. And obviously, fentanyl is not anyone's, if I might say, cup of tea. You've got a bill, I've got a bill. People are begging for us to come together on that, and I think we will on many approaches to that. We've got a crisis. I'm a member of the opioid caucus, trying to find ways to stop. But let me say that what we're dealing with now is children that are already separated for the actions of the past administration, and it was to punish. It was for no other reason but to punish. We don't know whether those children are even still alive. We don't know what happened. We don't know whether those parents that got sent back are alive. We're just trying to remedy who we are as Americans. And that's what I hope this bill, this amendment will be perceived as. And we'll fight the bad guys together. But we don't need to be bad guys when it comes to separating children. I ask my colleagues to support the amendment. I got a second to yield back.
And to my colleague, I will extend my hand to work with you on this issue of fentanyl. All of us are very concerned. It touches every one of our neighborhoods.
Little
Thank you.
grace here. Okay.
Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Garbarino.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate what the intent is, and I have been listening to my colleagues, but last week out of Judiciary, the Judiciary Committee passed a bill dealing with this and said the first thing that we should be doing when we find a child at the border is trying to reunify it with its parents. I think everybody can agree. A child, unless there's human trafficking involved, a child should be with its parents. And that was what the bill last week out of Judiciary did. So I don't understand why this amendment has to be over today, because we've already taken care of it and that bill's coming to the floor. That's already been done. So I get what people are saying. We took care of that last week. The priority of last week's Judiciary bill was to say, if a child is found at the border, the first thing to do is to reunify it with its parents, and we'll check it. And we're not just going to send it back without knowing. We're going to check and make sure that the child is going back to its rightful parents. That's what the bill said last week out of Judiciary. I don't think this amendment is necessary, and I want to yield to my colleague from Texas to see if he has any further things to say in response to our other colleagues.
I would not dare judge the hearts of anybody but myself. But I do judge your policy. And I do judge the policy of this administration. For 2 years, you had one-party rule. The House, the Senate, and the White House. And the numbers just kept going up. And the deaths just kept going up, and the known suspected terrorists just kept going up. So the American public judged the policy. So I don't judge your heart, whether you care about kids or not. I believe everybody does. But I do judge your policy. And this bill that we have, that we're offering, this is our policy. This is what the American people, we believe, charged us to do. They charged us to come up here and find a solution because what was going on with one-party rule was not working. So I don't dispute that you care about kids, but the point is that I do, and we're putting our money where our mouth is with this policy, and this legislation, and this bill. I yield back to my colleague from New York.
Would the gentleman yield for just a moment?
Would the gentleman yield? I think this is Garbarino's time.
Yes.
Sure.
I'm on the Judiciary Committee as well, and we may recall the bill a little bit differently, without having the language in front of us. But the only point I would make is that there's no guarantees in legislation. There's certainly no guarantee that that judiciary.
There's intention. Excuse me. Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
There's no guarantee that the judiciary bill is going to become law as it is, and there's no guarantee that this one will either. But since this is the vehicle before this committee right now, if it's good legislation, and I think the amendment is good, we should vote to support it. And with respect to the will of the American people, we represent different American people. I appreciate that, and you have different constituents than I do, and we reflect that, and I certainly respect the difference of opinion. However, we support this amendment. We think it makes sense on the merits, on its face. With that, I yield back, and I thank you for yielding to me for the moment there.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I will just say, again, I read the judiciary legislation. I went through it, and there was focus on family unification, making sure the children were sent back to their parents or reunified with their parents if they could find them. There was also focus on making sure that the child was not a victim of human trafficking. There was also a focus on that young children, if they were sent to a residence here in the United States, that the residence was safe, and there were checks happen. So I think that this was already taken care of in the judiciary legislation. I'm not sure that Homeland, who just does the processing, the Department of Homeland, should be handling the rest of this. And that's why, when it gets handed off to other agencies, we've already directed them last week. This is what we want you to do. Family reunification with the parents, check for human trafficking, check to make sure if they're staying somewhere here in the United States, that it's safe. We took care of that. There was big focus on that. It was very important to our conference last week to make sure that point was made. It was passed in last week's legislation. That's why I do not think this amendment is necessary. Thank you, Mr.
Will
Chairman.
the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I'd like to submit an article for the record.
Unanimous consent to submit so ordered.
It's titled "Boom of the Opportunities: How Smugglers, Mexican Cartels Profit from U.S. Border Restrictions," from one of Arizona's main papers. Thank you. Yield back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Payne from New Jersey for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So many things have been said that I've forgotten half of the points I wanted to make. But let me just say this. I think our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are starting at the wrong point. Yes, cartels are bad. No question about it. Yes, we must reunify children that show up without their parents. No question about it. But what we're talking about, sir, is going back a bit, where the policy of the past administration was to, if and when a family, not cartel with children, but a family arrived at this border, then we should take their children from them. That's what we're talking about. That is the specific issue we're talking about. Not changing it over to, the cartel, this and that. No, we're talking about a responsibility that we have in this nation to once those children, whoever came up with the great idea, I know what we'll do. This is how we can get people to stop coming here. Let's take their kids from them, and then that word will get back, and we can't have that. So that's what we're trying to deal with here, sir. There's still children under that policy that are not with their parents. That is what we're trying to deal with. And I'm glad you said it, as I've thought for a period of time, and in your honesty, you think about your children in that position. Unfortunately, that appears that that's the only time the other side of the aisle thinks about something, and when it specifically happens to them.
Oh, come on.
Will the gentleman yield?
No.
Fair enough.
So let's deal with the issue at hand. It's the children that under the last administration were separated from their parents, and we're still trying to find them. And I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize myself to make a few comments about this. It's an emotional issue. The gentleman from New Jersey just said the members of the other side only think of something when it impacts them. You know, that's not a fair statement. I mean, I live in Tennessee. My kids are grown. Heck, my son's deployed overseas right now as a captain in the United States. I'm not worried about my kid. You know, I'm worried about other people's kids. I'm worried about your kids. We had a little baby crawling on a floor in a VRBO in Florida. The tenants prior to them had left their fentanyl on the floor. The little baby touched the fentanyl and died. I'm worried about all Americans. So I got to tell you, Mr. Payne, I'm a little offended by the statement that the members of the other side only think about things when it impacts them. I don't think that's fair. But look, this is an emotionally charged issue. So I'm going to give some grace. You know, we have to be careful about how we talk about stuff like this. I think Mr. Pfluger got his ire up because he kind of heard in some comments that we don't care. Well, what about was his response. What about all these babies? What about the fentanyl babies? What about the trafficking, the kids being dangled and all that? And that prompted an emotional response from him. We see a solution that's different than your solution. The administration has decided that a complete open border is okay, but unfortunately and tragically, the cartels have seized the opportunity. And so they're making billions bringing people to that border, overwhelming the crossing sites, causing CBP to have to come to the crossing sites. This is the strategy that Merrick Garland admitted was the strategy of the cartels to the Senate that our unfortunate Secretary of Homeland Security said he was unaware of. This is an emotional issue. I'm asking the entire committee to be careful. And I heard someone say something kind of under their breath on my side. We should just be careful. What we have are two clashing solutions to the problem. The open border, I think, isn't working. That's this solution. Our solution is this bill, as Mr. Pfluger has pointed out. And I think it's a better solution.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yields.
Let me just say, Mr. Chairman, in response to my colleague, who I deeply respect, my father used to say, never underestimate the burdens another man carries on his shoulders. And may I just remind the gentleman that you don't know what we've lived through. You don't know what we've dealt with in our life, the course of our life, what drives our soul. I lost my firstborn child on November the 10th, 1990. So none of us know completely the burdens of another man's soul. Let us not underestimate our compassion for our fellow man. We've had healthy discussions here today. And I think it's been good for the committee overall because we've reminded each other that we're human. It's okay to have differences of opinion, differences of vision. We're the majority party. We have a responsibility to govern the way our constituents expect us to govern. That's what this bill does. I appreciate all the comments and discussion today. I haven't spoken much during this markup, but I just wanted to share what was on my heart for my colleague. I yield.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
It's my time, and yes, I'll yield. Thank you, Mr. Payne.
To my colleagues, let me just say that obviously that is my opinion, and everyone has one. So I did not intend to insult my colleague, and if that was the way it was taken, then I apologize for that. But
that's very gracious of you.
But let me just say to Mr. Higgins, what you dealt with in 1990, I had happened in 1993. So, to your point, We don't know. But we have to listen to what each other is saying. We've been talking about children that still do not have their parents after 4 or 5 years. And we know about the cartel. We agree with you. The cartel is horrific. And we're trying to address that, all of us in here. But that's not what we can control. We can control the children that are in our custody. And with that, I'll yield back.
I wanted to give a little grace there because that was a vulnerability moment. If trust comes from anything, it comes from vulnerability. So I appreciate both Mr. Higgins and Mr. Payne's comments. The ranking member is now recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you very much. The point I think the maker of the amendment is offering is to say that we should not separate children at the border or wherever. It just so happens that the jurisdiction of our committee is at the border. And we have only 72 hours by which we have to keep people, and then we pass it on. So if judiciary passes legislation, it's after they leave our custody. So we have an obligation at the border to maintain those individuals once they present themselves. And I think Ms. Jackson-Lee's intent is to make sure that we don't separate them at any point along the border when they're in our custody. And that's what we're trying to do. The only other thing I say is the majority of the amendments are being offered because there was not an opportunity for the minority to discuss the bill. So the only way we can discuss the bill is by presenting amendments. And that's the spirit that those amendments are being offered today.
The gentleman yields.
Yield to Ms. Clark.
Oh, he yields. Okay.
And
Ms. Clark, you're
this is a very complex issue. There are a lot of ways to look at this, and I think that it would be helpful if we were global in terms of how we view what took place and what's taking place. And yes, what you've said, Mr. Pfluger, is correct. What's happening with the cartels is horrendous. But equally as horrendous is the position that the United States government took in stripping children that came with their parents away from them, placing them in cages, and then never kept track, and reuniting them. That's just as horrific to this very day. That speaks to the soul of who we are as a nation. So let's not try to pit one horrific act against another. We don't ever want to see the United States engage in that type of behavior ever again. Ever again. And that is what this amendment speaks to. That we can control. We're going to try to control everything else. Of course, the battle is on with the cartels. Let's go get them. I'm down with that. I'm from Brooklyn. Let's go get them. But what we can do right now is say that we will never put people's children in cages. We will never, ever again strip children away from their parents and not be able to reunite them. We will never put children into an adoption agency when their parents are crying for them, being deported back to their homes of origin. That is what this amendment is about.
Will the gentlelady yield back?
I yield back to the gentleman who yielded to me.
Will the ranking member yield? I think it's important. Let's really level set here. And Ms. Clark, I'd love to work with you on attacking the cartels. I think that's an incredibly important problem that we have in our country. So I look forward to that discussion. But let's go back to Secretary Johnson under the Obama administration, touring the cages in the Obama administration, separating children in the Obama administration, doing the exact same things that we're talking about in this amendment from the Trump administration. So I would like to look at that exact time frame from the Obama administration. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit an article for the record, and it's actually a tweet that shows Secretary Johnson touring under the Obama administration. There's a picture, it's a graphic that I'm looking at right now of her walking by the quote-unquote cages during the Obama administration. And I'll submit this for the record. But if we're going to get to the facts, let's talk about the facts. And these are the facts, because that happened, and you can see the picture right here. I'll yield back to the ranking member.
You know, a policy is bad regardless to what administration. And so if we are separating children, we ought to stop. So I don't think you can say, well, we're going to do it because you did it. It's a bad policy. And so with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Menendez is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I appreciate it, Chairman. And I want to thank my colleague Sheila Jackson-Lee for introducing this, this important amendment. I want to pick off where the ranking member just left off. We keep going back and forth for historical points. Well, we have to ask ourselves, what do we want to do in this moment? Do we believe that keeping families together should be the policy of the United States in this moment? Like, let's not go back and trade on historical points. In this moment, do we want to keep families together? That's what this amendment does. The chairman's asked us to focus on the amendment that we have in front of us, and that's what we intend to do. I think it is important that while there may be similar language through judiciary, as my colleagues have mentioned, it's important that this committee's values are reflected in the bill that's before us. And I think this is an opportunity to say that historically, whatever has happened, we believe that going forward, the government should not have the same policy that you, Mr. Pfluger, said is the policy of the cartels to separate families. If the cartels are separating families, this ensures that we don't share policies and the same values as cartels. I think that's something that we should be able to support.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to Mr. Payne.
Yes, Mr. Pfluger, to your point about Jay Johnson and the Obama administration, I've learned that there was a pilot program in the Obama administration that lasted for several months. And when they saw the horrific condition it created, it was shut down. It was a pilot program in the El Paso sector. It did not run from the entire Obama administration into the Trump administration. It was saw that it was not good policy and shut down. And I will yield back to the gentleman.
Mr. Menendez, you have 3 minutes. Go. Would you yield?
Yeah, I yield. Yeah, sure, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to articulate what the current policy is on the border. Currently, CBP is not separating children unless there is a suspicion of abuse or of trafficking. So currently, the policy is that not to separate family units. If the children are unaccompanied, they're quickly ushered into the care of HHS and the Office of Refugee Resettlement. So the current policies, I mean, I get what's happened in the past, but that is the current policy and procedures of Border Patrol at this time. And I yield.
I appreciate it. Reclaim my time, and I yield to my colleague Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Let's do this. I thank you for yielding. Let me just be very clear. Legislators are supposed to be people that are advancing the cause of the American people. I know my colleagues here feel they're advancing with this bill. I can't venture to say that we could poll parents on any American street that would give us permission to separate parents from children. What this is clarifying the legislation, making it clear that we have a policy in the United States as it relates to those who come that are not intending to do us harm, terrorists, that are not card-carrying members of cartels, bomb throwers, and others, that people come desperate to the United States. It is our policy not to separate them. And clarification, breaking news. Separation of children, Mr. Chairman, did not occur under the Obama administration. We had the wrong dates. It occurred as a pilot under 2017, of which it was continued. And tragic of a baby dying of fentanyl. We can find a way to work together on that. But it is clear, I don't know why we're arguing against putting in this legislation a commitment, a policy, a standard, a statement, a value that comports with the Constitution. This Constitution was created to create a more perfect union. Is separating children perfect? So why are we pushing back on language that simply says, let's officially know that we do not do that? I don't understand, Mr. Chairman. And there have been, I don't know, I had the Judiciary Committee, but we typically have in this committee some amendments that are taken. I don't know, maybe before I came, all your amendments might have been taken and accepted. Maybe I missed it. But if we've come to this point where in this committee, we cannot accept one of the opposition or the other party's amendments, that is not us. Because I've seen us work together. And somebody here, doesn't have to be me, somebody here had an amendment that would have been acceptable. So in any event, Mr. Chairman, let me conclude my remarks by asking that this is simple language that I ask the Jackson Lee Amendment be accepted.
The gentlelady yields.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank
Any
you.
other members wish to speak on the amendment?
May I be recognized, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I don't think you've been recognized on this section. You, Mr. Goldman, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I'll be brief, but I do want to clarify the child separation policy. Under the Trump administration, the administration started using Title VIII United States Code Section 1325, which is a misdemeanor charge that is effectively charges anybody with a crime for crossing the border. Prior to that, the previous administrations, both under the Bush administration, when I served as a federal prosecutor, as well as the Obama administration, did not use Section 1325, which is a misdemeanor. The only purpose of using a misdemeanor criminal charge as opposed to an administrative immigration proceeding is to separate parents from children. Because if you charge a crime, and you are not legal here, you must be detained, and therefore you must be separated from your child. So let's not pretend here that this is equivalent or not equivalent under the administration. But so I wanted just to clarify that. The broader point here is, Mr. Chairman, if you say this is now the policy of the administration, and you don't disagree with that policy of the administration, why don't we codify that policy so it doesn't change from administration to administration? That's the point of this amendment. It is not sufficient to say, oh, well, right now it's not, but we have no control going forward when another administration may do something different. It's Congress's determination that we don't support separating children from their parents at the border unless there are existential reasons why we need to do that. So it doesn't make any sense that if you don't disagree with this policy that you wouldn't vote for this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Mr. LaLota from New York for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to my colleague from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Thank you, Mr. Loda. I just have to respond to something one of our colleagues said, and regarding the acceptance and the working through of amendments for this committee. I sat in the minority for the last 2 years on this committee, and while there were markups where we could come to an agreement, bills such as this where there was such agreement, I can't remember a single amendment of the minority that was accepted by the majority. So to have that thrown in our face and say nothing was accepted today, there was nothing, it shouldn't be tit for tat, but to have that thrown in and say nothing was done. I sat on this committee for 2 years with some of my other colleagues, and none of our amendments
Even some of the ones some that are being proposed today, talking about protecting children and whatnot, were not accepted. So I usually don't speak up a lot, but I have to say that we've worked together, and we have worked together in the past, and I imagine we will continue to work together in future markups. But to throw it back in our face that amendments were not accepted today, I think people need to look in the mirror and see when we had contested bills, whether it's reconciliation or whatnot, not even on this committee, but specific on this committee and not on this committee. I think that was we are not the only side acting in this way, and I did take a little offense to that, and I appreciate my colleague yielding to me, and I yield back.
Well, will the gentleman there yield to me that has the time, please?
Mr. Lalota, you have the time. Will you yield to Ms. Jackson Lee?
I yield to my friend from Texas.
I thank you so
Gentleman
very
yields.
much. I do this with a little bit of humor, but I think I have a few years over you. And the years that I've been on this committee that have been under Democratic and Republican jurisdiction, maybe we need to do a little better. I'm not going to account for what you spent over the last 2 years. I'd have to go back and look at every record. I know Chairman Thompson at that time is a fair man. Chairman Green is a fair man. But we have had amendments accepted, and so I'm sorry you missed out in the last 2 years, but my statement stands, as I've said, it is correct. We're one of the most bipartisan committees, and I'm surprised in this instance that the body camera, I heard the chairman's concern about that, or this one dealing with our values of keeping children with families could not be accepted. So I just thank the gentleman for yielding. I disagree with your premise, and I hope that we'll have an opportunity in the future to have some great opportunities for bipartisanship. I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield to my friend from New York.
I appreciate that, and I think you're right. We do need to do better. We absolutely do need to do better. And I sat on this committee with Chairman Thompson last year, and we did work on bills. There were bills that we did work on together. But on days such as today in contested legislation, there was not much time for bipartisanship 2 years ago, and we do need to do better. And I think we can. And this should be Homeland Security. The Committee on Homeland Security should be one of the most bipartisan committees in Congress. It should be. It's all about Homeland. Nobody wants to see what happened on 9/11 happen to our country again. As a member from New York, nobody wants to see that happen again. Nobody should have to see that again. We should be focused about keeping our homeland safe. That should be a bipartisan issue, and I hope that we can continue, we can start that. And, like I said, I'm a member from New York. I don't need to see that again. Going to see that memorial in Manhattan is, every time I'm there, it's one of the, 22 years later, it's one of the toughest things I still see. I was in high school on that day, but we need to do better. We need to focus on protecting our homeland. And I agree with my colleague from Texas. We need to do better. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes to just, you got 4 seconds.
I thank Ms. Jackson Lee and Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Okay, all right. The chair recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you very much. The only thing I want to add to Mr. Garbarino's comments, at no time did we ever do a markup that we didn't engage the minority. We always went in our markups with engagement. And I think part of our discussion in what we're having here, because that didn't occur. We never did a markup 2 days before the hearing. We always sat and talked with the other side about amendments. And if you remember, a majority of the markups, for the most part, we agreed with them. So we didn't have a lot of contention in markups because we sat and we talked and worked through it. And I think that's the difference between this markup and markups 2 years prior.
Gentleman yields.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Jackson Lee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady has requested a roll call vote. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed until the completion of amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment to the nature of the substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an additional amendment, please.
Do you have a number?
It is number 7.
The gentleman brings amendment number 7. Do we have a point of order? Mr. Gass makes a point of order. The clerk will distribute the amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794 offered by Mr. Garcia.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to draw attention to another piece of this bill that I think is deeply flawed, and certainly those of us that have worked with law enforcement or served in local government, I think would be able to see some of the concerns here. As currently written, this legislation significantly undermines screenings for applicants to Customs and Border Protection and binds the hands of senior leadership. Now, we all want a secure border, and that means making sure, of course, that we have the highest quality of men and women that are working within the department, within border protection, and all those that are protecting our homeland. Now, we know that the polygraph in itself is not perfect, but it is required for CBP officers by the Bipartisan Anti-Border Corruption Act of 2010. Now, this is consistent with a number of federal law enforcement agencies which require polygraphs for agents, and this includes the DEA, the FBI, the ATF, and the U.S. Secret Service. It is a tool to make sure that applicants who have other motives, or dangerous motives, are not exploiting the hiring process. Now, when I was mayor of Long Beach, we had approximately 800 brave men and women that worked for the Long Beach Police Department. Our police officers were polygraphed, and it certainly made our force stronger. And there are good reasons for us to be careful. We know that it's been reported in numerous publications that criminals also work in cartels to work to infiltrate and to undermine our Border Patrol. Now, I think overall we can agree that men and women that serve for CBP are there with good intentions and to do the work of protecting the country. But there have been numerous instances reported where there have been serious issues within the Border Patrol. 4 months ago, a U.S. District Court in Arizona sentenced a former Border Patrol agent to more than 12 years in prison for bribery, purchasing guns for felons, using and transporting narcotics into the U.S. from Mexico. In January, a Border Patrol agent was sentenced to 10 years in prison for protecting cocaine shipments. He was paid by a drug smuggler, again, a violation of the sworn oath. Now, there have been other reports as well. I do want to also note that I think, obviously, vast majority of our agents and law enforcement are doing really important work for the country. And those cases are certainly not representative of everyone. But an effective force requires the best pool of officers. and trying to grow the force by dropping standards is counterproductive. Now, if we open the border, this could also lead to opening up the Border Patrol to different corruption or infiltration by criminals. We should be deeply concerned about the ongoing threat of violent extremism in our ranks as well. We got to make sure and ensure that Border Patrol and senior leadership has every tool they can to have the best officers and have the best agents that they can possibly have. So if the majority is serious about an open approach and smart policymaking, they should accept this amendment. And again, the current law as it stands, CBP and Border Patrol agents are required to get polygraphs under the Anti-Border Corruption Act of 2010. The bill in front of us waives a variety of polygraph requirements. And so this amendment essentially gets us to a place where we have the polygraph test more used and more discretion for senior leadership for it to be used in the screening process. And so with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Do any members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to my colleagues' amendment, this is the kind of language, the language we've written into the underlying bill, so that your intention with your amendment is obviously to alter the language of the underlying bill. The underlying bill was written very carefully, including this section, reflective of a boots-on-the-ground reality for law enforcement. Here's an example of the difference between bills that would be written by cops versus bills that would be written by attorneys. You've got to have a waiver for polygraph for an experienced law enforcement professional, because the very nature of the polygraph, which, I was a cop for a long time, polygraphs, drug screens, that's a reality, you understand, in law enforcement. But the longer you're in law enforcement, the deeper you go into when you're handling your investigations, you're essentially lying to your suspects. You understand that you're interrogating, you're telling them your partner in crime is 2 rooms over being interviewed by my partner. It's in your best interest to tell them the truth. Really, we haven't even arrested the other guy. But the Supreme Court says that that's an honest procedure, you understand? So if 2 or 3 years later you're asking a polygraph, have you ever lied in the course of a law enforcement investigation, and you say no, you can get a hit on that polygraph. You understand? So CBP is having real problems staffing, and some professional law enforcement men and women want to go work there but can't pass the polygraph. This simply removes that requirement so that we can get staffed up, and written into the language of the bill that if they get staffed up, it ends the program. Fine. So the intention of your amendment, respectful to my colleague, I'm sure it's well intended, but I'm telling you from a law enforcement perspective, you've got to have this waiver, that command authority has to exist at the field level. That's my comment, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any other member wish to comment? Chair recognizes the member from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I find it somewhat perplexing that my colleague would rather that police officers write bills than lawyers, because one of the things that you will note in this bill is the poorly drafted language that we've addressed on a number of the sections. As it relates to polygraphs, the questions, of course, will not be asked, have you ever lied during the course of an investigation? You are correct that the Supreme Court has authorized law enforcement to lie to suspects, witnesses, defendants, that is a legitimate law enforcement technique. But that's not what the polygraph questions will be. So it is a complete red herring, to use a legal term, to say that you'll be questioned about whether or not anyone would be questioned about whether or not they lie to a suspect or witness. My last point is that if you are correctly concerned with staffing up, it's somewhat perplexing that we wouldn't raise the salaries of the border agents who we are trying to staff up. And yet the majority overruled that proposal in one of our amendments. So let's be consistent here. If we're trying to staff up, let's incentivize staffing up. Let's not disincentivize people from sacrificing their lives on our border. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. I'm sorry? Texas, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Texas. Wanted to add one more member to the Florida delegation.
Fighting words.
This keeps getting better and better. Mr. Garcia, forgive my ignorance on this, did the CBP themselves request the polygraph, or is this coming internally from the committee?
I mean, I have to get guidance from our staff, but this is the committee. The committee itself, from what I understand, proposed the bill. The amendment itself is coming from the committee, from us.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is this something that CBP wants their leadership or agents themselves are requesting to have this implemented into their organizations? Or is
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very interesting issue, and I agree with my colleague from Louisiana. This is a challenge hiring folks. The failure rate for the polygraph test taken by CBP officers is higher than the FBI failure rate. And I got to tell you that people that apply for job security clearance or a polygraph to CBP, you're kind of gambling because if you take this polygraph and your current job essentially requires you to have a security clearance and you fail this polygraph, chances are you could lose your original security clearance. And so we're trying to hire folks, and there's this very interesting gamble you take going to CBP. When I asked most folks at CBP, what is the big impediment in bringing in new personnel? It's the polygraph test. At the same time, to my colleague from Louisiana, this is a tough one because, you know, as I think back to LAPD 20 years ago when they had a major issue recruiting, they waived a lot of the requirements and it became a challenge years later. I would ask as we move forward to look at the security issue that we come up with solid public policy. We want to hire, and I like my colleague from Louisiana, I bet both of us are thinking you have military officers, people with the clearances, they should probably not have to take a polygraph test. There are people that should not have to be second guessed as their loyalty and their honesty. I'm going to say that we have to have some minimum standards, but we have to also make sure that we understand that we need to hire folks, good folks at CBP. So in the spirit of my colleague from New York that has left the room, I'd say this is an issue that both sides of the aisle have to work on and make sure we come up with some good public policy. Our national security is at stake, but also making sure we hire some good folks to do the job protecting our country. I will yield. Go ahead, colleague from New Jersey.
Thank you, and I appreciate you yielding. And I think the amendment actually strikes, a delicate balance of changing it from a requirement to an authority. I personally would love to go and look and see what the challenges are with folks and candidates who have trouble passing the polygraph and see sort of maybe are there specific questions that pose a challenge. I would like to figure it out because we did hear.
And if I may, I did ask that question of some of the border officers, and I'm not an expert in polygraphs, but apparently you have an investigator up front, then you have actual person that actually administers a polygraph test, and they're not always coordinated, is the way I was told, like they are, for example, the FBI, which ends up resulting in a higher failure rate. Take it with a grain of salt, but I think you're absolutely right, sir. I'm gonna yield to you a few more moments of my time.
No, I appreciate that. It just goes back to what I think we've sort of come to the agreement today, that we want to try to figure these things out. And this is, I think, an opportune place to figure out what the challenges are, to make sure it's not an impediment for highly qualified individuals who want to dedicate their time to service to this country. The amendment only switches it from a requirement to an authority, and from shall to may, and does things that keeps it within CBP's authority and discretion. So it just, instead of completely doing away with it, because there are challenges, it gives them the authority to waive it. And in the interim, with that waiver authority as opposed to requirement, we should commit ourselves to working with the CBP to look at the process, make sure that we have a really thorough process in place that may continue to include this, but try to work towards solutions. So I think this is actually a good amendment that strikes the right balance, and I hope we can support it. I yield it back to my colleague who yielded it to me.
Anybody up for 30 seconds?
I just want to make one additional point. The way I read this amendment, it is an either or, meaning if you have held security clearance of any sort in the past 5 years, or you have successfully completed a polygraph within the past 5 years. So the security clearance is in and of itself enough to eliminate any requirement or need for the polygraph. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things that are important to bring up here. Number one, at the McAllen hearing that we held, which was a congressional hearing, where we had members of the Border Patrol actually testifying to our committee, we talked about these issues, and I agree with my colleague from California. I mean, we need to be vigilant, we need to be smart, but one of the main issues that they brought up was retention and areas of hiring in order to preserve retention and areas to staff up, as has been talked about. And, you know, the representatives of 16,000+ Border Patrol agents have recommended that we get rid of this. I can't for sure, for a fact, tell you today, because it's been a long time since I assessed into the officer corps of the Air Force, but at least at that time, and I think it's probably still the same, that we don't have a requirement in the military to take a polygraph upon entry. Now you do, once you get cleared into either top secret, sensitive compartmentalized information, or other higher level security programs, have a requirement to at least be available for a polygraph. So why, and this is why this is in our bill, because it is well thought out on this particular issue to assess as many people as we can and build the numbers. Why would the standard be different, which has caused a lower number of assessments into the Border Patrol specifically from the military to the Border Patrol? I think we should absolutely continue to talk about this. But until we get the facts and look at what my colleague from California said, which was we have a higher number of, I think he said there's an incredibly high number of people who fail polygraphs. Let's get the facts. Let's get a study on it and let's look at it. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member from Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess we're trying to get some clarity on it. As I understand it, the legislation exempts military people from the polygraph, but it does not exempt state and local. Is that the understanding? That's right. I mean, that's the current, in the proposed bill.
Yeah, as I understand the bill, Mr. Chairman, if you'll yield for just a moment, I understand the legislation is if you are a full-time law enforcement officer and you have 3 years of continuous service, then you are one of the individuals who would possibly be exempted from the polygraph examination.
Yeah, well, I think there's some issues that they're requiring something of the military and veterans that they don't require of state and local law enforcement. And I think we're trying to figure out, state and local guys are good too, but you're requiring a higher standard for military people, and it basically says state and locals can't participate. That's my understanding of it.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The language of our bill waives the requirement for a current or full-time law enforcement officer employed by a state or local law enforcement agency that's trying to get hired by CBP and has continuously served in law enforcement for not fewer than 3 years. This is specifically responding to feedback from professional law enforcement on the ground that are tasked with filling these slots, and they have qualified deputies or city police officers that are trying to get hired and they can't pass a polygraph. So we're just addressing the problem head on, and the language of the bill was written, with a great deal of focus, obviously, on proper and effective legislative language, but born of the request delivered unto us from many hundreds of interviews with law enforcement professionals on the ground. I yield.
So, reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair, there's some issues around whether you're going to have clearances for veterans and not have the clearance, top secret clearance for state and local law enforcement. And I think what Mr. Garcia is trying to do is just standardize, or at least say it's optional. Your bill does not create the option in terms of waiving the polygraph. It just excludes it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Nothing controversial for me this time. I'd like to yield time to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I just want to also reemphasize one thing that.
Hold on. First, right now, it's Mr. Crane's turn. So I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have one little thing to add real quick. I've actually seen this happen. One of my roommates in the Navy went through SEAL training with him, and then he was a highly decorated sailor, went to the Marine Mammal Program. He got out of the Navy. The guy was my roommate, one of the best men I ever knew, could not even get a job at a fire department because he failed the polygraph test. And I trusted my wife with this guy. I trusted my life to this man. And I'm just saying I've seen this happen firsthand. So hearing that the Border Patrol union is recommending the dismissal of this and the fact that they're having trouble with recruitment, along with the fact that the Border Patrol themselves, which my colleague, Mr. Luttrell where are you from? Florida? Texas? What is it? From Texas, said that, brought that point up. I think it is something that if we are trying to really help the Border Patrol out here, we should take a hard look at, removing some of the barriers to entry. And I realize that it might, there might be some fallout here and there because of it, but when you can call up people that they've worked for in the past, and lie detectors aren't always the greatest tool out there. I just think this is one time where we should be looking at helping the CBP out. Thank you.
Gentleman from Florida yields? Yes, okay. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will yield to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to clarify just two things, just really briefly. First, I think Congressman Menendez mentioned, and I want to just reemphasize that the amendment still gives discretion to CBP leaders to actually waive polygraphs, and so that's a part of the amendment, just to be very clear if there was any confusion about that. What I'm talking about essentially is an experience that I've seen as mayor of my community. The polygraph was an essential tool in screening of police officers. It's widely used within law enforcement for police departments. And so the idea that we would weaken that within this bill is the reason why we're bringing this amendment forward. And I just want to make sure that we are not lowering standards, but we're at least keeping the standards in place for police officers that are going into CBP agent work. And so the amendment essentially evens that out, and I think it's a good compromise to ensure that these waivers are still in place, but that also police officers are being adequately screened for any concerns, as we've seen this happen before in Customs and Border Patrol. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and if you have noticed, the timer is broken, so the clerk is keeping the time, and they'll let us know when time is up. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I think it's all been said before, but I do just want to point out for everyone to have an understanding that some of the greatest law enforcement agencies in the world and in this country do not rely on polygraphs or lie detector tests in their hiring practices.
Yeah.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garcia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Noes have it, in the opinion of the chair. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Are there any other amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk. Is it 20? Are you sure?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
16. Amendment 16, sir.
And the clerk will distribute the amendment.
Thank you.
Without objection, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2794, offered by Mr. Payne.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection.
Okay. Okay, do I have 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would add to the bill a requirement for Customs and Border Protection to report to Congress on the findings of its investigation into the circulation of an unofficial CBP challenge coins that depicted the mistreatment of Haitian migrants in the Del Rio, Texas in September of 2021. These coins contain hateful images and slogans glorifying violence and making inappropriate use of a department seal. They reference the Haitian invasion and use these mottos: U.S. Border Patrol, whipping ass since 1924, and Horse Patrol Unit, deflecting allegations for years. That anyone would think that making light of the treating or using of force against vulnerable migrants is funny is despicable. And if it turns out that someone within CBP was making and selling these coins, then they are undermining the agency's mission and should be disciplined. Former CBP Commissioner Magnus stated, quote, "Those who make or share these deeply offensive coins detract and distract from the extraordinarily difficult and often life-saving work Border Patrol agents do every day across the country," unquote. DHS Office of Professional Responsibility investigated the underlying incident and released its findings in August of 2022. It found that the agents involved used unnecessary force to drive migrants back across the Rio Grande. However, CBP has yet to disclose any findings regarding the challenge coins, despite Ranking Member Thompson's repeated inquiries. This amendment would require CBP to come forward with their findings surrounding the challenge coins. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment because these coins with the hateful images and slogans on them have no place in a professional law enforcement agency. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I will draw the point of order.
Gentleman withdraws. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Payne, does this fall under the purview of Mr. Mayorkas? I mean, does this need to live at our level? It's more of a question.
I'm sorry?
Isn't this under the purview of Secretary Mayorkas and his responsibility to dig into his organization and provide us with information? I mean, I think my question is, why does this live inside the border bill?
Well, sir, this is an oversight issue, and it needs an answer to be answered to Congress in the matter.
Well, from what I understand, the horse patrols were exonerated from all wrongdoings.
Is that the case?
I just feel it unnecessary that Congress is going after them again if the findings already relieve them of any wrongdoings. But and I'm hanging on every word you're saying, sir. I just think that a cabinet member would be responsible for this inside his organization.
Right. And
instead of weaponizing us.
And well, it's not weaponizing. We have oversight. If you recall, through many of these hearings that I've seen in terms of
I'm on your side.
Right? No, this is exactly because it's a heinous issue that these coins were even created. I think there's a picture of it.
There's a picture behind you. I saw it.
Okay. That has been very troubling.
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
That's not an official coin.
Right.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I object to the depiction and the insinuation, the presentation to America, that that's some kind of an official coin.
No,
above Border Patrol.
excuse me.
Those
In
that
my-
kind of inflammatory imagery like that being presented in this committee during a markup. I yield back.
So does the gentleman say that they don't exist?
One second, Mr. Payne. I think.
Are we saying that it doesn't exist?
No, sir. I think his question was, in your statement, I believe you said it had the official CBP.
It had the official CBP signal, but I didn't say it was an official coin. I did not say it was an official coin. It had the official insignia on it, but I did not say it was an official coin.
Okay.
Mr. Luttrell, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I know we're 11 hours into this, but we have over 5 million migrant encounters, 1.4 million known gotaways, migrant deaths, fentanyl, and we're talking about challenge coins. I mean, every law enforcement agency that I've been a part of or have known, they deal with this stuff internally. The fact that we're discussing this at a committee hearing in front of the House of Representatives is absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that Customs and Border Patrol, what it sounds like is they handled it on their own, you're just not happy with the results. I'm sorry, I find that all the way into this, we're working in a bipartisan fashion to try to find results. The Republicans have delivered. We've come up with a plan. Obviously, there's time for us to debate, time for us to talk, but the fact that now, 11 hours into this, we're talking about challenge coins is absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, it's a challenge coin that depicts.
I yield back my time.
It was challenge coin depicting the whipping of migrants. That's what the challenge coin was, sir.
Mr. Luttrell, is still your time.
I object to
Mr.
that.
Luttrell, can I just? Wait. All right,
Chairman, I ask it to
wait, it's my time. All right, bring it back to center, y'all.
Stricken.
Everybody, take a wrap off. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the gentleman's language insinuating that there was some conclusion that there was, that the CBP agents on horseback.
Point of order, has the gentleman been recognized?
Were whipping.
Let's have order.
Let us put the picture back up.
Let's have order right now. I will recognize gentlewoman, Ms. Clark.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. That's a reality. That right there is a reality. It's not fake. It is not official, but used an official federal insignia. On it, it says whipping ass since 1924. On the other side, it says Horse Patrol Unit reflecting allegations for years. There you see a U.S. Border Patrol agent with a whip in his hand, whipping a Haitian migrant. Now, we all saw the pictures of this. This is not something that was made up or fabricated. But among agents, this is being circulated. This is being circulated. Now, it may not mean much to you. What I'm saying is, what does that mean about the psyche of the individual who finds that as a joke? And yes, or memorabilia. I don't want to encounter an agent that is carrying that challenge coin, whether it's made official or unofficial. And neither should any of us in this room. And what we're saying is, we want to get to the bottom of how these coins were made and circulated. We have not been satisfied with the answers because we haven't been given any answers. That is what this amendment is about. That is a reality, and that has been circulated in a federal agency. Now, you know, everyone can have their opinions about this. I am grateful to the gentleman from New Jersey for bringing this to the attention of the American people, because they're going to encounter more Haitian migrants, given the circumstances in Haiti. And knowing that there are individuals within this organization that would find that as a joke is a scary proposition for many of us. With that,
Ms. Clark,
would you like me to yield? I'll yield some time.
I don't know how much time you have left until I get.
I
until
I can be brief, and if the
Fair enough.
clerk will instruct us on the time, I'm more than happy to obviously oblige, but I'll be short on it. As Mr. Pfluger likes to say, let's just level set for a second. This is a briefing, just a briefing with the commissioner. And so the commissioner comes before us, we have oversight ability, and we have a better understanding of what happens. Maybe nothing comes of it, maybe something does. So it's a briefing. And I think we can understand why people would have the reaction of seeing this on a coin. And it's not nothing to a lot of people, and calling for a briefing, I think, is a totally acceptable use of this committee's jurisdiction. And I think that's just, I would just put it there, and if you don't want to vote for the amendment, don't. Some of us may want to support it, so we can just have that additional information. We can help it, let it guide us in knowing a better sense of what happened. That is all. And it's not my time to yield, so I have to yield back to my colleague, Ms. Clark.
This is a border security bill. That is an issue of border security for many people who will be encountered at our border.
Ms. Clark, will you yield?
I will, Mr.
To Mr. Mendez's point, I think you're absolutely right. That's asking Mr. Mayorkas to come in and hearing. I think it's the bill language that was, have we even addressed this with Mr. Mayorkas? I don't know that, I'm really asking the question.
If I may, I think we're sort of in a triangle here.
Mr. Payne, do you know the answer to that, sir?
The chairman has raised it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I yield back, Ms. Clark.
I'm sorry, the ranking member, I'm sorry. Past history.
I don't know what the time is, but Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to remind everyone on this committee that we swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, and that includes the freedom of speech. And so if anyone makes a coin that is offensive to you, then it may be offensive, but it's also someone's freedom of speech to make that coin. And everyone has admitted here that they don't know if it's an official coin. No one knows it's an official coin. As a matter of fact, you're admitting it's not an official coin, not official. So we could talk about things that offend everyone. I could pull up my Twitter comments and talk about how offensive the speech in my Twitter comments are, and I could make a poster and show it to you all and talk all about it all day long. But as far as a coin that is not an official coin, and we're talking about taking legislative action on the Homeland Committee on an unofficial coin because it's offensive, is absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And I'll go further. I thank God for the Border Patrol agents that ride horses and protect our border, because they ride in terrain that probably most of you have never even been in. They ride in terrain that is difficult, and they protect us. We have had 5.5 million people attempt to enter this country in the past 2 years. Human trafficking, drug trafficking, sex trafficking. People from, let's remind everyone again, over 170 countries around the world. And we want to bring up an unofficial coin and talk about it?
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I will not yield. I will not yield because,
I know why.
Yeah, you want to, I'll tell you why, and you're interrupting me. It's absurd. And it's offensive to the American people that pay taxes to our federal government to defend our borders, not to pay taxes to have a welcoming committee at the border for anyone and everyone who just wants to come into the United States, including terrorists, including criminals, including people that came out of jails or insane asylums from foreign countries, smuggling drugs. Let's talk about all the angel families in this country who have had family members murdered by illegal alien crime. And we want to talk about an unofficial coin? I'm telling everyone, I object to this amendment because it's absurd, an unofficial coin, and it hurts people's feelings. Remember, there's freedom of speech. It doesn't mean you agree with the speech or any of us like the speech or we think it's appropriate, but we have to defend freedom of speech. This has no legislative purpose. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Your time has expired. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say.
The gentleman, Mr. Mazinger's Magaziner.
All right, I'm new here. I appreciate you. Listen, this bill is much more, as we've said, than just a border security bill. There is a hodgepodge of all kinds of unrelated things that the Republican majority has put into this bill. There's a provision in there that bans Border Patrol from having electric vehicle chargers at their stations. So this bill, as it is currently before us, is a hodgepodge of all kinds of different things. And in contrast, the issue that Mr. Payne is raising gets to the safety of Border Patrol agents. Because when people do something like what we see on that coin, it runs the risk of painting with a broad brush the many good people in the CBP who are doing the right thing, in the Border Patrol, who are doing the right thing, who are not treating people with undue violence or disrespect. And this is absolutely germane to that conversation, the safety of Border Patrol agents who are doing the right thing, who do not deserve to have their reputation smeared by bad apples who are doing the wrong thing. And with that, I will yield to Mr. Payne as much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentleman, and to the gentlelady's point, this is not about freedom of speech. In that uniform, there is a code of conduct, ma'am, that is expected of those agents. So it's not their freedom of speech when they're home or at a barbecue with their friends, which is fine. But a code of conduct, where they've taken an oath. And, you know, maybe you like the depiction of people using whips on other human beings. That's freedom of speech. You're saying it's freedom of speech. You're saying it's freedom of speech. Kicking ass since 1924? Using whips on human beings. Oh, where have I heard that before? I yield back.
Sir, Mr. Thompson,
I yield to Mr.
Mr. Magaziner, will you yield?
Go ahead.
Just clarification, was it a uniformed agent that had that coin, or is it a coin that? And I just want to clarify this, because if we move on this.
Nobody came up to say, hey, Mr. Payne, look at this, what we made.
I got you, but just think of the gravity of what we're doing.
Guys, we're on my time here. We're claiming my time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the point is, if I understand the amendment, the point is, we don't know. We're asking the commissioner to provide a report about what happened, if I understand correctly.
Right.
And with that, I'll yield my time.
Mr. Chair, can I yield?
Time's been yielded. Time's been yielded. I will advise the members that under Clause 1 of Rule 17 of the House, the rules of the House, they must observe the House's standards of decorum in debate and conduct. They must speak and act respectfully and may not use disorderly words or unparliamentary language, such as words impugning the motives of their colleagues or words that are personally offensive. And I remind everybody on this committee of that. Now I will recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Mayorkas was here 2 weeks ago. Everybody in this committee had 5 minutes to ask Secretary Mayorkas any question that they wanted. And while I was not here in the entirety of that hearing, I don't recall challenge coins coming up. If you wanted to ask the Secretary about this, you had the opportunity just 2 weeks ago when he was sitting here under oath to ask him about this investigation. And every member of this committee chose to ask the Secretary other questions which were far more important than this issue. Mr. Payne, I don't know what information you have that members of CBP created, distributed these coins in question. Yes, there's a coin, and we will all admit that somebody created that. But do you have evidence that you can testify here today before this committee that members of CBP created that coin? And if you do, I will yield to you to share with the committee what evidence you have that CBP, agents of CBP, are responsible for the coin that you are referencing.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
If I did, what would you do?
I would like to know. If you have evidence, I would like not only this committee to know, but I would like the American public to know. You're making allegations.
If there was evidence of that, what would you do from that point on?
I would be much more likely to consider voting with your motion. And so you have before us, you have an amendment. And you're trying to convince members of both sides that this amendment is a reasonable amendment and we should support it. And so I'm asking you to share with the committee and to share with the American public what information you have that officers of the CBP created, developed, and distributed the coin in question.
We have not been able to get the type of answers that we wanted. We're not
Did
satisfied.
you ask Secretary
We're
Mayorkas
not-
when he was here?
No, that was about the budget, if I recall. It was about the budget, so I asked budget questions.
All right.
This is a markup of a
Mr.
bill now, and
Mr.
I'm
Guest.
asking
And we're having a
on the
political,
bill.
Mr. Guest, you have the floor. All right, so, Mr. Guest, you have the floor.
And I will yield back to you, Mr. Payne. Have you requested a briefing from Secretary Mayorkas, you, Ranking Member Thompson, any other member of the committee, and has the Secretary denied giving you a briefing on this? I would like to know that. And if so, what reason did the Secretary give for denying you that briefing request?
Sir, I brought it to the attention of my ranking member when I found it. The ranking member sent a letter to Mr. Mayorkas, and from that point, they've opened an investigation, but we have not heard back from them yet.
Okay, so this is
part of the reason I'm bringing this up now, to push for that to be resolved, sir. Is that fair?
It is, and reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, I see no evidence that's been presented to this committee that CBP developed the coin, they distributed the coin. That has not been presented here. Every member of this committee had an opportunity to question Secretary Mayorkas when he was here about this. Every member of this committee chose not to. The Secretary has been requested and has denied their request, and I see no reason that this language should go in this bill that we are discussing today. We have subcommittees on the border. We have oversight committees. If they would like to bring Secretary Mayorkas or someone in from one of the subcommittee hearings to address that, I believe that that is well within their prerogative, well within their priority, but I object to this amendment being placed in this bill because I find no factual basis to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the member from California, gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also know, I think this is a very reasonable request, first of all, from Mr. Payne. I mean, you laugh. You're laughing. The gentlelady from Georgia, but you also mentioned that this is whether it's official or non-official. There is an expectation that we have of all law enforcement officers. Challenge coins have been a problem not just at CBP but in law enforcement in general, as it relates to sometimes racist messaging or sometimes messaging that is inappropriate for law enforcement to have on these coins. This isn't the first. By the way, the challenge coin that Mr. Payne brought up isn't the first time that CBP has had issues with challenge coins being passed around by Customs and Border Patrol agents. There was a coin a few years ago that had migrant children on it, where the coin was actually mocking migrant children crossing the border that was being passed around by CBP officers. And so the request to inquire about the coins, to get the facts about these coins, which we know exist not only in CBP, but have existed in other law enforcement agencies, something that we experience locally in the city of Long Beach as well, I think is very reasonable. This is this particular challenge coin, whether it was official or non-official, should be looked at because there's been issues in the past that have happened as well. I yield back the rest of my time to Mr. Payne.
I thank the gentleman. If you come to my office, Cannon 106 on the first floor, I have 2 displays proudly on the front of my desk of challenge coins from various stripes from all around the country. It is something I take a lot of pride in. The first time I was handed a challenge coin with the private shake from a serviceman, I was hooked. I would get so excited when they would shake my hand and there'd be a coin in it. I was like a little kid, I'll tell you. I became a 10-year-old kid, and I have a display on my desk of the proud organizations that have honored me with their challenge coin on my desk. So when I see this, the first time I've never seen one used in a negative manner. It was shocking to depict someone on a horse with a whip, whipping a human being, and that's funny. That engenders giggles. That's funny. People being whipped. Wow. Wow. So that's why I come to this, sir. That's why I raised the challenge coin question. It's something that I felt was an honor. And I've received them all over the world from our servicemen. That shake. You know how they do it. They put it in your hand, and you're just supposed to grab it. And every time I had that happen, it put joy and pride in my heart in this nation. And to see it used in that manner, it almost makes me want to cry.
Well, gentlemen, yield.
Yes.
I respect everything you're saying. My only concern is that it wasn't some jackass, not even associated with CBP, that made that coin.
And that's what we're trying to find out,
Gotcha.
sir.
I tracking.
That's what we're trying to find out.
I yield back.
And I yield back to the gentleman.
Mr. Garcia?
No, I've completed my comments. I'll just reemphasize one last point. I mean, it just takes a simple Google search to see other instances of problematic challenge coins within CBP. And so to request for a simple study, I think is a fair request and fair amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak against this amendment. And let's set the record straight. I was under that bridge in August of 2021. And I quote, "To see people treated like they did, people being strapped, it's outrageous," the president said. And then he vowed, "I promise you those people will pay." That was immediately after the Border Patrol agents were doing everything they could with 15,000 people underneath a bridge in Del Rio, that I was there and saw the reports of the sexual assaults and the rapes of migrant women under that bridge, the horrific things that had happened. And the President of the United States said that before there was any sort of investigation. And then a 511-page report came out, completely vindicating these agents 1 year later. My question is exactly the same. Has one letter from this committee on the opposite side of the aisle been sent to the secretary? Has one letter been sent to Raul Ortiz? Has one briefing request been made? Has there ever been any sort of question? And now, as this is a distraction, you know who's not laughing right now? The American public. The American public is crying right now because of this distraction tonight. This distraction, while we have 5 million people encountered, 1.5 million known gotaways, 193 people that match the terror watch list. The family that I brought up here, they're crying because the U.S. Congress has spent 45 minutes talking about something where there is no evidence, where we have a complete vindication from a Border Patrol, the head of Border Patrol, and we have no idea other than some amendment that comes here to a border bill. This is truly a disgrace of time. Regardless of what images are on there,
regardless,
bring that up in a brief. Ask for a brief. The secretary was sitting right there. I wish that he had been asked, and I didn't hear that Mr. Payne was recognized, Mr. Chairman, and I request order in the committee.
Mr. Pfluger, you're recognized.
Thank you. We can do better than this. The American public deserves better than this. Ask for a briefing. Ask for a hearing. Don't distract us away. Don't distract the American people away from the issue at hand. I don't agree with those images, but they were vindicated. I cannot stand the demonization of these agents who have been on the border. After they were demonized by the president himself immediately following this, demonized by the media, and completely vindicated. I yield the balance of my time to Ms. Green from Georgia.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. There is no one on this committee that thinks whipping people is a laughing matter. I was laughing about something completely unrelated. And it is extremely poor behavior of people on this committee to continue to attack my character for political points, likely for campaign ads. Whipping migrants, whipping any human being is not something that any of us approve of, and it's completely wrong. And the Border Patrol agents didn't do it. It was found in the report. That's not what they were doing. That is not what was happening. But carrying on about an unofficial coin is not what we should be doing tonight. We should be doing the serious work to secure our border and protect our homeland. We should also be doing the serious work of helping our Border Patrol agents do the jobs that they very much want to do, which is to protect our homeland. With that, I yield back my time.
Mr. Pfluger, you still have some time.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezel.
Thank you. I served 42 years as a professional law enforcement officer. I was a 3-term sheriff. I was a police chief. I was a graduate of the FBI National Academy. I've trained with law enforcement officers all over this country. I have seen every challenge coin that's been out there. I have never seen nor heard of an agency, nor would I tolerate that in any organization that I was affiliated with that had some negativity like this on there. To say that law enforcement officers all over this country have these types of coins is an overstatement, and it's not true. There may be some rogues out there doing that, but I can tell you the majority of every professional law enforcement officer in this country would not stand for that and would turn in the guy that had that in his hand. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Payne, your time is up. Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to yield my time, as much time as Mr. Payne can consume.
Thank you. And to my colleague that just spoke, I appreciate those sentiments. And that is